திறனை தாரும் நோயரின் துன்பம் தீர்க்கும் திறன் நமக்கு வழங்கப்பட்டது எப்படிப்பட்ட சிறப்புரிமை என்பதை பணிவுடன் நாம் உணர்வோமாக. எல்லா குழந்தைகளுக்கும் அவர்தம் குடும்பத்தினருக்கும் அவர்களின் சமுதாய படிநிலை மற்றும் சாதி மத பிரிவுகளை பாராமல் நலம், கற்றல், ஈகை, அன்பு, அமைதி ஆகியவற்றை நம்மால் முடிந்தவற்றை மாற்றவும், நல்லவற்றை உள்வாங்கவும், மாற்ற முடியாதனவற்றை காரணத்துடன் ஏற்றுக்கொள்ளவும் போதுமான மெய்யறிவும் புரிதலும் எங்களுக்கு வழங்குக. உங்களது வாழ்த்துக்களையும் அருளையும் கருணையும் எல்லா சூழல்களிலும் நேரங்களிலும் அனைத்து மக்களிடையே கொடுத்து அருளுங்கள். தேங்க்யூ.
Welcome address by Dr. Suresh Balan.
Dr. Suresh.
Suresh line la irkingla?
Dr. Suresh.
ஏதோ ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு நெட்வொர்க்ல அவருக்கு.
சார் நீங்க ப்ரோசீட் பண்ணுங்க சார். யா.
ஓகே. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய மாலை வணக்கம். அகர முதல எழுத்து எல்லாம்
குட் ஈவினிங் டு ஆல்.
முதற்றே உலகு. சுரேஷ் வாங்க.
யா நீங்க ப்ரோசீட் பண்ணுங்க டாக்டர் சுரேஷ். எஸ். டாக்டர் சுரேஷ் சார் நீங்க கண்டினியூ பண்ணுங்க ப்ளீஸ். Welcome address Dr. Suresh. டிஸ்டர்ப் ஆகுதுங்க சார். நீங்க டாக்டர் செந்தில் சார் நீங்க
சார் குட் ஈவினிங். கேக்குதா?
இப்ப கேக்குது.
யா
பேசலாமா?
பேசலாம்.
So very good evening to all. President of IAP Tamil Nadu State Chapter, Dr. Ram Sindil, distinguished Vice President of South Zone Elect, Major Dr. K. Nagaraju, Treasurer Dr. Rajendran, the coordinator for Smart Clinic, this Smart Clinic, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan sir, the various faculties for today's program, Dr. Amal Raj, Dr. Janani Shankar, Dr. Karamat, Dr. Karthik Annamalai, President-elect Dr. Ismail, Dr. Palaniraman, Dr. Selvan, Dr. Somasundaram, Past President Dr. Thirumalai Kulundu, Joint Secretary Dr. Thirumurugan, Past President Dr. Sunil Srinivasan sir, and Past President Sivaprakasan sir, all the executive board members as well as the district office bearers and the various faculties who have joined online and the various pediatricians and postgraduates who have joined online. We are very happy to have this wonderful program, that is the Smart Clinic CME today. After the hectic election process of our wonderful organization of Tamil Nadu State Branch during the past week, we are having both the President-elect of 2022, Dr. Ramesh Babu sir, also online. So welcome him on behalf of the IAP TNSC to this program. And as everyone knows,
thank you, Suresh Balan sir.
Yeah, thank you for joining, Dr. Ramesh Babu sir. And this is one of the unique programs.
நெட்வொர்க் கொஞ்சம் ப்ராப்ளமா இருக்கு. வீடியோ ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுறீங்களா சுரேஷ்? வீடியோ ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டு ஆடியோ மட்டும் போடுங்களேன். Okay. When Dr. Suresh comes, we'll allow him to join. I'll just take over from this period. As Dr. Suresh was telling, this is a unique program started in January 2018 at Chennai. And it has been 2019 and 2020. We are nearing the year end. So, Suresh,
Sir.
உங்க
Internet unstable ஆகுது sir.
கொஞ்சம் ப்ராப்ளமா இருக்கு.
One or two words only. And I was just telling that this is a unique program that is conceived by Dr. Sunil Srinivasan. And I think all the pediatricians have to have it in this era of quality, wherein pediatrician's clinic, when visited by a patient or a client, should understand that in Tamil Nadu, that the pediatricians are having a quality, a uniform quality with the benchmark standards of practice with regard to the patient care as well as the documents and the records. So in these few words, I welcome each and every one of the learned audience who have joined online today for this wonderful CME, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh. And
tell me, sir.
We were discussing about this program. It was started in January 2018 at Chennai, and it has been taken up by the CIAP, Central IAP, as the national program, and it has been going to all the zones. So this was part of our presidential action plan to take this program to the district and to reach all the members of Tamil Nadu State Chapter. And so that's what we have involved the district office bearers who have come on the invitation of us, and the learned faculty and all the office bearers of the state districts and the Central IAP members and the conveners and coordinators, and including our chief guest who's going to inaugurate this CME, Dr. K. Nagaraju Major, who has consented to inaugurate this function. So shortly I'll go through this because this is going to be the year-end CME. As we took over at Puducherry in February, we had planned to have several agendas, say 12 agendas we had, and we have tried to accomplish all the agendas. Most of them we tried to accomplish in the COVID unprecedented time. Despite the difficulty, we were able to do it. And so I think I had a pleasant journey all these through this 1 year. So the IAP TNSC had its website replenished in a wonderful way. You must all go to the website. This morning I went to the website. There were 1,214 visitors. I request each and every one of you and every member to visit the website. So neatly, it is formed and everything is segregated in a wonderful way. You have to visit the website. I was really astonished because I'm seeing it after a long time. So it was initiated, I think it is in the April or May it was started. So it is a very wonderful place to visit. Our members should definitely go and visit the website. So also we have an IAP TNSC YouTube channel and a Telegram channel. This Telegram channel has got some 874 members. Our membership strength is more than 3,000. So I request all members to register in the Telegram channel also. So these are the things to be done to the incoming office bearers who are going to take in charge. So I had seen the YouTube also, and we had say some about 800 views in certain, because we had our UG and PG clinics. So that was the initiative during the COVID times. Due to representation, we did this, and we were able to reach the undergraduates and the postgraduates. My wonderful team consisting of Suresh Balan, Rajendran, Thirumurugan, and all the others, the two past president and incoming president, all of them, say they teamed well with me and contributed immensely. And for all the programs, wonderful programs, we were able to reach the medical colleges also, and they were also happy to come and contribute to the teaching programs. And of course, the latest program was conducted by Dr. Janani, the undergraduate quiz program. So wonderfully conducted by Dr. Janani. And so these things, despite the COVID times, all these programs went on well. Only thing we planned in December, we planned for a sports festival and a family get-together, which is not possible because of COVID. So I think Dr. Ismail will have it. He will do it in Coimbatore. So with these words, we also did all the weekdays. the executive board meeting, we met the district office bearers, and everything, Puduvai Telepedicon, everything we did online, and it was all well received by the members. So with this, I think I had a very good time with my team. So I really thank every one of you from the bottom of my heart for all of you teaming with me and contributing and enhancing the IAP TNSE image at the national level. So let us go to the inaugural address by Dr. Major K. Nagaraju. Over to sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhil. And first of all, I must thank all of you for electing me to this coveted post with folded hands. All of you, without your help, it is very, very difficult for all of you. It is. I am wholeheartedly. I am thanking all of you. Not only with my own state, if he is not able to support me, I am not able to win it. Definitely, I know that thing. You are all supported me very well. First of all, and first, I must thank the person who has won recently about Dr. Ramesh Babu, and bad luck for the Suresh Balan. Whenever there is an election is there, somebody has to lose or win. And first of all, I must thank, first time we did this election in an online process. I must thank the commissioner, election commissioner, T.N. Manohar, with a really folded hands. He's done a lot of work, good work, without any problems. He did very good job. So with that, I just want to come to this program now. I think is first. I think Suresh Balan and Dr. Rajendran, the treasurer, the president-elect are going to take president 2021, Dr. Ismail, and 2022, Dr. Ramesh Babu, and all the people, dignitaries in the dais, especially very, very senior people like Sunil Srinivasan, Tirumala Kolandu, Ramalingam sir, and Singarvelu sir, and Sivaprakasham sir, Muthukumar, all the seniors who are, and along with me, people one, Dr. Janani Shankar, Dr. Palaniraman, I think Somasekar is here or not, I don't know, I'm not able to make out his name, and Jalil, all of them, I invite them to this very good gathering. And those names are forgotten because of lack of time, I'm not able to tell. All the people who are here, assembled here for this today's program. I think this program has planned very well by during Sunil Srinivasan time. I know Dr. Sunil was planning very well, and this is done by our Selvan and Sivaraman and all other people who are involved in that thing. And a wonderful program. I heard that this is a very good program. It is taken over by the even Central IAP. Central IAP will be happy to about this program. I am very fortunate to be. I belongs to Tamil Nadu, so that whenever they praise about this program, I'm very happy about this thing. And with these few words, I don't want to waste my time. And today's topics will be very interesting. I also want to listen fully, because I got a time to listen today. And then I'll go through all the things, whatever may be there. With this, I declare this smart CME, smart clinic CME open. And Jai Hind, Jai AP. Thank you very much for this opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Dr. Major Nagaraju. So we'll go to the program. Over to Dr. Muthukumar sir for his the national coordinator of this Smart Pediatric Clinics, Smart Clinic 2.0 at the national level. Over to you, sir. Dr. Muthukumar, sir.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Fine, sir. See, sir, President Sendil sir, incoming. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So, all the office bearers of the TNSE who have organized this excellent CME at the back end of the year. It's really great thing to see that office bearers of the year 2020 and 21 all are involved in this wonderful program. As has been said during the inauguration by our Vice President-elect, Major Nagaraj sir, this Smart Clinic program is a nice program which has been taken over by the IAP, Central IAP in a grand manner. And our National President is very much interested in conducting this program throughout the nation. I really wish this program to reach each and every nook and corner because when it was started, it had only few topics. As days advances, more and more topics are added in this Smart Clinic program. I think even when we are facing with a lot of troubles, when the Ayush doctors and other people are also joining in our as a competitor to us, we may have to be very, very smart in establishing our rights. So I hope and wish this wonderful CME a grand success. Thank you, Sendil and the team IAP TNSC. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, next we'll go to the session proper. I think before that, Dr. Jalalu, President of North Arcot, and Dr. Sindamarai, Professor of Pediatrics, retired professor from Vinayaga Medical College, Salem IAP President, will take over the session. Over to them.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Sir.
Good evening, everybody. As expected, this was a very wonderful inauguration and introduction by our stalwarts, Dr. Nagaraj, sir, Dr. Sendil sir, and Dr. Muthukumaran sir. A great applause. Hello. A great applause for our Honorable State IAP President, Dr. Sendil sir, who has done exemplary work for IAP TNSC, especially during the COVID time. I think during this time, he has not gone to his clinic for work. He has been doing wonderful job. He was in touch with everybody. He used to call and coordinate with he has done very exemplary work. We have to applaud him. As our stalwarts already mentioned earlier, we are going to witness a wonderful and memorable evening today. I would like to welcome today's first speaker, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan sir, who has been detrimental in the functioning of the Smart Pediatric Clinic program. Though it has started in 2018, prior to that, maybe 4 or 5 years back, he had come to our Vellore and he has given a good lecture on the Smart Clinic. I hope he will be remembering this. Let me tell you, I am not exaggerating. A lot of hard work has been done by the team for the introduction of Smart Pediatric Clinic, about which you are going to enjoy and learn in the next few hours. With the permission of the chair, we shall start today's program. Over to Dr. Sunil sir. Please take over the forum. Thank you, sir.
So unmute, sir. Dr. Sunil sir, unmute. Dr. Sunil sir, unmute.
Unmute, sir.
Sir, Sunil sir, you are not audible.
Yeah, am I audible?
Now we are audible.
Okay, let me share the screen. Yeah. Yeah, am I audible? Give me a thumbs up. Okay. Am I audible?
Audible, audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is the concept of a smart clinic. We have mainly three aims. One, to provide quality office care to all children. One, establish standards of quality in office practice. Two, and empower parents with evidence-based high-quality information. This is the three concepts with which we started. As you see, there are only two words in the whole concept. One is quality, one is standards. I will discuss standards first. We want only mainly three standards. This is all we expect. We don't expect a lot of things to happen initially. At least moon vishayamaga we'll have it. One on the list of all the essential equipments. I think Dr. Parni will talk very nicely about all this. But please, after the COVID is over, make sure somebody needs to be muted. Mute all the other, please. So at least have all the essential equipments with you, and that itself will ensure quality, number one. Number two, basic life support certification, BLS. Dr. Janani will talk about the recent guidelines. So please get each member certified in BLS. And number three, distribution of smart book, Dr. Selvan's creation. I think this is a wonderful book. It has gained acceptance all over the world, not only in India, all over the world. So this smart book, I think, should reach the hands of every parent in our country. Such a wonderful book, small book, every parent can understand. Dr. Chandil has so lovingly translated this into Tamil. So this is an unparalleled effort. It is available both in English and Tamil. So please make sure that parents have this book. So these are all very simple. Equipments, BLS and smart book, every pediatrician can do. Doesn't require much effort. This is the first step. So there are so many, Dr. Muthukumar was telling, so many modules are there. We'll try to finish, I think almost all the modules are there today. This is a very, very unique thing. Even in the earlier workshops, we couldn't do all the modules only because of the effort of Dr. Chandil. All the modules have come today for the first time. So we'll have, please be patient, go through all the modules. I will talk about quality slightly later towards the end of my talk. So at the time I'll discuss the quality. So, but what I would like to add is at the end, before we are finished, I'll wrap up the entire program. And more importantly, I'll tell how this program will affect your life. There is no point just listening, nodding head, and then going back. It doesn't make sense at all. It should change your life both professionally and personally, and that is what I want. And I'll tell you how this program affected my life, how it is going to affect your life. Not only that, I will tell you three methods by which you can make lots of money, you can improve the quality of your service, you can do provide so many, keep up your quality of a clinic. Three methods I'll discuss at the end. So stay with us, be patient. My turn will come again around 9 o'clock at night, but attend all the clinic. And towards the end, I'll tell you how this will impact on how you can, even the COVID times, how can you improve your practice and make money and provide service. So with these words, again, thank the organizers, all the IAP TNSC team for helping me. Thank you. I'll stop sharing. I'll come back and meet you towards the end. Thank you.
Dr. Thiru, Dr. Palniraman CV, and over to Dr. Sindhamari, madam. Madam, unmute, madam, unmute.
Good evening, one and all. At the outset, I would like to thank our IAP State, Tamil Nadu State Branch President, Dr. Chandil, and Secretary, Dr. Suresh Balan, and Treasurer, Dr. Rajendran, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to be a moderator of this session. And as the district office bearers this year, we were not able to conduct regular CME programs, but our state IAP has done a wonderful job of organizing these regular webinars. And thank you all for that, sir. You have really compensated for our shortcomings. And Now the next session, this session is going to be very useful for all the practicing pediatricians, especially for the younger ones who are planning to start a pediatric clinic. And not only for them, like even for us, we can update ourselves. And about the speaker, of course, he doesn't need any introduction, and he is well known to all the pediatricians all over the state. He has been giving regular lectures on various topics, and he has always got a practical approach, and his lectures have always been very useful. And Dr. Palani anyway, he is practicing as a consultant at Dindivanam for the past 26 years. He is academically active, trying for excellence in office practice. And he has won the national level practicing pediatrician quiz in 2002 at Pedicon, Bangalore. And his areas of special interest are infections, hematology, and computers. And his future vision is to do serious research in office practice next 5 years, which in turn will benefit our nation's pediatric problem, this thing. And he is the active propagator of rational antibiotic therapy in the state for the past 10 years. Now his lecture will be really very useful for all of us. Over to Dr. Palani, please.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, please proceed.
Yes.
Welcome.
1 minute. Let's stop one.
Dr. Palani Raman is the executive board member of next year. He's a representative from Tamil Nadu next year.
My screen is visible? Is my screen visible now?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Dr. Sendamarai, Madam, for the introduction, kind introduction. First of all, I thank the State Office Bearers, President Sendil, Suresh Balans, and Rajendran, as well as our Vice President Nagaraju, and past presidents, incoming president, and finally the captain of our Smart Clinic project, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan, for giving the opportunity and taking this project at the national level. So far, we were talking for the past nearly 7 months at various areas of corners of India. So now we have come to our homeland. At least first we should be a model in a Tamil Nadu state. We should be a model as a smart clinic. We should try to upgrade our clinic to a smart clinic in all the clinics. So let me start my lecture. The thing is mainly the essential gadgets, which is a very essential for day-to-day practice. Disclaimer, no conflict of interest with any firm. With whatever I'm showing the specific companies, I'm not having any conflict of interest. Introduction, updating your knowledge matters most. Definitely, we have updated with our central DIP platform with very good knowledgeable. We have, for the past 6 months, our knowledge has been doubled, tripled so much, so that now everything we have from the January onwards, we should be put into practice our knowledge. For that, our upgrading our clinic to smart clinic also do matter. Let me outline how the essential gadgets will improve you to how to upgrade your clinic, the picture gallery of the thing, and cost and availability, and take home messages and thing. To start with, I am going to mainly the essential gadget which we are going to discuss. To start with, it can be a diagnostic instruments in the form of starting from stethoscope to otoscope, all the scopes. Then the vital monitoring, which are very essential, starting from the thermometer to BP apparatus, pulse ox, glucometer, and everything. And we as a pediatrician are very, very much concerned with the growth of the child. So all the scales are very important, starting from weighing scale, infantometer, stadiometer, and whatnot. Finally, going to the therapeutic aspects, we need a resuscitation kit, and which is a very essential, particularly in this medico-legal area. And we are vaccinating plenty of kids. Very rarely we can come across any problem. So definitely we need the basic oxygen airway devices and resuscitation kit. And finally, our breadwinner, the immunization. So we need a basic vaccine refrigerator, which I will talk in the thing. And finally, the electronic record keeping, the IAP software, how far it is very useful in day-to-day practice. Okay. To start with, as a thing, the stethoscope is the prime thing for any physician as such. We all from our postgraduate days are very fond of the Littmann, from undergraduate from the Littmann brand. So we used to use the classic 2 pediatric stethoscope is the basic thing, which is very, very useful for the regular practice for any pediatrician. Definitely, no doubt about it. Coming to classic 3 model, for example, some people like Sendil or Vijayarani, or some people are mainly adolescent practice oriented. They can go for this classic 3 stethoscope because it has an adult diaphragm and pediatric diaphragm. They can go for this classic 3 model. And some people like Tirumurugan are mainly having neonatal practice, and with extended infant practice, they can go for this infant model, classic 2 infant model, which is a very small diaphragm, which will be very sensitive for the neonates. And if you are in a research, you can go for the Littmann electronic model, which I have bought, but because of the heavy thing, it is very difficult to use in day-to-day practice. And I don't think this will be useful for day-to-day practice. Coming to the acoustic performance of the various Littmanns, the lightweight thing which we won't use, the classic models are the models, classic 2, classic 3, infant and everything which we are using. It has a score of 7 to 8. Compared to the cardiologist with around 9 to 10, electronic 10. These are the acoustic parameters. So all the regular Littmann will have around 7 to 8 is the score of this stethoscopes with respect to the sensitivity and the performance. Okay. So are there any other brands available in the market which are very useful for day-to-day practice? I really was in search of many brands. About 10 years back, I found out the Welch-Allyn Harvey Elite, which is a very good model, and which it mainly the sensitivity comes at around the score of 9. It is definitely more sensitive than the regular Littmann. I found it very useful, and particularly in the babies, very difficult to auscultate. You find it very useful. Only thing is the weight of the stethoscope. Otherwise, it is a very fantastic Harvey Elite model from Welch-Allyn. The cost is around just 12.5K. It is around 4K extra than the Littmann. Next, coming to the other Welch-Allyn models, that these are not useful. One is the basic model, not useful. Another is the very heavyweight model like triple bed stethoscope, not much useful. Next, going to the baby-friendly stethoscope, the American Diagnostic Corporation, another market leader in the instruments, they have come out with a baby-friendly. Particularly, the bell has been replaced with the animal heads, and which is very baby friendly. It's has a sensitive diaphragm too, and this is also it also equal in cost like our Littmann itself. You can go for this ad scope also. Okay. Next, what is the final thing in the basket? Now, this is the thing, Stethi Pro. It has been devised by an Australian physician around 2-3 years back. It has been 2018 it was introduced, and it was FDA cleared to, and recently available in the market from October 2020. It is available in the market. The Stethi Pro is nothing but it has just a diaphragm, and you can easily it's a tubeless stethoscope, and this thing has been completely, all the signal has been through the Bluetooth, has been transmitted to the smartphone, and all the things has been recorded and shared. One thing, or you can, as such, what you can do, it can listen, see, and feel. It is so simple. And you can, otherwise also, it can be used as a wired stethoscope with any of the headphones you use. You can insert, and finally, you can use as a wired stethoscope also, as well as you can use it as a wireless with the Bluetooth and the Bluetooth earphones. You can use as a wireless stethoscope also. What are the main advantages? When you are connected to the Stethi Pro app in the smartphone, the best thing is it gives both the heart rate, the diastole, systole, respiratory rate, and whatnot. It's even the respiratory rate comes. So that is the advantage, and you can share this thing for the further, and it can record this thing. This is the Stethi Pro app. The only problem is the cost. You can see here the heart rate, the respiratory rate, average systole, average diastole. That is the advantages of this Stethi Pro, which is mainly it works on artificial intelligence. The only thing is the cost. Even it is available in India now. The only thing it costs around only $600, $500 to $600. Coming to the verdict, what is the best suited for our day-to-day practice? When it comes to day-to-day practice, Classic 2 is the best, or you can go for ADC ad scope. That is the number 2. That is the 2 things. Okay, we're coming to the COVID stethoscope. During this COVID period, plenty of stethoscope have been coming into the market because of the non-contact stethoscope. These are all non-contact stethoscopes with the help the help of a Bluetooth. This stethoscope is like a toy. Don't go for it. It is like a toy. It is not at all a stethoscope. Then going for the EcoCore digital stethoscope, which has been used extensively in the American market. All the people used it, and it is a highly calibrated, FDA approved, and this is the Bluetooth module, And with the help of this module, everything is transmitted through a smartphone, and from the smartphone you can hear. For example, patient can be in the next room and he can use this can be separated, and the diaphragm can be in the patient head, and with the help of the smartphone you can hear it. So you can see this is the smart diaphragm. This is the module, smartphone, and your earphone. You can definitely use it even when you are in the next room. The competitor is the ThinkLab one. But this is the thing. Here you can see how the patient is using, and you are in the next with the window separating you, the glass window separating you. You are sitting in the next opposite room, and you are able to auscultate. This is the thing. It's comparing all the three digital models, which is the best. EcoCore is the best. Coming to the other, compared to them, all the things cost around 20 to 25,000 rupees, and these things. And now, for example, because of the COVID and courier problems, we are not able to get it. Now another one thing has come, which very recently from in the month of October, and this is the one which I want to mainly stress upon. When you want to go for a digital stethoscope, don't go for electronic Littmann electronic 3200, which costs around 40 to 50,000. I had spent on it, but it is not useful. Now this is the latest Littmann company as well as the EcoCore. They joined together as a joint venture. They have come. The diaphragm is a cardiology grade with a quality of 9/10 and up to 40 times amplification. For example, small babies, when you are not able to hear, or obese individuals, you can switch on this button and amplify the sounds and hear very well. An active noise cancellation is there, and two modes are there. You can use it as a simple analog stethoscope or a digital stethoscope, both adult and pediatric. It has both heads, like an adult cardiology diaphragm and pediatric head is there, soft sealing ear tips. This is the final thing available in the market, comes around $350, roughly around 25,000 rupees. Anybody coming from US, you can ask them to purchase and come. This is the latest with respect to advanced stethoscope available in the market. So this you can see with the pediatric head, you are able to auscultate very nice with a new class of clarity. This is the final thing. Anybody who wants to go for the ultimate thing, this is the ultimate thing available in the market for 25,000 rupees now. Okay. Take listening to a new level. Okay, you can think. Okay. Okay, so far I have talked about stethoscope, the basic Littmann you can go, or advanced Littmann you can go. Okay, coming to the next set of scopes. The otoscope is very, very essential for a pediatrician. No day is passed without an incessant cry or a fever without focus. In an incessant cry, without seeing the ear, you can't diagnose otitis media. In the same way, in a fever without focus, sometimes focus may be sitting in the ear, you will be missing it. So based on the voltage, whether 3.5 volt or 2.5 volt, based on the LED or halogen model, the price varies. You should go for 3-point voltage model. Why? Because high power is very, very essential, because in the pediatric, you are using a small specula. The brightness is very important. So you should go for a 3.5 volt, number one. You should go for a LED bulb rather than a halogen bulb. These are the two essential things. These are all basic models with the 2.5 LED models coming around 7.5 to 8,000. This is in the same way, ophthalmoscope is also available with the same model, like a 2.5 volt. The basic things are available. Now, this is also very essential because of the headache is a very common problem. Every week, at least 1 or 2 headaches will be coming. You have to see the fundus. Without fundus examination, you can't confidently say the child is all right. So ophthalmoscope is also a must for any pediatrician. Obesity is also another thing where we have to examine the fundus. And so the final thing which I really suggest is the Riester is another German make. Compared to the Welsh-aligned, this Riester LED 3.7 volt otoscope and ophthalmoscope are available for 12 to 14K. This is the distributor available. This is for a basic person to start with. This is a wonderful model to start with, LED 3.5 volt otoscope and ophthalmoscope. What is the best in the gallery? This is the macroview otoscope with throat meter by Welsh-aligned. It magnifies the tympanic membrane 2.5 times. This is the thing which I am using for the past 10 years. And it's really a wonderful otoscope, and I have no words to express. Once you see the tympanic membrane with this, you will never go for the inferior models, and you can't go for the endoscope in which ENT surgeons use. It is only useful only about 2 years. So we have to go for a macroview otoscope. This is a very useful model. Only thing is the cost. It comes around 25 to 30,000. That is the only thing is the problem. So coming to the wax removal, the basic thing is the international standard is the Bionics wax removal, which is not available. These wax removal curettes are available in Indian market. Okay. Coming to the throat examination, every day you come across the fever, you have to examine the throat properly. Gone are the days with the everyday torch and halogen with the yellow light, and are the cheaper available LED light with the blue lights. You have to go for the standard LED white light, bright white light. So for that, what is the available thing in the market? Particularly the Welch-aligned throat illuminator is very useful. It really illuminates the throat like fantastically. And these are the cheaper models. This comes around 5,000, which comes from the brand Heen, a German company. This is a throat illuminator by ADC. It is only for throat illumination. The cost is very enormous. It comes around 30,000 to 35,000 only for throat illumination. This is from the American Diagnostic Corporation. So finally, the best model will be that this is the best model which can be used both for otoscope, and this unit can be used for mainly throat illumination. Both the throat illumination otoscope combined you have only for 30,000. This is the best thing which I advise mainly for you people to go for. So, and ultimate, what is the ultimate thing with respect to all the scopes, particularly the examination of the ear, nose, throat? The best thing is go for the Welch-aligned wall unit. The latest is 777 model, and no hazards of recharging issues and the brightness issues. You can examine fantastically with the help of the macroview and coaxial ophthalmoscope. The cost, it is available in India itself. All the Welch-aligned, the cost in India is cheaper than the US. No need to ask them to buy from the US. You can available in the India itself. The price is cheaper rather than the US. That comes around 45,000. Okay, going for the scopes to the tongue depressor, the wooden disposable tongue depressor is the best thing. Next is the pen light. We need for the pupil, simple pen torch is enough. Then going for the next, the vital signs monitoring. So now the mercury has been replaced. Now no longer is the world of mercury thermometer or mercury manometers. You have to go for the non-mercury aneroid sphygmomanometer. So better go for a validated, internationally validated models like a Riester, a German make, or a Heen, a German make, or a Welch-aligned, which is also German make. All the models comes around 5,000, which are very much validated aneroid sphygmomanometer, and the cuffs are available in all the sizes. Everything is available in India, in the Amazon itself, or I dedicated distributors I am giving in the end. And when you want to go for a NIBP apparatus, this is a NIBP monitor by Riester, German company. It is a home for a home purpose, but as a pediatrician, this is more than enough, because you will be hardly seeing 1 or 2 BPs per day for a obese individual or a headache children. So definitely a good BP apparatus in the form of NIBP for 6,000 is available. You can go for it. This is available. And in the same way, NIBP for the home series by Welch-aligned is also going to be available by the early February. It will be available for around 6 to 8K. This is more than enough. But if you are running a women and child health center, if you want a very good BP apparatus, hospital grade machine, you have to go for Pro BP 2400 model, which costs around 20K, or the ultimate one is the 3400 model. The advantages of this thing is when you are inflating the cuff, you will get the BP. That is the specialty of the, when you are inflating in a few seconds, you can get the BP. This is a NIBP from Welch-aligned, which all the cuffs are available. The cost comes around 35 to 40,000. This is the one I am using from 2012. It is really, so far, no hassles. It's a one-time purchase. It is a lifetime purchase. Going to the thermometers, gone are the mercury thermometers out. Now, simple digital thermometer will do for a pediatrician. No need to invest in costly thermometer. We pediatrician never care about the temperature. We see the sickness of the baby rather than the temperature of the baby. So no point in going for high price, that is infrared thermometers like a contact, non-contact thermometer. These are only like a show masters. No need as a pediatrician. But here I want to mention This is one thing like a temp touch, which costs around 1,500. It's very in 6 seconds. You can see just with a touch of in the temple region, you can get the temperature just in 6 seconds, which is FDA validated. But it is not available in India. Soon it will be available. It is available in desert cart for a people cost of around 2,000 rupees. This is very useful. And these things I don't suggest. And finally, what the up-to-date suggests is all the contact infrared and non-infrared temperature thermometers are inferior to the digital thermometer. They are inferior with respect to evidence base. The NICE guideline also suggests go for a best axillary thermometry with a simple electronic thermometer in the axilla. That is more than enough. So coming to the axillary digital thermometer, and this is a very important thing is here, for example, regular digital thermometers will take roughly around 1 to 2 minutes. So you can go for a rapid measurement of the digital thermometers, which measure in 8 to 10 seconds. This is one thing which is available in India itself with a cost size around 1.5K, because this is FDA approved. This can be used orally in the axilla, in the rectum, for all purpose. This can be used. This is a Kinsa thermometer available for and a rapid digital measuring thermometer. The another brand is ADC rapid thermometer, but it is not available. So these are the two brands of rapidly measuring digital thermometer. Either you can go for a cheaper 200 rupees digital thermometer or a 2,000 rupees digital thermometer. It's your choice. So going from the thermometer, what about the pulse oximeter? This is a very, very essential. It has become an essential from the COVID days onwards. But plenty of pulse oximeter is available in the market, which to buy. But all the common things available, 2,000, 3,000 rupees, don't go for it. They may be very useful in a healthy individual. In a sick individual, when there is low perfusion, when there are a movement like in pediatric age group, you should go for a hospital grade pulse oximeter with a good international standard Masimo technology or an LCAR technology or Oxytip technology. 3 technologies are available in international. This is the Masimo technology is one which is easily available. This is the ISPO2 Masimo. This is the module. This is you can attach to our iPhone or an Android phone, and this is the fingertip sensor. So you can easily connect and you can see with the help of the smartphone itself, the price comes around 16,000. It is easily available in Indian market. This is a fantastic one for regular office practice use. Next, so this compared to the other regular pulse oximeter, this is the hospital grade. It shows that you can see the difference compared to the other thing. And ISPO2 results, you can see the perfusion index, the temperature, the pulse rate, as well as with the thing. What about the simple things available in the market? These are all the hospital grade, which is not available. These are brands available in the US market. No need to worry about it. So only thing is you can go either for ISPO2. If you don't want a smartphone to be used, if you want a exclusive handheld Masimo, that is Masimo grade pulse oximeter, this is one which is available for 25K. And you can go for a pediatric fingertip oximeter, fingertip sensor. It can be used from a newborn to an adolescent. This is the advantage. And they say from 10 to 50 kg, but even in a newborn for cyanotic screening, this can be used. So this is very useful. Next, there are 2 types of sensor are available. This is the one which I have told, that is from 10 to 50 kg pediatric digital sensor. For office practice, this is more than enough. If you are a neonatologist, you can go for multi-site sensor, more than 1 kg for preterm babies to adults, it can be used. These are the 2 types of sensors available, and one is available free along with the module. Other one is available costing around 5,000. Now, what is the latest in the Masimo technology? This is the one which is the latest, comes around 50,000 rupees. The best advantages is it shows the pulse oximeter, that is pulse ox is shown, the temperature is shown, respiratory rate is shown. This is has been validated. Even Indian setup itself in Lady Harding Medical in Delhi, it has been validated in the August. It is available since October. It is available in the market. It is the advantages is we are very lazy to measure the respiratory rate. When you actually place the fingertip sensor, it even gives the respiratory rate. So that is the advantage of thing. If you are affordable, go for this. Both the pulse ox, both the respiratory rate, both the heart rate, everything is available in this. Oxygen level, pulse rate, and breathe per minute, everything is available. This is a very universal sensor for most patients from infant to adult. The sensor is universal. This is very useful. It has been completely used for research in the African countries, and mainly it has been funded extensively by the Melinda Gates Foundation. And along with the hemoglobin also available, this is very costly, RAD67 model. Okay. What are the other things in the market? This is a Nelcar model, but which is a handheld model, cost around 45,000. So far I have told what is the verdict. The simple ISPO2 handheld smartphone model costs around 16,000. Second thing, 25,000, another model. The third thing you can go for, if at all, for the pulse rate, respiratory rate, and the 50,000. These are the three things, good things, which is available for office practitioners. And another one interesting thing available nowadays, which is available in the US market, but not allowed in India because of the other restrictions, is point of care ultrasound, just 1.5 lakhs. For any specifically, any swelling in the thing, you to do whether there is purulent secretion, whether there is a suppuration, whether there is a pleural effusion, it can be used as a point of care ultrasound for primary care. This is a butterfly IQ ultrasound, which is a championing new era of healthcare. It is available for the past 1.5 years, but for around 1.5 lakhs, it has not been allowed. But future will be this, instead of the stethoscope, all will be having this point of care ultrasound in our clinic. So that is the way ahead. The future will be, that is the thing. Then what about other thing? Glucometer is a very essential thing. Any lethargic baby you need to see, or any seizures we need to see, glucometer is essential. Then another one good thing is millimeter is coming. Like, because now we have a subcutaneous bilirubin, which is very costly, more than 1 lakh. Like a glucometer, a millimeter is coming. It is in the phase 3 trials, which will be available in the next year. Like a simple, like a strip in a glucose strip, you see the bilirubin value for the newborns. So it will be very useful in the future. This is watch out for the availability of millimeter in the future. Like a glucometer, for 10,000, it will be available. Next, coming to the scales, go for the validated scale. Don't go for the cheaper scales. Go for the Sekka, is a German brand used internationally throughout the world. Whether you go for Singapore, whether you go for Dubai, everywhere this is available. Go for the infantometer, weighing scale, and these are Indian infantometer available for 1/10 of the cost, as because the other thing is 15,000. Indian infantometer is only 3,000. It's available in Amazon. And measuring tape, head circumference tape, cost around 600 rupees. Definitely we can go for it. And stadiometer, Indian stadiometer available for 2,000. This is a Sekka stadiometer available for 10,000 to 15,000. This is a Sekka stadiometer. And finally, these are the final, coming to the final stage. These are the, for our vision checkup is very essential. Any 3 to 5 years, we should definitely go for the Snellen chart, modified Snellen chart, mainly for the strabismus. For the this technique, we need mainly the occluder. This is the one thing available easily thing. And a spot vision screener from Welchline, but the cost is very high. If you have an ophthalmology wife, you can go for it, because without the cooperation of the babies, the strabismus and the red reflex and the refraction, everything can be measured without the cooperation of the baby, which is very helpful. It's just around 3.5 lakhs. If you are having a ophthalmology wife, you can go for it. So finally, there is an X-ray view box, and no longer the stainless steel box or a wooden box. We have to go for the digital box, which we can increase the illumination or decrease the illumination. Just 10,000, we can go for this digital illumination. And the basic resuscitation kit, everything is available just for 3 to 5K. And finally, the vein finder for emergency vein thing, and very costly things are available in the US market. For Indian market, just 2,500 to 3,000. Vein finder, LED vein finder is available in Indian market. So these are the things. Coming to the bread and butter of us, that is a vaccine refrigerators. Now, standing instead of the ILR refrigerators, which were used long back, instead of the regular refrigerator for using us, because our learning now, it has become very, very based on our vaccination. So we need to mainly concentrate on our vaccination with the proper refrigerator. This is a Godrej vaccine refrigerator. It is a WHO pre-qualified, available in India itself now. And the best part of this thing, this is the one which I have bought, and this is the inside thing. And the best part is the precise 4 degrees is maintained from top to bottom. And even without electricity, 3 days it can maintain the temperature. And the data is available for the past 1 week. You can get the data also, how much the temperature was maintained. This is a very useful thing. So this is the latest available for 80,000 to 90,000. This is the cost available in the market. So these are the essential gadgets continue so far, starting from the diagnostic equipments, from the scopes to the vitals monitoring, to the all the things, and finally the things. essential gadgets. This is my office with all the essential things I'm having in my office. This is the Welch line with all the wall unit. This is the 767 model with all the stethoscope, which I have experimented with all the stethoscope because of my passion for the gadgets. This is my clinic entry. Just I'll show the outline. This is my reception. That's the entry of the clinic. The patient comes, gets registered in the computer. The patient is getting registered. This is the waiting hall reception. These are the display boards. This is a standard SA machine of weighing apparatus. The previous stadiometer made of wood. And this is the another weighing scale of Burer weighing scale for standing babies. When I go inside, you can see this is the Welch Align Pro BP model. This I am using for the past 8 years. Littmann. This is the Kinsa thermometer. It's a rapid 6 seconds thermometer. IAP software. This is the pen light. All the specula of the otoscope, Seca head circumference tape. You can see the laser printer, and this is the X-ray viewfinder. You can see the Welch Align charger. This is the throat illuminator from the Welch Align. And this is the ISPO2, which I was talking about, ISPO2. This is a Welch Align Harvey light stethoscope. This is the otoscope, that is macro view otoscope, which is very useful for everyday practice. This is my bedside microscope. This is a Seca stadiometer from Seca, just around 10,000 when I bought. It's an emergency drug kit. And this is again a weighing machine, which I am having inside also to counter check because our weight, some people may not be properly weighed. So counter check. Infantometer from Seca. And this is the Godrej vaccine refrigerator. So this is the thing, final thing. Okay. So everything I have used, and I am giving my own experience, how I am using for the past few years because of my passion for the gadgets. Because definitely they make a difference when a patient comes to your clinic compared to the other clinic. They see, particularly the patients from abroad, as well as the patients, they see the difference, how you are examining, how you are thinking. And when you are seeing more than hundreds of patients, you need to examine in a short period of time with the very best results. You have to bring it out from the examination. So these gadgets are very useful to pick out the findings. And in the long run, they definitely makes a lot of value for the thing. What about the final cost, sir? Thousands of how can I purchase? When I clinic, how I am going to purchase? What is the final cost? When you go for the
Paniram, time's up.
Last slide, sir. Last slide. The smart clinic, the basic cost is around 75,000 to 1 lakh only. When you go for the smart Elite clinic, little advanced equipment, it comes around 2 lakhs only. When you go for the full-fledged smart Elite clinic for the including the vaccine refrigerator software and everything comes around 5 lakhs only. We spend a lot for all the things like a car and everything, flats, everything, thousands, the crores salo pandro. But this 5 lakhs, when you put as a loan, definitely it will be useful for improving our quality care and making it as a clinic, smart clinic. It's not the cost, only the attitude for the excellence in your practice that matters. Everyone, I want at least the smart clinic, basically for the beginners, 1 lakh you can spend. For the other, in the intermediate level, you can spend 2 lakhs. And for the other who have already go for the 5 lakhs. I have given all the resources available, who are the distributors, everything. You can take a screenshot of this. Definitely all the distributors where are the phone numbers also I have given. And thank you very much for the patient hearing. Any doubts, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And your lecture has been really wonderful and highly informative also. And one question only I came across so far from the participants. It is one fantastic lecture. A doubt: how can the cups be cleaned between the patients? How can the Kinsa temperature used for measuring the rectal temperature be cleaned before using in another patient?
Actually, madam, rectal temperature we as an office pediatrician very rarely see. Even the NICE guidelines are clearly told axillary temperature is more than enough from newborn period to the thing. So we never take rectal temperature. Rectal temperature is only for research purposes, taking the core temperature, not for us. And so that is number one. And it can be particularly the axillary, when you do the axilla, it's a simple cleaning with a spirit or it's more than enough. So no need to worry about the cleaning. With respect to the BP apparatus, you take hardly 1 to 2 BPs per day. So there also cleanliness issue won't come for us.
Thank you, sir.
Praniraman sir. Praniraman sir.
Rectal temperature, there is another sheet is available, which is disposable sheet is available. So once you use it, you can throw it away. And for each patient, you can change the disposable cover sheet.
Praniraman sir, one small question. This point of care ultrasound PCPNDT clearance venuma.
So only it is not, we can't use it in India. So it will take time. So definitely it needs a PNDT that it has to pass through that thing. Because we can't use it. We can't use it in India.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
It's easily available in abroad now. Only just $1,000. Sorry, $1,500.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Sunil.
Yes.
I am Dr. Arnachalam, pediatric surgeon.
Yes.
And if a child with congenital anomalies comes, cardiac anomaly, AST or VST, can you do the echo in your clinic, or will you refer them to a cardiologist?
I think Dr. Parni will answer this better.
Actually, now for us, the simple cyanotic heart disease screening, critical cardiac screening is enough with the pulse oximeter, sir. With the right upper limb and the right lower limb, if you take the pulse oximeter screening after 24 hours, and if you say the child is passed, if a critical heart problem is over, has a high sensitivity and specificity around more than 90%. For that, we need a very good pulse ox in every clinic. So only we are mainly stressing upon the good technology like Massimo technology or Nelcar technology. So for that purpose only, I'm stressing upon a very good technology pulse oximeter for critical CHD screening in the newborn. So no need of echocardiograph for us. So this is more than enough for us.
Parni, I got a doubt. In NICU, they use echo for all your venous cannulations and both PAC. Why can't you use it in OP? What's the problem? If you get a license, won't that be enough?
Yeah, definitely. If you get the license, definitely you can use it.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go forward.
The future will be the point of care ultrasounds. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Praniraman sir. For doing delivery point screening for critical congenital heart disease. For example, if you in a hospital where 20 to 30 deliveries per day is going on, what type of pulse oximeter will you suggest for screening for critical congenital heart disease?
Definitely, we have to go for the Massimo technology, and they have supplied for the government hospital also they have supplied.
Model,
so that is the one, and Dr. Tirumurugan, hematologist, is there, and he will be also able to answer this question, Dr. Ramesh. So that is the technology. Definitely, we have to go for the RAP sensor, not this sensor. The RAP sensor, it can be used for above 1 kg itself, and it is very accurate. And the sensor which I am using, it's not so accurate like RAP sensor, but definitely it can be used. That is the thing.
Sir, just to add on to what Dr. Praniraman was saying, what we basically need, all the studies which have looked at pulse oximeter for screening have used pulse oximeter with signal extraction technology, which is basically the Massimo one. So that is the one which has been validated and can be used. So it doesn't matter what model you use. You could use the one with the iPhone, as like Dr. Praniraman was suggesting, cost probably around 20 to 25K. And then, or you can go for the higher end models also. But ultimately, you need a pulse oximeter which will pick up oxygen saturation even at low perfusion states. That will be signal extraction pulse oximeter.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Sunil,
Yes.
Dr. Arnachalam once again asking, if a child comes with bleeding per rectum, do you use any proctoscope or ionoscope?
No, sir, not me, sir. No, I would probably refer to a surgeon.
That's actually we rarely do the PR, sir. Per rectal exam, we rarely do pediatricians.
So are you going to rule out congenital anomalies, anorectal anomalies?
Yes.
So I think we are running short of time. Can we move on to the next
Yeah,
speaker?
I think that
Very
should be
much
fine.
running on.
Thank you, one and all, sir. Definitely, I'm here. So for anything, you can contact me. Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening, Dr. Selvam.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good. Sir, may I request Dr. Ashokan, who is the neonatologist at Chennai and also a very senior neonatologist, visiting consultant at Child Trust Hospital, to moderate this session, please. Dr. Ashokan? Ashokan, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Dr. Ceylon needs no introduction. He is well known all over India and with his smart book. And is attached to Lotus Hospital, Erode. His area of interest is office-based research. He's having many publications and received lots of awards. And he'll be talking about smart book. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Ashok, and good evening.
Good evening, sir.
So, are you able to see the screen? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. You just need to go on to the slideshow mode, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to be among our people in Tamil Nadu. Actually, the smart clinic was done by Dr. Sunil, who had so much great vision long time back. And he wanted the three things to be introduced. One is about a basic instruments with the BLS and a smart book. So we had meetings and so many of you have taken part in the meetings to decide about the contents of the smart book. The concept, the contents, and the future is my topic. Do we need a book for a child or for the patient or the parent? Yes. The latest publications have shown that parents they ask, they have questions about lactation, treatment prophylaxis, doses, adverse reaction, any drug interaction, vaccination. Sometimes they need information about the child symptoms and they want the pediatrician, physician to talk to. Apart from online, online may complement the information from physicians rather than replace it. So don't worry, Dr. Google will not take our place. He can only supplement us. The health information record, which has been distributed in Australia, they have done an audit of it and they have found out parents requested general information about childhood illness, including diagnosis, treatment, signs, and symptoms. Many parents believe that appropriate health information would change the decision making regarding seeking care during their child's next illness. Overwhelmingly, written information was favored, but personal verbal communication was highly valued and essential. So, if you give an adequate written information and which is been supplemented with an verbal communication, it facilitated implicit trust in subsequent verbal information. Adolescents are aware of varying quality of online health information. So it is important for us to develop resources in all the languages of India. When they were using a record book in abroad, they found out they use a record book regularly for routine health checkups, reading the record and writing the information. These things are taken in from abroad. The majority of the patients were satisfied with the records. Patients were less likely to read the record if they perceived whether the GP or the doctor has a lower commitment. So when we met in 2017 to decide about what should be the contents of the book and what should be the in for the smart clinic. The things which were agreed upon were the material which is going to be in the book should be easy to read health advice in Tamil. Actually, this book was first done in Tamil. It was translated to English and it should be available in an affordable cost. Maximum pages should be around 50. Anyone can read in their waiting time. They should have some details on baby care, breastfeeding, complementary diet, food rich in nutrients, and danger signs in development, so that when the patient comes for vaccination, you can check, ask the parent to check it at home and tell us if they find anything amiss. And some pages about myths and beliefs and basic idea about common childhood illnesses, what they should do at home, what first aid they can do at home for a child, and preventive care for the babies. We don't talk about the training the child in daily living activities in our practice, and we do not have much information to pass on to the parent about how much the child should sleep, how much the child should play according to the age, how to train the child, toilet training, and what is the normal bowel and bladder habits. When it comes to adolescent children, family life education is given very last importance, and now it's a time for teaching the children about good and bad touch. We are mostly inundated with the digital media, now online learning classes, how much to give, what are all the ideas, what are all the things they should do and they should not do, how much time you can allot these things. Screen time is very important for the child, and we should know how much we should allow for the child to have a screen time. Learning disability is slowly gaining ground. Around 10% of school-based children are having that. So what you should do and what is the learning disability for any parent to know, and when they should suspect, and what are the modalities of treatment. The latest epidemic is overweight and obesity. What they should do, how they can avoid it so that they do not develop a non-communicable disease in the later childhood. And the last book ends with an immunization chart with details about vaccines and the schedule. So the team we had enough contributors throughout Tamil Nadu, and we had used many resources from childhood record from Central IAP and few of the Tamil books which were published by Dr. Virudagiri and Dr. Kingsley Javakumar, and we had breastfeeding guidelines from Professor Chandra, NYCF guidelines and IYCF guidelines, WHO guidelines. The book initially was done in Tamil. Actually, many of the articles were translated from Tamil, English to Tamil. I said vaccination was done by our President, Dr. Sendil, and Dr. Nedunjala did many of the things about many chapters, and Dr. Giridhar did about newborn. Many of them have put in their effort and they have helped us. They've given their feedback. It was the collective work from the team. The Tamil to English translation was mainly done by Dr. Hemlata David of Trichy, and we have used the resources from Child Health Record, IAP, AAP guidelines, IUCF guidelines, WHO guidelines, Raising Children from Australia guidelines, and guidelines from Up to Date. Now we will see how the booklet is there. We'll see the book. So the book is using a flip reader. I will show you the book. It has got, now you see, it has got the first page is got, and we start with breastfeeding, and it has got a very beautiful pictures about what you should do when are you giving the correct feeding to a child, followed by what is the normal latching, what are the feeding cues, and how they should feed. If it is there is a problem about retractant nipple, what should do. The main problem for a working mother is when they want to go to the work, they do not have support at home, what they should do, how they can do it, and we have given video links. And this is about many things about when a mother wants to re-lactate after she stops due to some reason or other, how she can start it. Then this is about a newborn care, what they should do, what are the normal things, which soap, which oil, what is about diaper care, whether diaper to be used or not, which powder to use, and what is a normal diet for the baby. Is it a normal for the baby to have a home diet? What kind of home diet they can give, whether they can give a separate home diet or can they use the home family diet, everything is given. And now we have this page has got mainly about any danger signs. Ungal kulandiyin valarchiyil gavanikka vendiya arivurigal. These things you can always tell the parent when they come for vaccination, did you go through this? Or you can ask few points in that and ask them whether those children, their children have this any arivurigal, any danger signs, so that you can examine more. Then we have got few myths and about child development and about mainly the mothers and babies health. We need the mother has to take a normal diet. We have told them how much food to take, how much fluid to take, how many days she has to take a postnatal iron. For a child, common childhood illnesses are very important and the parents are so worried. So this is few pages about common childhood illnesses: fever, cough and cold, diarrhea, and when they should come further to meet the doctor, when the babies need antibiotic, when they don't need antibiotic, when they should come to the doctor. And it is followed by first aid when the child has a fits, when the child has got some sudden life-threatening episode, what they should do at home about CPR, and when there is a child swallows something, difficulty in breathing.
So sorry to interrupt you.
Excuse me, Doctor. Dr. Selvam, the slides are not moving. Slides are not moving. Excuse me.
No,
slides are not moving at all in the last 1 minute.
Okay.
You can go for full screen.
Just a minute, madam.
Dr. Thiru?
Yes, sir.
Can you help him?
Yeah.
Sir, just I'll just stop your sharing, sir, and then you try again, sir.
So are you able to see the now?
Doctor, it is in slide 6. Resources oda nikkudu avladha.
Okay. No, this is I think the problem is I'm using this anyway. I'll go back to the resources. I'll go to the slide. So we had these slides and we had this learning disability, and we are teaching the parent about what is the good touch and what is a bad touch, and overweight and obesity. I think there is some red lines are coming. I do not know what is happening inside.
These red lines may be due to the handling. It's some of the presentation we used to get it.
Okay, sir. So yeah, this is about a learning disability. We're talking about learning disability, good touch and bad touch, not overweight, obesity. So the aim of the booklet was to have a common ideas, common advice throughout India, so that any parent who is from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, if he goes from Kashmir to Kanyakumari also, wherever he is being given a standard scientific advice, so that he doesn't have any problem in bringing up his child. So we thank the Indian Academy of Pediatrics, National Indian Academy of Pediatrics, our parent body, for taking the project. And this book is being translated into many languages, and few of the things are being in the initial stages. So the ideas for future smart books are we have suggested to have a smart page to be created at a parents education section in all official languages of India with the smart book soft copy uploaded to IAP India ORG parent education web page. Many topics we have left out, like a nutritional rehabilitation, parenting basics, behavioral issues, good school practices can be included. Book can be updated every 2 years. New material can be added to parents' education page initially, and after getting feedback can be included. Growth and vaccine chart, we wanted to have it. It can be printed as per individual doctor's wish, because many of them felt they want to have it on their own to have an identity to their practice. So we need interested members who want to share the health information to the people in their own language. So over a period of time in the near future, we can suggest and you can get the ideas incorporated into the new smart book. This is the book. This, you see that the Tamil book and it has got an English book, and in the back page, you can have your clinic address. You can have your clinic address. You can have your facilities available, and this can be given to the parent. Actually, each book costs around rupees 50. IAP TNSB is given rupees 10 as a royalty fees. And I have given the contact number of the printer. You can contact him. He can get you the booklets, how much ever the number of quantity you want it. So this smart book has helped us to at least disseminate a basic idea about child care and many of the common problems which children have it in India, like from how to breastfeed to IAP recommended vaccine. So I take this opportunity to thank the IAP TNSP and Dr. Sunil in particular, and past and the present and future presidents and secretaries and the whole team for giving me this opportunity to take part in this project, which has been very interesting to me and which helped me a lot also. So thank you very much. If you have any doubts about the book, I'll be ready to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ashokan sir, please, any questions? Anything, sir?
Thank you, sir. It was an excellent presentation, and there are no queries so far in the chat section. And I think every one of us should read this book fully from cover to cover, so that we'll know everything what we are giving to the parents. Not only that, whenever the next edition is to be updated, they can ask for suggestion from all the members, and so that it can be taken into consideration for updating. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Selvam.
Yes, sir.
The smart ingrudke adin Tamil la pota enna?
So we had enough discussion about it. Sunil was very particular. The name should be smart. Dr. Sendil was very particular that it should be called as the Seermihi Clinic. So we had a real big discussion, and we spent so much time in discussion about that.
Actually நான் கூகுள் பண்ணப்போ புத்திசாலின்னு தான் வருது தமிழ் மீனிங்.
இல்ல சார், அத மாத்திரலாம் சார்.
Parents love the word smart. I tell you.
With Dr. Sunil's permission, yes, we'll find an apt word. We'll find an apt word.
But I'll tell you, the idea is that book must reach the parents. அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு அத வாங்குறதுல ஒரு ஆர்வம் இருக்கணும். Smart means they will go through it.
Because he said a smart is everyone knows it. So if you put it as smart, people will be, because there is a smart city, smart school, smart class. There are smart boys, smart girls. So smart is well known to everyone. So he wanted to make it as a smart book. He doesn't want a Seermihi Clinic. He doesn't want it something Buddhisali Clinic. So he just settled down with
திறன் புத்தகம்னு வச்சுக்கலாம், இல்லனா அதுக்கு ஒரு நல்ல சொற்கள் யோசிச்சு வச்சிருக்கேன்.
Selvan, that's a smart idea.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Selvan sir.
Yeah, through.
So ஒரு சின்ன suggestion sir. Can we have the book இதோட ஒரு PDF ஆவோ இல்ல part of it as PDF IAP?
Yes sir, the same thing we can put it in IAP.
Dr. Tirumurugan, please upload it in the website.
Yeah. No, we can upload it in the booklet English, Tamil, both things are available. You can upload it to Tamil Nadu TNSP website. It can be done.
யாரு வேணாலும் அதை எடுத்துக்கலாமா செல்வம்?
Yes, sir. Anyone can. You can share it free. You can share it free. But if you give it free, no one is interested, sir. Anything given free, no one is interested. So you ask them to buy it for 50 rupees and always, as Sunil used to tell, when they don't follow, you always tell them on the booklet, annike kuduthirukku adal in the page la irukku, please check. So at least give you some idea so that you can talk to the parent.
Suppose ஒரு 50 ரூபாய்க்கு வித்தோம்னா ஒரு ஸ்மால் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் ஐஏபிக்கு கொடுக்கலாமா?
Yeah, we were giving 10 rupees. Actually, we are given around
10 ரூபாய் கிடைக்குது சார். 10 ரூபாய் கொடுக்கறாங்க சார். You must be thankful to them. Smart Clinic is contributing 10 rupees per book.
Yeah, we have given around 1.5 lakhs till now, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dr. Asokan.
We'll move on to the next topic, and that is going to be electronic medical records or smart records. And this is going to be delivered by the young gun, Dr. Karthik Annamalai, and is a MD Pediatrics from CMC Vellore, and a PGPN from Boston. He's a consultant pediatrician and neonatologist. Over to you, to Dr. Karthik Annamalai.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ashokan. Good evening, dear seniors and friends. So I would share my screen. Just a minute. Yeah, I hope my screen is presentation is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, both are clear. Yes. You can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I would be touching upon an important topic that in today's world of digital India, where everything is digital payment and digital tolls in the highways and everything we are going digital. So one essential component of a smart clinic would definitely be digitalizing your clinic and making it a digital clinic and maintaining electronic medical records as much as possible in both outpatient and if you have a nursing home in inpatient as well. So I would be touching upon as to what are the problems we are facing without digitalizing our clinic as of now, and how do we go about digitalizing our clinics. So what are the common problems we face in a day-to-day practice with regards to maintenance of the records? So the first thing is the legibility of the prescription. There have been enough memes and jokes made about the handwriting and the prescription. Even there have been articles published in the British Medical Journal about the legibility of the prescription and the medication errors that occurs because of the illegibility of the doctor's prescriptions. And a lot of medication errors, especially because of the illegibility of the handwriting of the doctors, which the pharmacists might not understand, and also sometimes similar sounding medicines might be similar spelling medicines might be actually wrongly prescribed or might be wrongly given to the patient, causing serious adverse effects. So it has been said that doctors themselves find it difficult to read their own handwriting, and the doctor's handwriting is no better at home than in the hospital. So why is it that most of the doctors have not a very good handwriting? So there's been a good review article on that, which actually says that it could be because we are in a hurry to write the prescription to dispose the busy OP and minimize the waiting time. And we try to establish eye contact with the patient when we prescribe the medicines. And over a period of time, it becomes a habit. And then we also think that if we write legibly, then maybe we are not considered a busy practitioner. So a young practitioner might wantedly start writing it as an illegible handwriting so that we get a tag of a busy practitioner. And another problem after the illegible handwriting is the long waiting hours. So with the COVID scenario, most of the patients want to just walk in and then meet the doctor immediately. And this is not only in the doctor's office, everywhere. we have zero waiting hour with web check-in, with Swiggy, with Book My Show, and everywhere, even before the COVID era. Patients do value their time, and we should also value their time, and we should try to minimize their waiting hours as much as possible. And another problem with the receptionist is too many phone calls. You have 2 phones and 1 mobile phone. All phones keep ringing, and the receptionist has to keep on attending the phone calls. In one phone call, there'll be questions about the appointments, about doctor's availability, and then about doubt for the medicines, doubt for the vaccines. So this again is another big Herculean task for the receptionist. And another thing that we commonly see is the clinic wall is full of posters. So I think Dr. Sunil, when he designed this, he said that the clinic should look as neat as possible, and there should be no unnecessary posters. There could be, the entire wall could be filled up with posters displaying about what are the rules for appointment, what are the regulations to be done, and all those things. But it actually might not, when there are too many posters on a wall, the message does not go to the patient as well. Other common case scenarios that we see where when our clinics are not digitalized is the previous records are always not there. The patient comes to us with a single prescription or just the prescription paper in hand. We give them a file to file it. Sometimes they lose the file, the prescriptions are torn off from the file, and finally we might not get to know what medicines or what illness the child had previously. The past history basically is missing. And the vaccination status and the vaccine reminders are usually not done, and there are a lot of vaccines which are missed because the patients do not get timely reminders. And when it comes to the administration point of view, there are a lot of salary hassles in our clinic when we don't maintain a proper digital records for the salary. And the appointment system, as I told, is totally chaotic, and so is the account system without a digitalization. And there might be a patient with a previous history of allergy to a drug or a vaccine, which might not be properly documented in a physical record, and we might end up using the same drug or the vaccine again and causing rise to problems. And communication is again a very big task or a very difficult thing to do when you don't have a digital record or the demographic details of your patients in a digital format. If you suddenly have to leave your clinic for 1 week, we are not available. How do you communicate? Right now, we're just communicating through the phone. A patient who calls in, you tell them you're not available. But there are definitely easier ways to do all these things. So the solution for all these is the electronic medical records, and it's quite simple. So over the next few minutes, I would be covering the following headings. So the first thing would be the outpatient management. So in the outpatient management, with the digital records, the record keeping becomes very easy. That is basically your receptionist just enters in the demographic details. The patient gets a ID number for the child. You can also take the photograph of the child. And once the demographic details are filled and the patient is given an appointment time, the doctor's module, when you open it, the patient comes in the appointment time, you get the list. The live queue comes as per the appointment schedule. And once the vitals are entered, that is the height, weight, blood pressure, saturation, everything, all this is done by the front office. And once they do all that, you just go directly to your screen, where you start with the patient's complaints, then go to the examination, diagnosis, and any investigations if required, and treatment. So it's all just a click of a button. You can also use iPads or your tablets, where it's just a touch screen, or with a mouse or your touchpad. It's not as difficult as we think. And another problem that most of us think might be a hindrance with the digital clinic is, especially with the during prescribing or during writing the medicines, we think that it's difficult to establish eye contact and then keep looking at the screen at the same time. But believe me, it's actually very easy, because like as the patient keeps talking, you just keep entering, and you don't need to type everything. Only typing might take time. Here you have pop-ups for everything. You start typing cough C, you already get a template saying cough. And the chief complaints can already be entered by your front office also. So you just have to click on the diagnosis, and there are templates for each and every disease. Suppose you have a patient with upper respiratory tract infection. These are the medicines you standardly give. You can actually click on the template. You can create 1 or 2 or even 3 templates, and the drugs, investigations, prescription, medicines, everything would follow, and you can edit it as necessary. So the main thing, advantage with the OPD management would be easy retrieval of the records. So you see a patient today, they come 1 week later, but they do not have the prescription in hand. Immediately you just type their OP number, you get everything on your system, and it doesn't occupy space. It's all cloud stored. Suppose the same patient goes to another place, to some other city, some other state, some other country, the patient also gets the SMS link, and they can view their prescription anywhere, anytime. So it will be easy for them to tell the other doctor in the other city or other state or even the other country as to what medicines the child had received previously. And the legibility, there's no question about it. It's going to be in a printed format, and it also is available in any language that you want, most of the regional languages and English. And you can share the prescriptions and the growth charts. That also is very, very useful. You have a very beautiful growth chart in all the online and the digital softwares that are available today, including the height, weight, BMI, weight for height, your mid-parental height. For everything, there are beautiful growth charts, and it becomes really helpful to explain to the parents live as to how the child is growing. Vaccination record, again, report of given vaccines, report of vaccines to be given with vaccine reminders. It's actually very, very useful. And as I was telling, you can create templates for certain complaints. Fever, suppose you put the diagnosis as viral fever, you can give your regular prescription as paracetamol and list of investigations like blood count, CRP, urine routine. And this also serves as a checklist so that you don't forget or you don't miss any investigation or any medicines. So, and the prescription also comes in the local language as to what times of medicine should be given, what dose, and for how many days. You can also write how many how many bottles of the syrup or how many strips of the tablet that the child should be getting to complete the course. Apart from the outpatient management, the administrative aspects, appointment systems becomes really very easy, and a lot of time patients have problems as to I came first, you came first, and the Sanda Tagarar is always happening in the front office, and they think that they always have a feeling that they're not called according to their walk-in time. When you don't have a proper appointment system, when you say that you're available from 5 to 8, or you just come and walk in and then book your token, or after that you go, they think there are a lot of other patients who budge into their slot. Doctor terinja patient or then an emergency, something or the other, they actually feel very bad about it. Maybe they might not tell us directly, but definitely the appointment system without a digital setup would be really difficult. When in a digital setup, it becomes really transparent. Patient books an appointment, they can do it either directly through the internet, or when they call your front office, the front office staff can book it for you. So if they book an appointment at 10:30 in the morning, the patient gets an appointment link with the time saying it's 10:30, and even the token can be delivered online itself. So the patient walks in at 10:30, he knows he's next or he's the first. So, and you can also have your TV or your screen displaying the list of patients. So it's absolutely transparent. A little bit of delay is understandable, but patients need to be reassured that they are being let in as per the appointment system, and there's no adjustments being made there. Emergencies are always understandable. That patients would definitely understand. But it is the thought that they are being pushed down the list which upsets them. And you can block holidays. Suppose say on Jan 14th or December 25th, December 31st, you're not available. You can block your calendar prior itself so that nobody can book an appointment on that day. You can also call up the patient if there is some change in the OP timings. Suppose you have 30 appointments waiting today, you're held up in a resuscitation, or you can't come for the next 30 minutes or 1 hour. You just click one button saying send late notification by 30 minutes to all appointments. You will immediately get a message saying your appointment is delayed by 30 minutes. It is as simple as that. You need not ask your receptionist to keep calling every patient. Just one click, send late message, send late by 30 minutes or 45 minutes. All your patients would know it. And communication, as I told, becomes very easy, and you would be able to analyze the data in a better way as to your patient volume in every month and which location. Once you enter the proper demographic details, you can understand which geographical location most of your patients come from, and you can probably conduct a camp or do any promotional activities for that if needed to help plan development of your clinic. Another important administrative aspect is the intranet, that is through a LA and through a local connection. Your system can be connected to the front office and the communication with the front office becomes much more easier. Financial aspects also, if you need a 3C form, when your auditor asks, you can just generate it with a click. Accounting becomes more transparent. Receipt generation, many patients ask for a receipt. You can generate a receipt within a second, and you can manage multiple doctors' account if you have a polyclinic. And what about human resource? So this again, for attendance, you need not maintain any physical records. Your staffs can maintain an attendance device with the which comes with the software, and surveillance becomes very important. And we tend to think that it becomes more difficult for the staffs, or the front office staff would resist it. Initially, maybe they would, but once they start using it, they would actually be proud to use it, and they would definitely start using it, believe me. And you can also audit yourself as to how many antibiotics you've given, how many viral fevers you've treated, how many cases you've sent for admissions. All that can be seen. Another important thing is the last point on this slide. Prescription mentions the diagnosis. It is mandatory for you to enter a diagnosis. So like in our rational antibiotic practice, like Dr. Palniraman always says, you always think before you ink. So when you put the diagnosis as viral fever, you think once or twice or 1,000 times before you write an antibiotic. If you just write fever, you might tend to prescribe an antibiotic. But when the system demands you to give a diagnosis as viral fever, you might stop with just paracetamol. So it makes your prescription more rational. And the plastering is not required. Simple, very clean electronic displays can be, with scroll boards can be put up as to the appointment system, rules, and even for any, apart from the commercial displays, even for any health education, you can use these displays. So for health education also, when the patients are in the waiting hall, you can keep them busy with videos on these devices, on asthma, on obesity, on whatever you want. And very important is the CCTV camera. So this is very, very important. We have seen so many videos of misbehavior of patients. This becomes an important proof legally also. And also you can keep a silent watch on your front office. And relationship with the patients and fellow practitioners, yeah, you might get referrals. You have a column for the referral doctor where you can enter the referral doctor's number, email ID, and you can send a reply to them online itself. Vaccine reminders are very useful. So the myths of this digitalization, we think that it is difficult to learn, but it is actually a very user-friendly software. We think it's costly, but it's actually definitely not costly. We, as I told, we tend to think we lose an eye contact, but we need not look into the computer at all. You just need to type like this and look into the patient and talk. So you will definitely not lose your eye contact. We tend to think the staffs will resist, but if you train them and you give them the confidence, they would be proud and they would not resist. Do you think it's time consuming? No, believe me, it saves a lot of time. And if you think your practice is already established, should you be changing it now? We have to adapt to the technology. So we cannot be without WhatsApp now. So similarly, without digital clinic setup, I think it would be difficult. We have to upgrade and update ourselves. So I would just show glimpses or screenshots of the IAP software. There are various softwares, DocOn, Practo. I have used Practo. I am presently using DocOn. They're both good, but IAP Axon software is also very good. And our IAP recommends the usage of this software. So this is the appointment list where your front office enters the appointments. You get a list as to whether it is a new patient or old patient, and whether it's a referred patient and how much fees the patient has paid. Once the vitals are entered by the front office, you get to enter the clinical data, the chief complaints, the diagnosis, and then the prescription, the medicines. So the past visits, once you click the date in the descending orders, once you click the date, you'll get the clinical findings, the diagnosis, and the medicine that has been prescribed for that particular child on that particular date. So this is how the prescription would look before you take a printout, and you can keep it in your local language, regional language, whatever you want. And the vaccine schedule again becomes very easy as to what date the vaccine should have been given, what date it is given, and at what place it was given. Accounts, you just need to go to the accounts tab and click on what column you want, whether the receipt summary or the 3C case register, and within a click, it's done. Similarly, for the reports, as to what are the, by diagnosis, you can get the reports, by medicines, or by symptoms. Suppose you say fever, you'll get the list of all the patients with fever who presented with fever in the last 1 month. And when you go to the others tab, you get the educational photograph or videos and growth statistics that you would have already saved or which is already there with the IAP software. And the certificates, when you have you can either give a referral letter like this with a template, or with your fitness certificate, leave letters, everything. There's a custom, you can customize it as per your need, and you just need to click on it. I'm done on just the last slide. And you can also put the instructions on the prescription so that becomes more easier for the patient to understand. You can manage your drug list and your inventory. The intranet message is where the front office communicates to you saying, this patient is waiting, this patient has this and this problem, there's an emergency. They need not come in and tell you every time. They can just type it at their front office desk and you will get a pop-up immediately. 3C case register, if your auditor asks, you can give it immediately. Diagnosis list, you can edit as per your need. Barcodes can be created if you really want to. Vaccine stocks are very useful. Once you enter the stock, as you keep prescribing the vaccine, you'll get a pop-up as to how many vaccines are remaining. So there might be situations where the patient has already entered your room, has paid the fees also, and when you're about to administer the vaccine, you realize the vaccine is out of stock. So here you might avoid all these situations. And all these analysis can be done. You can also do small researches and surveys based on these data. Yeah, vaccine reminders, SMS, your birthday reminders, everything. Once you enter the date of birth, every other from your name or your clinic's name, the child will get a birthday reminder wish every year. So, and any announcement that you want to make would also go to all the patients in your database. CCTV camera is a very important thing. And another important thing that I wanted to mention after the CCTV camera is your digital payments, Paytm, or make sure that you have some access to digital payments also. To summarize, digitalization of a clinic and electronic medical records with availability to electronic payments is the need of the hour. It is not the cost, it is the attitude that matters. And it is very user-friendly, it is not difficult to use. Also have a feedback or a suggestion form either on your online platform that you use, or have a suggestion box in your clinic to know what the patients really feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karthik Annamale. It was a very elegant and comprehensive presentation. I hope with this, many of the young guns will go for digitalization of the clinic. I had been using a software custom made for me by my sister for the past 13 years. And it's called Smart Clinic, incidentally. And I just would like to add a few points. Usage of the electronic medical record gives exact age. See, நம்ம அம்மாக்கள் யூஸ்வலா சொல்றது வந்து 3 மாசம் சொன்னா it could be either 2 months or 2.5 months or 3.5 months or 4 months. So தமிழ் மாசம் கணக்கு வச்சு சொன்னாங்கன்னா எல்லாமே மாறி போகும். So this exact age is important for administration of the measles vaccine or MMR vaccine, or initiation of the food supplement, for most important for assessment of the development, especially those who have gone through preterm delivery. So some of these softwares are enabling us to give the corrected gestational age also. So establishing a good exact age is very important. That can be easily done by EMR. Second one is visual representation of the anthropometry. Recently, I had a child 7 years who was sequentially losing 1 kg in the last 2 to 3 months, and which triggered an evaluation. We found out the child was suffering from a type 1 diabetes mellitus, and now she's improving. Many cases of hypothyroidism or growth hormone deficiencies, we have picked up, which we would have certainly missed, but for this electronic growth charts. So it's very, very important. So another thing which I thought is very useful is a critical info. Like any child is walking and with the febrile seizures, known history in the previous, the moment that baby walks in, I will know that this baby is predisposed for a febrile seizure. I must act immediately. And similarly, any history of surgeries or admissions, all those things can come immediately when I pick up the prescription module. So all these things are very, very important. Most important will be the dosage automation. Most of the drugs, you can just automate it, and all these drug dosages, it can be, the moment you prescribe the drug, automatically the software will decide dose, frequency, and everything. And whatever the software you're using, try to know where is your data. So data is very important. And so if the data is it's in cloud or it's going to be in your server locally, if you are having the data in your server, that means you are responsible for that data. You need to take a frequent backup and you have to keep it properly. And if you are putting in the software supplier side, that means there is a possibility that they may be sharing it with someone else also. So you'll have to decide whether you need to go for on-grid or off-grid. Off-grid means it is going to be, the data is going to be with only you. There is no need for a net. And see, many a times you may have interrupted power supply or interrupted connectivity issues. All those things, if you are dependent on net connectivity for your practice, that will be a problem. So it depends on whether you are practicing in a city or a rural area. In a rural area, if you are going, you go for a standalone software where you can manage them by your own. And always have a website also planned and execute it. It's not going to be, otherwise you can start a blog where you can put your opinions, suggestions, and the current events, so that will improve your standing in the eyes of the patients. They will know that you are competent and you mean business. Your software is going to help your practice. Thank you. And queries, I think many of them are asked for, what is the software to be used?
Yes, sir. Sir, actually, we recommend the IAP Axon software. So I think many of them have asked about the contact number. I've just shared it there. And you can also go to their website, and they're very much accessible and available. You can probably call them, and regarding transferring your data from some other module to the Axon software, it can be done. You just have to talk to them and find out, as you should probably retrieve your data and give it in an Excel sheet to them, and they'll be able to probably transfer it for you. So you can probably contact the person.
Thank you. There are no further questions. We'll move on to the next topic. Over to the organizers.
Sir, only one question.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Karthik.
Yes, sir.
Everything is fine. Suppose you are showing all the accounts in black and white. How will you file the returns? You will have problem.
No, sir. There are always provisions for everything, and you can talk with your software person. See, suppose if you are
the auditors are very good at taking care of our.
Not only auditor, even you can do something, and there are ways. Suppose if your consultation fee is 500, when you are showing the account, you can bring it down with a click of the button as 250. Yeah, it's possible, but everything is possible, sir. It all depends what you would like to do.
Yeah. No, you need to talk to them, sir. It's all customizable. As sir said, it can be done.
The sky is the limit.
Right. We are running short of time, sir. So I think we are really behind our schedule. So can I request our secretary, honorary secretary, Dr. Suresh Balan, to moderate the next session, and starting with Dr. Karamat. Thank you. Suresh
Can I
Balan,
have
sir?
the introductory slide, sir?
Yes, sir. Just starting it, sir.
So the next topic will be on teleconsultation, and we have got a very young, talented, dynamic resource person, Dr. S.P. Karamat, to talk on teleconsultation. As you all know, during this COVID time, many of us have been using this form of consultation, teleconsultation, which was very useful for most of the pediatricians, especially in the cities. We had a talk on this by Dr. Somasundaram. It was very excellent, and many of us started trying that. It was useful. So I think today we have got an excellent speaker, Dr. Karamat, who has finished his UG from Stanley and postgraduate Stanley. He's now working as a senior assistant professor of pediatrics at ICH, and he's a winner of Kannusamy Memorial Award in Pharmacology and IAP Professor JV Memorial Gold in Pediatrics. He's looking after general practice pediatrics at ICH and endocrinology. His interest in vaccinology and endocrinology nutrition, and more important about him is he's very active in the social media platform. He has a separate YouTube channel, that is the Tamil Doctor, where he has got about 175 videos in Tamil with 55,000 subscribers and more than 1 million views. So this is a very, very important aspect of Dr. Karamat, which many of us may not find time to do this. Definitely he is creating a lot of things in the social media platform and lifting the image of a pediatrician. So over to you, Dr. Karamat, for your topic on teleconsultation.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the nice words of introduction, sir. First of all, I would like to thank IAP State Office Bearers, President Aram Sindhil sir, Suresh Balan sir, Rajendran sir, for allowing me to present this topic in front of the August audience. I would like to start with the disclaimer that these slides were originally prepared by Dr. Somasundaram sir. In fact, I have modified it slightly with his permission. Anyway, we have all now been using teleconsultation in these periods of COVID. No, a doctor has moved from this to now this. So he is now available on call at all times, probably. But we all had our doubts, especially after the July 2018 Maharashtra Bombay High Court judgment that telephonic consultation amounts to culpable negligence.
Karamat,
In fact,
share your screen, please.
Sorry. Just a minute, sir. Oh. So doctor has moved from this to this, a doctor on call.
Still not
We had this.
Still not shared.
Sorry, sir.
Karamat, you can share your screen, boss.
Share photo something.
Tirumurugan irukka. Tirumurugan is sharing your screen, slides.
I think one participant can share at a time. Just a minute, sir.
இல்ல அவர் கொடுத்துட்டாரா சார் உங்களுக்கு?
இல்ல கொடுத்துருக்கு சார். Nobody else is sharing.
Okay.
ஸ்லைட்ஸ் வேணுமா சார்? ஸ்லைட்ஸ் போடணுமா?
இருக்கு சார், என்கிட்ட இருக்கு. இப்ப வருதா சார்?
இல்ல சார்.
என்னால ஷேர் பண்ண முடியல சார்.
அப்படியே எனக்கு வாட்ஸ்அப்ல அனுப்புறீங்களா?
சார் என்கிட்ட இருக்கு ஸ்லைட்ஸ்.
இல்ல Somasundaram, if you are having, can you share the
Yeah, I have, sir.
Yeah, Karamat sir, Som is sharing the screen.
கொஞ்சோண்டு சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிருக்கேன், அதனால தான் பார்த்தேன் சார்.
இல்ல நீங்க ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க, இல்லனா நான் ட்ரை போடுறேன்.
இல்ல கராமத் நீங்க அப்படியே எனக்கு ஷேர் பண்ணுங்களா, எனக்கு மெசேஜ் அனுப்பிச்சு விடுங்க, ஃபைல் அனுப்பிச்சு விடுங்க.
அப்படினா கூட ஓகே, அவரோட ஸ்லைட்ஸ்க்கே பேசிடலாம். யா
ஓகே சார்.
சேஞ்ச் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, நான் அதே மாத்திருங்க.
அனுப்பிச்சிட்டீங்களா?
இதோ அனுப்பிட்டே இருக்கேன் சார். இப்போ வந்துருச்சா சார்?
வந்துருச்சு.
ஓகே ஓகே. Sorry sir, sorry about that. So a doctor has moved from this to now this. So we have now moved to an online doctor, a doctor on call, practically available every day. But we had our doubts. Prior to this legislation came into being, we had the famous or infamous Bombay High Court verdict, where there were issues, prescription without diagnosis would amount to culpable negligence. We had Karnataka Medical Council warning doctor against online consultation. This was a gray area. In fact, we had done a CME in IAP Chennai City branch, technology for office practice. So where we did speak regarding online consultations, but where we envisaged that this would be a future. Just in December of 2019, we said this is the future, it is going to take up. And once COVID came, telemedicine, once a hard sell, now became a booming demand. What is the definition of telemedicine? This is the definition of telemedicine as given both in the current law as well as by WHO. The delivery of healthcare services where distance is the critical factor. So any healthcare professional can provide telemedicine as per their expertise where distance is the critical factor. And we also have a definition for telehealth. The essential difference between these two is telemedicine deals with consultation, that is online consultation. Telehealth includes other platforms like what you are doing for educational purposes or for radiology. So those things constitute telehealth. Telemedicine is explicitly like online consultation. Advantages of telemedicine are very obvious. It is timely, it is faster, it has wider access. So even when Chennai has many number of pediatricians, the patient from you goes to a remote place where there is no access, still they can call you for consultation. And once this COVID started rising, we had a 500% rise in healthcare teleconsultation, and 80% of them obviously because this was new or first time users. And 70% of patients do teleconsultation with known doctors. That's why every one of us should start doing teleconsultation. Teleconsultation is here to stay. Even the COVID fears, if they are gone, still the patients would like to consult with you even when they are not in your hometown. Telemedicine market is going to reach busy heights. This is the flow of my talk. What is the need for teleconsultation? What are the benefits? What are the guidelines provided by the government of India? What are the modes available? What are the ways how to manage, and what are the steps as given by IAP? This talk will obviously be useful for all of us. Those who have already started clinic, they can also start teleconsultation. In addition to that, because teleconsultation will be, in my opinion, at least 20 to 25% of practice in future. Those who still have not started their practice, worried about apps, worried about platforms, they can also use it by very simple means with just their smartphone alone. So this is how it is going to go. So telemedicine in the times of coronavirus. Coronavirus is obviously an occupational risk. For others, it is just a public health hazard. So we need to stay safe. But for doctors, our occupation is inherently risky. So we are going to go through this not only during COVID-19, even when some other virus is going to emerge, any other emerging disease, we are always having this occupational hazard. So we can't say no to patients. The real achievement for a doctor during this pandemic is to lead a life with no financial deficit, with obviously no increased risk of corona infection. Can we do that? Telemedicine forms an important part for that. It is obviously a balance between life and livelihood. For the doctor, this obviously has monetary benefits, and most importantly, you can hold on to your patients. If you are shutting down your clinic for months together, or if you are running your clinic with a limited time and limited clientele, if you have fever, you are not supposed to come to my clinic, that doesn't work. The patient is going to go away. But if you are having a teleconsultation, you can hold on to your patient. And for the patient, the biggest advantage is consulting the routine doctor. We all know there are patients who switch at the drop of a hat, but there are patients, in spite of you not being available for 4 days, 5 days, the 6th day, once you open your clinic, they come back to you with 2 or 3 prescriptions from different doctors because they want to consult you. They consider you as your primary care physician. So they can do at the ease from their home without risk of increased risk of contracting diseases. They can also consult their routine doctor. So this provides patient safety as well as health worker safety. Obviously, with digitalization, there is a higher likelihood of maintenance of records and documentation. Hence, whenever you are having records, it offers legal protection to us. It obviously saves cost and effort for travel, both for the doctor as well as for the patient. As I said, it has faster access and access to services that may otherwise not be available. So a dermatologist not available in a place, but they can consult over teleconsultation to know wherever they are not practicing. Even in cities like us, now patients want ease of access. So they want just to walk to their doctor. If it is not available, they are not ready to go out. So in that times, teleconsultation becomes a boon. Obviously, it reduces the burden on the tertiary and the secondary hospitals, especially during these times, and it provides equal access. Anybody with a smartphone can access to quality care at all times. And obviously, patients also will stick on to appointment timing. So when you fix an appointment at the appropriate time. So with all this in mind, previously there was a gray area about teleconsultation, but Government of India came into this guidelines about teleconsultation. They were notified, they were gazetted telemedicine practice guidelines of 2020 in 29th March. So the essential gist is physical assessment and physical consultation. Though it is desirable, it is the best form of consultation. It is not mandatory. Telemedicine is now completely legal. Doctors can consult, message, prescribe on phone, which we are doing with pressure. Patients tend to ask for medicines over text messages, over calls, over WhatsApp. That is now legal. With this, the legal provision, legal protection to doctors has come under the section, the Epidemic Disease Act 1896. No legal proceedings can be taken against persons who are acting in good faith. So there are various modes of consult. It can be over telephone. It can be over these social medias like WhatsApp or Skype. It can be through email or text message. It can be through dedicated apps. No, I am not mentioning. There are few apps mentioned, but there are plethora of apps. So you can see it is a booming industry. So everybody wants to cash in. So there are umpteen number of apps through which you can do this teleconsultation. What are the basic modes of teleconsultation? The foremost or the first is the video consultation, because it is considered closest to a real physical consultation, because here you are seeing the patient. So you are seeing the patient, you are seeing the response, you are seeing the facial response. So you can assess better, much better than other forms of consultation. So a video teleconsultation is considered superior and distinctive when compared to other forms of consultation. A video consultation can be over video on chat platforms like Skype, WhatsApp, FaceTime, and through dedicated apps. Like Karthik was saying about the clinic management softwares, many of these are also have integrated teleconsultation apps too. So you can do those through those things, or through audio, through a regular phone call, or voice over internet, that is WhatsApp phone call. Instead of WhatsApp video call, WhatsApp phone call, or apps again, or a text based. Text based is normal text, WhatsApp text, Facebook Messenger, through internet boards, through anything. All these are synchronous. That is, patient and the doctor are simultaneously on the platform at the same time. So he is asking a query, you are answering via text or via phone or via video, but that is synchronously happening. Teleconsultation can also happen asynchronously, where they can send an email or a fax or a recorded voice where you are answering or consulting for them at a different time, not at the same time. Probably at night, you have 3 email messages requiring teleconsultation. You are answering them in your professional capacity. So there can be asynchronous too. Coming to the type of consult, essentially as per this law, teleconsultation is divided into 2. One is the first consult or a follow-up consult. The first consult is whenever patient consults you on the first time, for the first time, or the patient has consulted you, but for a different problem. Now he has come to you for a different condition, or for the same condition, the patient has consulted you, but a time period of 6 months has elapsed in between. So all these situations, it is called a first consult. When a patient has consulted you within the last 6 months and the follow-up is after a month, you say, then it is called a follow-up consult. It is for the same condition within 6 months. So different conditions, first consult, or more than 6 months, you call it as a first consult. Consent, as for any other act, consent is essential, consent is important, but as for consultation, as for physical consultation, when they come into the room, asking for your consult, when they have paid their fees, that implies consent. Here also, it is not implied, it is implied. You don't need to have an explicit consultation. So if the patient has initiated that call, if the patient has initiated the consultation booking, an appointment, then the consult is obviously implied. What about the fees? Obviously, our money, our time and your brain is worthwhile. So it is absolutely fine, proper for you to get a fees for your teleconsultation. So it should be treated just like in-person consultations. You may charge an appropriate fee, which might be lower, which might be higher, but it should be appropriate. You can't charge an exorbitant fee. The law simply says you may charge an appropriate fee for the telemedicine consultation. And if they should also give, we should also be ready to give a receipt or an invoice for the fee charge for the teleconsultation. How to manage, that is how to treat the patient for teleconsultation. It is not necessary that you prescribe a prescription. For that alone, you are charging a fee. It can be simply a patient education. So you are saying about ORS, you are saying about rehydration, you are saying about avoiding dehydration. This health education is a form of consultation. Counseling. So patient has an hearing aid, or patient has doubts regarding vaccination chart. Patient has regarding different types of vaccination. You are counseling them. That also forms the part of consultation. For that also you can charge a fee. And obviously the third form is prescription, what we routinely do. That's what we traditionally tend to take it in mind, that I have to charge a fee only when I prescribe medicine. It's not so. All these are forms of consultation, whether it is for education, counseling, or for prescriptions. And based on this, the law defines medicine into 3 groups: OAB. O is OTC, over-the-counter prescriptions like paracetamol, ORS, zinc, vitamin D, or multivitamins, or cough preparations. So these are list O groups. So you can prescribe this via any mode of consultation, whether it is video, audio, text, first, follow-up, any method, any mode of consultation, you can prescribe these list O medicines. There is no hindrance. List A medicines are those medicines which are to be consulted in the first consult through video, or when it is a follow-up consult, that is within 6 months for the same problem you are following up, you can prescribe those medicines. These are called list A medicines. List B is some other medicines which can be given via follow-up. So what is explicitly mentioned in the act is, like if you are prescribing an hypertensive medication, it is not under control, you are adding some medication more. So that is a follow-up medicine, list B medicine. So for that, you need not have a video consultation. For a first consultation to prescribe a list A medicine, it is essential to have a video consultation. If it is not video, it is okay to prescribe list O, that is OTC preparations, or if it is a follow-up consult, you can prescribe list B. You can't prescribe, obviously, medicines which are classified under Narcotics Act through teleconsultation. And how to handle emergency situations? Obviously, when you say I am available online, you are going to face with emergency situations. You can always advise first aid, you can counsel, and you can facilitate the referral. So for such problem, so which hospital or which doctor would be best, you can initiate a referral. And what if the doctor doesn't wish to take that call? It is an odd time of the night. So the registered medical practitioner has the liberty to attend a teleconsultation request made by the patient. It is not that you have to attend at all times through 24 hours WhatsApp calls of the patient because you have mentioned I'm available for teleconsultation. So you can have your own time. You can fix up the timing for teleconsultation also. Just as you have mentioned prescribed timing in your prescription booklet for your physical consultation, you can also have teleconsultation appointment timings. You need not be forced to attend teleconsultation request at other times or odd times. So this obviously is happening to us in-house consultation. This will also happen to you through teleconsultation. You can absolutely reject to provide teleconsultation, and even during the duty hours, it is your right to reject, especially if you can't consult over online. This condition cannot be diagnosed and treated online. So I'm refusing to treat you further. You need to in-person visit myself or other doctor or hospital. You can do that at any time. So you can terminate your teleconsultation at any point of time with obviously information to the patient that you are terminating this because this has to be attended to in person. So that right is still with us. So it is absolutely okay. Now, many of us feel once you start giving consultation over phone, this will be a hassle. That is not going to be the case. But as per this law, within 3 years, this was initiated during the pandemic time. So for now, this is the law. Within 3 years, you need not have any more certification program. But within 3 years, there will be an online program developed and made available by the Board of Governors, which was present at that time in supervision of Medical Council of India. So now NMC will probably prescribe an online program. All registered medical practitioners intending to provide teleconsultation. So if you want to continue teleconsultation, needs to complete this mandatory online course. This again will be an online course as per the law within 3 years of its notification. Right now, there is still this online program has not been developed. Once it is ready, we have to undergo an online course, which will obviously be simple and easy to understand. We have to finish that to continue doing teleconsultation. What are the limitations and drawbacks? Like any other form of technology, you will have problems and limitations. If you are not able to do teleconsultation, okay, delay, don't accept the call, delay. Sickness in children like dehydration, shock, where you need physically assessing the child, they can be missed. So it is better if you suspect some sick child or you want to physically check the child, you have to terminate the teleconsultation, informing the patient, and you are supposed to advise the patient to reach the doctor or the hospital. If the children needs admission for day 5, day 6 fever, you should assist them in securing this admission. So I have gone to the IAP, which they provided telemedicine practice in 6 easy steps. For this, you don't require much of equipment. So what do you need? You need to set up a WhatsApp business and Paytm for business. And Paytm for business is not required. So you can have now Google Pay or the Phone Pay, whatever account, that is enough. Need not be have a Paytm for business account. Still you can start your teleconsultation. WhatsApp for business, for managing consultations and appointments, it is better to have a WhatsApp for business account. Share your consultation hours with your patient. The patient takes an appointment. You send the payment procedure to them, a Google Pay link. They pay over phone. and then you initiate the video consultation, and then you prescribe. So why WhatsApp and Paytm? Paytm is just for IAP. They collaborated with Paytm. You can very well do even with the Google Pay. Why WhatsApp for business? The same phone number cannot be used to operate a regular WhatsApp and WhatsApp for business. So if your consultation WhatsApp is confused with your regular WhatsApp, where you have hundreds of unseen messages, you may not be able to operate both. So that's why it is better to have two WhatsApp accounts. Once you are ready with the accounts, that is a Google Pay account or a Paytm account and a WhatsApp for business account, you can share with your patients who are already who do have your phone numbers. You can share the that you are ready for consultation, mentioning the teleclinic details and the consultation hours. Okay, a simple message you can share over WhatsApp for business. That is the advantage of again having a WhatsApp business. You can just broadcast all the patients whom you have stored, and patient can take an appointment via phone call, SMS, WhatsApp for business. They can just take an appointment, and the doctor sends the QR code. That is the QR code for payment link, whether it is a Paytm or a Google payment. It is very easy to set up. So you can send a QR code so that they can pay the necessary payment. Once the payment is received, so you can start the WhatsApp business and you can initiate a video call. So because video is considered superior to other forms of consultation, it is better to initiate a video consultation. You can consult, end the video chat, and once the video chat is finished, you can write in your regular prescription pad and take a photograph and share it through the WhatsApp business to the patient. You can just send it to the patient with the regular prescription pad itself. So what is required is just your phone. If you have a recent mobile with two SIMs, two numbers, you can have two WhatsApp accounts, one WhatsApp business and a your WhatsApp regular account. This itself will be enough. If you have a slightly older phone or you can't have two WhatsApp accounts in the same phone, then you need to have a separate phone for WhatsApp business. That's it. So that's how you send. This is the patient, with the Dr. Somasundram's permission, I am sharing this. So it is as simple as write, click and send. So what you need is the two mobile numbers. If you can use it in the same phone also, you can do that. If otherwise, you may require two phones, a smartphone with Google Pay, Paytm or WhatsApp business, and a prescription pad, which all of us have. So without anything in investment, you can start a teleconsultation. Again, what you need to mention specifically in the prescription patient number, it is better to have an online patient number, whether it is an initial or a follow-up consult, date of birth so that the age is recorded appropriately, the weight, preferably write in capitals. Here what I've used through an app, so that comes in printed format, there is no issue. Use generic names or at least provide alternate names for medicine. Always it is better, because we are doing it through a digital way where it is recorded. It is preferable to use generic names or alternate brand names, and write always the instructions and when to review. So all those things it is mentioned to explicitly mention. So I acknowledge Dr. Somasundram, who has generously provided me these slides where I have made some changes. And seniors might think it's too late, technology is not for us. So it's not like that. It is very easy. As I said, we are all using our smartphones. With just a smartphone, most of us are using dual SIM smartphones. So that itself is enough. That camera is enough to take a prescription copy. So with your smartphone alone, you can initiate teleconsultation. In my experience, over the last these 8-9 months, what is happening is, even once you start the clinic, still patients want to continue teleconsultation. Patients, at least 10 to 20% of them are comfortable with teleconsultation, especially if they go out. Now it is not a question of not meeting doctor if you have opened your clinic, but if they go out, if they have gone to their native place, if they have just gone to mother-in-law's home, they want to continue to your consultation. So teleconsultation is a boon for retaining your patients. So retaining your practice becomes much more. If you are transferred, if you are in government practice, if you are going in a holiday, so you can practice at any place at the comfort of your home, So you can do teleconsultation. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to the organizers. I'll answer your questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Karamat, for your nice talk on teleconsultation. What are the ways it has to be done and how useful it will be for both the patient as well as for the practitioner, especially during a situation like COVID, and how it has been legalized under the current scenario by the Court of Law as well as by the National Medical Council. So one or two questions, we'll have time for that. What is the risk of software and data security in teleconsultation?
Sir, as I said in the simplest form, so where you are doing WhatsApp messages are end-to-end encrypted. So you can send your prescription to the patient. It is end-to-end encrypted. So that is perfectly okay. You are not using anything. If you are using a clinic management software, which I obviously do, as said by Karthik Annamalai, there are problems with cloud storage. So you can still do with IAP offline software. IAP Axon is an offline software. You can prescribe all those things in the computer. You can just take a screenshot and send it to the patient. So that becomes totally off the grid. There is no issue regarding data security.
What about any other medico-legal issues, sir, with regard to teleconsult? Any other issues?
Medico-legally, it is the list of drugs, sir. We have to be cautious. So the list of drugs is very small. So OTC drugs, cough preparations, ORS, vitamin D, multivitamins, paracetamol, all these can be used freely. So list of drugs in list A as mentioned in the law explicitly is very less. So few dermatological preparations, eye ointments, these are the only prescriptions available. Few BP medications, they are only worried about long-term medications. As and when the list gets updated, we'll be able to do it more. So anyway, right now we can do, sir, with OTC medicines. If cough preparations are allowed, paracetamol is allowed, multivitamin is allowed. With this, probably we can do, in my opinion, 70 to 80% of our consults.
Sir, you just mentioned about the narcotics are not allowed. What about the anti-epileptic drugs? We come across the either reduce in the dosage or adding the new drug. Can we prescribe anti-epileptic drugs in teleconsultation?
So in my opinion, you can, sir, because these are not exhaustive lists. The lists have mentioned about BP specifically, antihypertensive medications. When it is not under control, you can add or change the dosage. So especially with your previous patient. So if you have seen the patient previously, it is your own patient, so you can change the drug. So with teleconsultation, it is important to identify the patient, identification of patient. So if the patient is identified as your patient and you are prescribing, so the weight has changed, in good faith, yes, sir, you can absolutely increase the dosage.
No, the question you have mentioned about the 3 classes. Will these 3 classes are prescribed one, or you can it includes the anti-epileptic also? Drugs.
So no, sir. List A contains only 3 drugs, sir, as mentioned by them: ophthalmologic drugs, antihypertensives, and skin medications. I don't suppose that it is an exhaustive list, sir. In good faith, if you are patient, the gist is, if you are patient, if the patient is identified as your patient, you know the patient pretty well, the patient's weight has changed, so you are just doing it a follow-up consult. So you're increasing the dose. That's a gray area, but in my opinion, it should be good enough, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. Kamath sir. If the patient is in another country, will it your prescription hold good to get a medicine from other countries like antibiotics?
No, sir.
Antibiotics?
If it's a
No,
OTC
sir.
product, yes.
This
If
is
it's
banned.
OTC product, yes.
Sir. No, sir. But the law states within the jurisdiction of India. So we can't prescribe medicines when the patient is outside of India, as per the law, sir. We can't prescribe medicines. So when they are here, we are prescribing, we are giving a prescription is different, sir. When they are outside India and asking for over Skype or something, you can't prescribe as per this law. So you can't prescribe.
Thank you, sir, Karaman sir, for your nice interactive session. I think we'll go to the next session on communication, smart communication. We have Dr. Tirumurugan, our Joint Secretary, Tech Savvy, with us to talk about communication. Already he has been blasting with all forms of communication for our IAP TNSC. Now for the patient part, he is going to talk on smart communication. And I am very happy to introduce Dr. Tirumurugan, who is a senior consultant neonatologist at the Canwich Neonatal Services Padmavati Hospital, Pondicherry. He is a graduate, postgraduate from JIPMER and MRCPH from the Royal College of Pediatricians. He is a gold medalist with more than 20 text publications, contributed chapters various pediatric textbooks, and is an eminent researcher and a state academic coordinator, former professor of pediatrics in STIMS Pondicherry. So he's a young, talented personality, and definitely he will add more to our communicative skills, especially in the aspect of the smart clinic. Over to Dr. Tirumurugan.
Thank you, sir. At the outset, I would like to thank our president, Dr. Sindhil, our secretary, Dr. Suresh Balan, our treasurer, Dr. Rajendran, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan, sir, my mentor from the Smart Clinic, and Dr. Muthukumar, and who have given me the opportunity to talk about smart communication. I would like to acknowledge the contributions of sorry, sir. I would like to acknowledge the contributions of, I've taken the slides from Dr. Narmada's presentation, which I of course modified heavily to suit my style. So what I intend to do in the next kind of 20 minutes is to talk about 4 major areas. One is about to talk a little bit about the importance of communication, then give a kind of a smart framework of communication. So for those who think smart, it just is not only part of the smart clinic, it also is an acronym which gives us a smart framework for communication. And I will talk a little bit about the guidelines for effective patient communication, and of course, to ways of improving communication among medical professionals. I think a lot of us are married. How often we try to tell something compliment our wife, and then we lands up with totally in a wrong direction. Like here, in the moonlight, the guy says, "Your teeth looks just like pearls." And what does she understand? Who is Pearl? And what were you doing in the moonlight with her? Is it not something which can often happen in the communication with us in the patient? So communication is really important, isn't it? As I mean, this Tirukkural tells us that இனிய உலவாக எண்ணாத குரல் கடியிருப்ப காய் கவர்ந்தற்று. I mean, with the tribute to Dr. Senthil and his Tamil, I don't know, I'll not call it as fanatism, but really his Tamil affinity. It's something which has been talked about right long time back. Let's understand that communication is just not giving information, and unfortunately, we as doctors have really not been taught to communicate with the patients or even with our colleagues. Let's understand that communication is basically a two-way process that involves exchange of information, ideas, and of course knowledge. And we might wonder, what does a patient can tell me? Let's assure us that patient very often tells us the whole diagnosis. It's only that we need to listen to them. And of course, it's an art of speaking clearly and professionally while making sure that we are less likely to be misunderstood. And when we talk about effective communication, we need to understand that there is when we want to communicate, okay, we as a sender, we need to do it through a medium, and then of course there is a receiver, and it's a two-way process, and that's what we need to always keep in mind. Now, why does communication matter to us? Obviously, in a medical context, it is about improving the outcomes. How often don't let's think about a scenario. We have got two great doctors. One who communicates with the patient very well. Nalla patient கிட்ட பேசுறவங்க, and the other person patient எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் எரிஞ்சு விடுறவங்க. Whom do you think the patient is likely to flock? It's definitely the person who is pleasant, who gives them better information, not to the person who might be even more intelligent, but who basically just cannot communicate his information to the patients or to the relatives. Because it really helps them to kind of feel that the patient is being supported by us as doctors. Okay, and that's why it's really important. And when we have better effective communication among our colleagues, it definitely reduces the adverse effects and the medical errors. And obviously, the last but not the least, and we are living in the era of litigation. And if you look at all medical legal cases, majority of them is all about ineffective communication. We either don't document, we don't get consents, and all what we do when we don't get consents and land up in the court of law, we essentially contribute whatever we earn to the patient and the relatives, even though we may not have made a mistake. So as you could see, 70% of all sentinel adverse effects is mainly due to a communication issue. And in India alone, nearly 52 lakh medical errors are happening, and majority of them, I mean, you can imagine, nearly 40 lakh of them is basically due to ineffective communication. So what are the problems? Why don't we communicate effectively? There are some which are related to both to us doctors and as patients. Part of it is that the patient is a different culture. I have a different personality, so I just cannot be bothered. Okay. But a more important problem is that we start focusing on the self quite a lot. We are all intellectuals. Let us accept that as doctors, we are all very intelligent. And in the past, doctors have acted as though we are all gods. And that has moved on. And now, once the medical treatment came under Consumer Act, we no longer are the gods. In fact, we are more like dogs only rather than the gods. So but unfortunately, we have continued focusing on ourselves, and that has landed up in the trouble. And there is always the bias of perception, isn't it? Some patient walks in and they think, oh, this fellow doesn't understand, or he's a troublemaker. And then sometimes we start saying, okay, no, this fellow knows. I don't need to tell him everything. Just because he might be a computer professional, he might be a Google doctor, and still we decide that we don't need to give him the information necessary. And of course, it's a question of environment as well. The busy OPD, middle of the OPD with hardly privacy, it is difficult to talk to people as well. And again, about the time. And last but not the least is about language. I think till we are within these boundaries of the state, it's not a problem. But if you move out of Tamil Nadu, it's always going to be an issue. And then there are some which are patient-related barriers, like patients themselves don't want you to tell a difficult topic, okay, or a difficult statement. For example, when you talk about a critical illness, they don't want to talk to you about death. நம்ம எல்லாம் உட்காந்து சொல்லுவோம், பேஷண்ட் இந்த காம்ப்ளிகேஷன் இருக்கு, அந்த காம்ப்ளிகேஷன் இருக்கு, இதெல்லாம் சொல்லுவோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்க கேட்கிற கேள்வி, சார் வேற ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லைல்ல சார், அப்படியே போய் தலையை எங்கேயா முட்டிக்கலாம் போல இருக்கும் இல்லைங்களா? So I mean, how many of us have faced this problem? And so patients, they don't want to face the truth at times, and it is our job to effectively communicate. I mean, we have to be empathetic and then communicate. So of course, they might be shy, there might be confusion, and please remember that most patients are in a state of shock. They don't expect themselves to be that sick. They might be well the previous day, and the next day morning they are totally stuck. And of course, we as doctors, there's a very, very big problem. Of course, now NMC and previous the S12 MCA and now the NMC has brought in modules to teach students about communication skills. But most of us who are practicing, we have never been taught. I mean, I was really, really bad till I went to UK and learned. And then it's there I realized how bad my communication skills were. And I'm sure a lot of us belong to my category only. And as said, there's hardly any training, and there's lack of knowledge about the condition itself. And of course, we are worried that if we tell, everything, the patient may not either agree with the treatment which we are offering. They might move on from to us to somebody else, or they might start questioning us, and I just don't think we have the time to explain it to them. And last but not the least, we are all stressed out, isn't it? And it never is easy to communicate when we ourselves have done a 12-hour shift, and then wait, another 50 patients are waiting outside the OPD, and patient has got the smallest of the doubt. Sir, ராத்திரிலாம் குழந்தை அழுகுது, நான் என்ன பண்றது, நான் என்னையா பண்றது, something like that. Okay, isn't it? So what are the good features of a communicator? I mean, features of a good communicator. One is they need to be interactive. They need to be dynamic in the sense that we need to respond to what the patient is saying. Okay, and try to figure out what he's trying to convey. And they might say something, and then the whole meaning might be something else. Okay, and we need to. Oops, sorry. So we need to reduce uncertainty. In other words, we need to be concrete about what we need to say. And we don't need to kind of beat around the bush. Sometimes you need to go in, walk in, and then straight say, fine, your child is sick or your child is well. There's nothing to worry, or either way. Okay. And this is something very important, and it really is helpful. Before you try to talk to a patient, we need to plan it to ourselves. It might be 2 sentences, but those 2 sentences have to be planned, and it has to be purposeful. So it's not how much time we need, but it is just how well we use the time we have to give a good communication. And most important at the end of it is I think we are all very sensitive about criticism. And it's really important when somebody can tell us, whatever you said is not great. Okay, fine. The way you told, or that language, or you're just not clear in what you told. Just feel happy because they have helped you to become better. So what is this acronym SMART? As a communication framework. Now, let me ask you a simple question. Why do I need a communication plan or a framework? It's basically to helps us to reach our goals. We need to try to figure out what I want to do. Okay, fine. I've got 5 minutes with this patient. What do I want to tell him? Do I want to talk about his illness? Do I want to talk about his prognosis? Do I want to talk about his treatment? And that's what I need to decide. Okay. And obviously, we need to make sure that everybody is involved. Okay, it's just not only the child or the mother. And then after the mother goes, you will then find 10 fellows walking in. The aunt, uncle, friend, godfather, godmother. So we need to make sure and to have the stakeholders. And it is important that we will be able to give consistent message to each and every one of them. And that is something very important. And of course, to create an opportunity for action and to feedback. And feedback forms a very important part of any effective communication. So what is SMART? So, and I want to do it, all I need to do is think about being smart, and then one is being specific. Second is, it has to be measurable. What I'm going to tell has to be clear and it has to be measurable. It just cannot be abstract and beat around the bush and then say, see, your child might survive, your child might die, he might become better, he may not become better. We need to be a lot more clear and whatever I say has to be attainable. So, and then it has to be results oriented. Again, we are running short of time. We just can't be talking about everything which is going on. And finally, we have to be time conscious. So let me just go through each and every one of them. So specific. So whom I need to talk to when I talk about being specific? Okay, who are all the people I want to get in? And then what do I want to talk to? So as said, do I want to talk about the treatment or the prognosis or the diagnosis, whatnot? Where do we want to talk about? Okay, it is always important to talk to in a place where there is a lot of privacy. Very many of us have the bad habit of talking in the corridor to the patient because the patient just catches hold of us there. But please remember that it can get us into a lot of trouble because the other patients might overhear us, and that might not be the best thing to do. And of course, the time we might have to have a specific time where we can have conversation. In my practice, I always tell the parents 9 o'clock or 9:30 in the morning after the rounds is the best time. I'm happy to get you into my room and sit and talk, and something like that. And of course, we need to decide on what are the things you need to talk, why we want to talk about it. Okay, so by talking to them, it really just now, I mean, this thing, it helps I just spoke to a patient about every term who is in my unit. and what are the problems the child could have. And it kind of helps them to understand what is going on, because one moment you'll say the child is fine, and the next moment you'll say the child is really sick, had developed an apnea or infection, and then it can create a lot of havoc. Of course, it is important that we need to measurable and measure our communication. In other words, what we need to do is we need to find out what they have said, what we have said as really the parents or the relatives have understood. And that can be something which can be done halfway through your communication. For example, you're talking about it and then you stop and then say, what did you understand? Okay, நான் என்ன சொல்றேன்னு உங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சுதா? And then they'll say, இல்ல டாக்டர் ஒண்ணுமே புரியல, நீங்க என்ன பேசுறீங்கன்னு எனக்கு புரியல. Or they'll say, இல்ல சார் எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுது. எல்லாம் புரிஞ்சுதுன்னு சொன்னாங்கன்னா, the next thing to do is, fine, you tell me what you understood. And then you kind of get a feedback. Okay, so we have to measure what communication which we are doing. Of course, delayed is when they finish, you can get a feedback from them later on. And our goals, whatever we wanted to talk, has to be attainable. Please remember that we don't need to talk about everything. We don't need to give them a big lecture of the etiopathologist, pathogenesis, clinical features and investigation and management of a particular condition. We need to talk what is necessary, and please remember that will depend upon the pre-existing knowledge of the patient. For example, if we are talking to a doctor parent, we may not need to talk in detail about some of the conditions because they might already know. For an IT professional, it can be different. Of course, they can have very wrong perception, and of course, if it is going to be relatively a person with a low education level, you might have to talk accordingly to them. So it's always about quality of our communication and versus quantity, how much we want to talk about. And then it has to be results oriented. Now, what do I mean by it is, see, the whole idea of communicating is, even if you talk 2 points, it has to, the other person has to understand. If you cannot get them to understand what we say, then there's no point in us having a communication session at all. So we can obviously ask them to give a feedback, and later on, namakey theriyum, just sit back and realize, and then they think about what we have spoken to them, and then we'll realize that we didn't do great with the patient. And if we have done a mistake, it is better to admit than to fix it and not defending it, and that actually makes it really worse in any communication. And last but not the least is, we have to be time conscious. Okay, so we need to, if we just can't talk within the time frame, I don't think we are effectively communicating, because then we'll end up would be to spend with a whole day with one patient. And last but not the least is to make sure that the audience have time to understand and to reflect upon what we have just said. Okay, so now that we have got a framework, let's think about how to use it to communicate with the patients effectively. Now, this is what George Bernard G.B. Shaw has told. The single biggest problem with communication is the illusion that it has taken place. We always assume that we have told something, whereas the other person has understood. Now, please remember that in any communication, we have 2 parts. One is to speaking, and of course, the most important part is to listening. And when we talk about the information delivery, there is always a content, that is the what we actually message we want to say, but not only that, but also the context, how we deliver. And I always tell, see, I keep laughing. நம்ம ஃப்ரெண்ட பார்த்துட்டு நம்ம வந்து we can just say, உனக்கு கொல்ல போறேன்டா அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம்னு வச்சுங்க, ஏன் போட உனக்கு வேற வேலையே கிடையாது அப்படின்னுவாங்க. பட் இஃப் இஸ் சேம் திங், ஒரு கோபம் ஆக்ரோஷமா போய் உன்னை சாவடிக்க போறேன்டா கொல்ல போறேன்னு சொன்னா, just see the same message delivered in 2 different contexts has got 2 different meaning, sorry. And then that fellow might give a complaint against us in the police station. So always remember that we need to be clear, complete, concise, concrete, and correct. I mean, our information has to be accurate when we talk about any form of communication. So in a context, as I said, no, the way we deliver is far more important. I think that's where we struggle. We are pretty good at giving the information, but we are really pathetic at doing the context. Okay, how the patient sits. The ideal patient is, they should be not too close, yet not too far. Okay, they should be, our posture should be upright. We should try to look into their eyes and then talk, and avoid physical contact. It depends. Okay, all those things. And of course, our facial expressions are really more important. Okay. And then it's like the patient keeps talking, you're not interested, we are looking at our mobile or our laptop. Not long back, I had a patient who came back for the first time, and I use one of those digital softwares designed by myself. So I thought I did a wonderful history, type பண்ணி எல்லாம் முடிச்சு அவன் கையில கொடுத்த பிரிண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்டான். அதுக்கப்புறம் அந்த அம்மா என்கிட்ட ஒரே ஒரு வார்த்தை தான் சொல்லிச்சு, சார் நீங்க என்னென்னமோ இப்ப கேட்டீங்க, என்னமோ டைப் கம்ப்யூட்டர்லயே பார்த்துட்டே இருந்தீங்க, ஆனா நீங்க என்ன பண்ணீங்கன்னு தான் எனக்கு புரியல அப்படின்ட்டு. I basically failed in the whole appointment there, isn't it? So yeah. So the foundations of effective communication, we need to have an active listening, which means we are hearing for a meaning, and it obviously means that we need not agree with everything the other fellow sees. Okay, but still we listen to what he says. So we need to set up a goal at the beginning of the conversation. We depends upon both the content and the context. And as said, we don't need to tell everything. At the time, initially, when we, let's say a child has got a very bad diagnosis of, let's say, malignancy or something like that. The first time we just need to break that it is malignancy. We don't need to talk about the complications, the treatment, how long it goes on, everything. And most important is to listen actively and obviously always get the feedback. Find out what they've understood. And definitely do not overdo any one aspect. Okay. And obviously it has to be in a room with good lighting, as much as possible with adequate privacy. And most important is, which we are all very bad at, is to switch off our phones and mobiles, particularly we are talking something which is very important. And obviously we need to introduce ourselves if we are not familiar with the patients, and clarify our role, make sure that this thing, try to have some establish a bit of rapport. It's as simple as that. You look at the child and say, குழந்தை பார்த்தா நல்லா இருக்குது, or உங்க dress நல்லா இருக்கு, something like that. Actually it really helps. என்ன ஸ்கூல்ல நல்லா படிக்கிறாங்களா, simple 1 or 2 words makes wonders with breaking the ice. And of course, if they are talking about a sad story, don't keep laughing or act as though you're just not bothered about it. And always it's really important to look into the eyes. And I'll assure you, maintaining eye contact is not easy. And I struggled a lot of time till I figured out how to look into their eyes, because staring into somebody's eyes is not easy. So I figured, in fact, I read it through one of the books actually. You don't look into the eyes, you try to look somewhere in between the eyes actually, and not exactly at the eyes. It looks like you are maintaining good eye contact. And of course, if you know the child's name, try to address the child by the name. Okay, and of course, parents, மரியாதை கொடுத்து பேசணும், வேற ஒண்ணும் கிடையாது. நீ வா போலாம் பேசுறவங்க நிறைய டாக்டர்ஸ் பார்த்திருக்கோம். We don't want that. And always never make assumptions about what they know or what they don't know. Okay. And in that context, now one thing which we often do in our history taking, with the students, is we are all told pediatric history reliability. Okay, that is probably something we should do away with, because we never know if the history is reliable or not, because we are making an assumption there. But anyhow, that is a different story altogether. And when they are talking, always allow them to talk, and then don't stop kind of interfering in between. Definitely, one thing we should never do is to argue with our parents, and that's a recipe for disaster. Okay, just because they get, they can say, I know the MP minister, right? Okay, நல்ல சந்தோஷங்க, இந்த குழந்தை பத்தி இப்படி இருக்கு, நீங்க இதை பத்தி யோசிச்சுட்டு வந்து சொல்லுங்க அப்படி, something like that, rather than to say உனக்கு எம்பி தெரியும்னா எனக்கு சீஃப் மினிஸ்டர் தெரியும், எனக்கு பிரைம் மினிஸ்டர் தெரியும்னு சொல்றது இல்ல. And I said, be very clear and always give some time. Okay, don't keep giving information overload that they don't even know what is happening, and react to be empathetic. I'm just going to skip this slide because we are running short of time. Okay, fine. So after we have done all this, okay, find out what they've understood. என்னமா புரிஞ்சுதா, என்ன புரிஞ்சுது அப்படின்னு கேட்டீங்கனாலே எல்லாமே தெரிஞ்சிடும். நீங்க சொன்னது அர்த்தம் இருக்கா இல்லையான்ட்டு. அவங்களுக்கு தெரியலனா then try to kind of summarize, இந்த மருந்து ஒழுங்கா சாப்பிடணும், இல்ல இந்த ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் இப்படி இருக்கு, நீங்க maybe, and tell them that you can always come back later and then talk to you. It works wonders. And if they want anything else, you can always ask. And definitely end, always thank them. Okay, நன்றி நான் கேட்டதுக்கு, okay, next time you come back. It works. What you cannot do is to lose your temper or raise your voice. label a patient as difficult. We do that very often, isn't it? And ignore that the problem and will go away. And that is something which we all do, isn't it? Sometimes we ourselves don't face the problem. If there is a problem, the child becomes sick. We don't want to tell it to the parent till it becomes so critical. And then the patient next day comes in and then says, my child was all right. Now the child is dead. And then we are in severe trouble. Okay. So definitely do not engage in any kind of unethical contact. Like patient, security, I think is something which should be avoided. Now that's pretty much about what we do about. I'm coming to the last part of my slide actually. How can we do a good communication? I mean, communicate very well with our colleagues. That could be our nursing personnel, could be our other doctors, junior colleagues, seniors, or whatnot. More often than not, this is a situation, particularly juniors when the seniors he might come in with a sick child, a child who is very sick, and what do they? We are very busy with something else.
One more minute.
We say, why can't you explain the problem very clearly? And that is the situation. So one of the beautiful ways of doing it is there are two ways which we can do it. One is to use something called as a S-bar tool. It basically is a technique for communicating critical information that requires immediate attention and action concerning a patient's condition. So now what is an S-bar? It's basically situation, background, assessment, and then a request. What is the situation? How do we go about it? So you start with saying that what is going on with the patient. So I'm calling about Mr. So-and-so. Okay, his chief complaint now is shortness of breath, which is of sudden onset. And then you give a background. This patient is basically a 60-year-old female with a post-op day one. There was no previous history of heart disease. So that kind of gives us a picture of, we can kind of visualize what is going on. Have I seen this patient? Okay, do I expect a problem or not, or something like that? So, and then no, we kind of say, fine, I've looked at this patient. I think that there is breath sounds which are decreased on the right side. So maybe it could be a pneumothorax. And then what would I say? I strongly
question time
now and then whatnot. Okay. So that is a fairly good way of talking about a critical patient. We have all done this. Only thing is we just not structured it. So it is very useful to have a structured format like that. When we are doing a routine handover, the other way to use, the other tool to use is something called as a data, which is basically demographics, assessment, tests, alerts, and then of course the status of the patient. Now, if we don't communicate properly, this is what can happen. So the surgeon wants basically to clamp an artery or something like that and see what the assistant has brought in. He says, you just said clamp, and then so he brought a clamp. Please remember that if you cannot explain it simply, you have not understood it well enough. So if we are not unsure, that's where we become very superfluous. So I think we need to try to have a framework, the SMART framework, which is very useful, and then try to communicate effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Thirumurugan, for your nice talk on communication, especially in the smart clinic. And you have nicely pointed out that over the decades that most of us have come down on communicative skills because of our more emphasis on knowledge and management like that. So definitely communication has played a major role in preventing many of the medical legal issues which we are facing nowadays, and NMC has already taken up it in a nice way. And even the NABH and many of the accreditation, quality accreditation processes, they have categorically emphasized the importance of communication, especially documented communication, because most of the time we think that verbal communication is enough. But in this era of medical legal cases and issues, how far you are going to emphasize on the importance of documented communication in the smart clinics, especially with regard to vaccination and many of the day-to-day office practice.
Thank you, sir.
Questions?
Questions sir. Questions.
Okay. Well, then we'll go to the next session, which is an important session, and with two stalwarts, the past president of IAP TNSC, Dr. Thirumalai Kolandu, will speak on smart investments, which is a very hot topic. And then Dr. Janani Shankar will talk about need for the basic life support. So this session will be chaired by Dr. V.K. Kadiravan, President, IAP Madurai. Dr. Kadiravan, you're there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please take over.
Yes. So first, I would like to thank our President, Secretary, and Treasurer of our Tamil Nadu State Chapter for giving me an opportunity to be the moderator, sir.
Dr. Thirumalai Kolandu needs no introduction, and he has been as the backbone of IAP TNSE for the past 7 to 8 years, and from the secretary, and after finishing his presidentship, he has been there with us, and now he's going to talk about financial planning for Smart Clinic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
See, we are going to see the entire personal finance within 30 minutes. If I exceed little 1 or 2 minutes, kindly bear with me, because usually Janani Madam used to give 5 minutes of her time to me. So I can take back 5 minutes from her. So I'm going to start with basics. See, generally our pediatric practice or any practice is slowly coming down year after year. There are so many reasons. Number of specialists, they are all coming up every year in a lot of numbers. A lot of hospitals have increased. Government setup has become very good now. So slowly it is coming down the practice of late. See, when I started my practice at Palangotai in 1980, it was just 6 doctors in our area. Now there are about 160 practitioners in the same area. So this is the cause for slow declining of the pediatric practice. See, one day, a owner of a retail multi-branded shop, he came to me for treatment of his daughter. ரொம்ப காலமா எனக்கு பழக்கமான ஆள், 15 வருஷமா பழக்கமான ஆளு. சில சமயம் சில வில்லங்கமான கேள்விகளும் கேட்பாரு. ஒரு நாள் கேட்டாரு, டாக்டர் உங்களுக்கு தினம் எவ்வளவு உங்களுக்கு வருவாய் அப்படின்னு கேட்டாரு. உண்மையை சொல்றதா போய் சொல்றதா, உண்மையை சொன்னோம்னா ரொம்ப தப்பா நினைச்சிருவாரோ, ரொம்ப கீழே நினைச்சிருவாரோட்டு யோசனையா இருக்கிறப்போ அவர் என்ன சொன்னாருன்னா, டாக்டர் நீங்க எவ்வளவு வேணாலும் இருக்கட்டுமே, நீங்க ஏர்ன் பண்றத நான் 2 பெரிய டிவி வித்து ஏர்ன் பண்ணிடுவேன் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாரு. நிச்சயமா அவர் சொல்றது உண்மைதான். So what we are putting our work, more number of hours we are putting, but the money we are earning is very less. And to add salt to the injury, the COVID has arrived. And not only the other lessons, the medical lessons, financial lessons also, a lot of lessons we learned from COVID. Number one lesson, your clinic income should be one of the source of income, not the only source of income. Because so many months we have closed our clinic. So it should be one of the source of income. Number two, you have to be very careful in the way in which you just invest your money. Saving, it's important, but investing is more important. Third thing, if you are debt-free and cash-rich, you are going to be very safe. Even companies, you take debt-free companies, cash-rich companies, they are surviving any bitter conditions. Similarly, if you are debt-free and cash-rich, you are going to survive. Then, we are going to see one by one how to increase our revenue. So first of all, we have to make our clinic a financially smart clinic. Number two, we have to learn 3 mantra. What are the 3 mantra? Your money should earn money. Whatever money you earned, you put it in the field. It should earn more money. Then you can sleep, but your money should not sleep. Even during sleep, your money should be earning. Number 3, even for a single day, your money should not lying idle. So I've seen people who put 10 lakhs in SB account for years together. No, it is a colossal waste. Your money should not be lying idle for even a single day. Then next part we are going, how to invest wisely. We are going to choose the mutual funds. Number 3, see, even though we are not able to directly enter into business, indirectly we are going to enter into the business, that is investing in shares. Then we are going to reorganize our loans. If you know all these things, it's entire personal finance is over. Then we will see how to set up a smart clinic. See, clinic, there is a Damocles sword hanging over our clinic. What is this? See, there are increased facilities in government setup. Now, a lot of government hospitals, they are looking like star hotels. So it is a lot of facilities are increasing. More and more people are going there. Lot of newborn cases are going to government setup. And government regulations are coming. When I started my practice in 1980, a table, chair, and a steth and BP apparatus was essential, was most needed. Now it is not so. Lot of things are needed. Lot of regulations are there, and corporates are coming in. Even tier 2 cities, they are coming and dominating. Lot of so these are all problems with our clinics. Then how we are going to improve revenue of our OPD? The primary thing is the satisfaction. Without the satisfaction of the patient, nothing is possible. Then in our OPD, you have to use the space ideally. Don't waste the space. Space utilization is very important. Then you can provide some extended service in your clinic, and you can go for some diversification. We'll see one by one. See, when you are going to set up your OPD, you are going to set up like this: your registration and billing counter, multiple consultations, diagnostic, pharmacy, allied facilities, innovative facilities. So if your OPD has got all these things, then your OPD is going to be a money spinning one. See one by one. So why we should have multiple consultation room? Because there is a chance for cross reference. One person will refer to another person, cross reference. Your pharmacy sales will increase, your laboratory income will increase, and your OPD will have a busy outlook, and you can have manpower pooling also. See that there is a beam boy standing, he is very much needed nowadays, preventing from physical assault. So manpower pooling is also possible. Then diagnostics, you can have your own lab or you can franchise your lab. You can have small things like ultrasound scan, auditory testing, small diagnostics. Small things will fetch a lot of income. You open all the doors, all the windows, let the money flow in. So that is very important. Clinical lab, you see very small space. You are going to invest very small amount, 4 to 5 lakhs only. But the profit you are getting is more than 100%. So a lot of profit in clinical lab. Similarly, OPD pharmacy, you do only ethical practice. It is highly profitable, very small capital, very small space, a good pharmacist enough. Like see this profit margin for standard drugs, the profit margin is 25 to 30%. For generic, it is 50 to 300%. Similarly for surgicals, food supplements 50%. So huge profit margin is there in pharmacy. Then you can have some allied facilities in your OPD. You can have a daycare center, early intervention center, special coaching for LD children. A lot of obese children are coming nowadays. So obesity clinic you can conduct. Semi-emergency room, morning they can come have a drip or something. They can leave in the evening for diarrheal illness. And you can have mini operation theatre. Morning, they need the surgery, mini surgeries. They can do it. They can go back in the evening. So these are all some allied facilities you can have in your OPD. Then, if you go for little innovative facilities in OPD, you can give few floors for rental. You can have a medical spa, yoga center, meditation center, gym, whatnot. Everything you can have. If you're having all these things in your OPD, it is going to look like this. See, when you are getting bored, you just go for a walk, will be refurbished. Then, leave alone our OPD. You can become an entrepreneur also. So you can chart a chain of hospitals, diagnostics, pharmacy, telemedicine, paramedical course, NEET coaching center. There are so many things are there. So you can go into that. You are no way inferior to any businessman. Only thing we find no time for entering into all these things. So if you make the time available, you can become an entrepreneur also. Now, from making our clinic into smart one, now we are going to enter into the personal finance. So when I enter into the personal finance, it has got two sides of the coin. One side of the coin is the wealth creation. You are going to create wealth. Second side of the coin is the wealth protection. You are going to protect the wealth you are earning. So these are the two sides of the coin. This is the cardinal rule of wealth creation. First, understand about the basic finance. Then plan. What are all your short-term goals? Like buying a house, buying a car, these are all short-term goals. What are your long-term goals? Son or daughter's marriage, education, your retirement, long-term goals. So you plan, then you start executing. For short-term goals, what are the things we have to invest? For long-term goals, what are the things we have to invest? You execute, start executing. Then periodically you monitor your investment, whether it is fetching the required interest or dividend, then monitor and adjust your investment. So these are all the cardinal rules of wealth creation. And how to become financially wealthy or savvy? Say, number one, you understand some basics about the finance. Number two, you invest wisely, that is investing in mutual funds. Number three, you enter into business, that is entering into the share market. So these are all the three important things which we are going to do in our life. First, let us understand the 6 basic things in finance. First, know your assets and liability. Number two, power of compounding. What is the importance to start to stay earlier? What is the role of budget? And what is the role of financial advisor? What is financial independence? We are going to see one by one. See, this is assets and liabilities. So you have got cash, fixed deposit, GPF, EPF, gold, jewelries, mutual fund. These are all assets. And you've got car loan, housing loan, pending credit card loan. So many loans are there. These are all liabilities. If your liabilities are more than your assets, you are heading for a danger. Immediately, you have to do something to take care of your finance. If your assets are multiple times more than your liabilities, you are safe. So this is the first homework which you have to do in your personal finance. Number two, you have to understand about the power of compounding. This is a very great thing. See, Albert Einstein, we all know it's a great scientist. He called this power of compounding as the 8th wonder of the world. It is nothing. You are putting 100 rupees in fixed deposit this year. Next year, it is going to fetch 6 rupees as interest. So next year, you are investing this 106 rupees. So the second year, you are going to get interest for 106 rupees. So this is power of compounding. So you apply the small rule of 15. You are investing 15,000 rupees for 15 years every month for 15 years at 15% interest. You are totally saving 27 lakhs. That 27 lakhs is going to become 1 crore. Same thing, instead of 15 years, you are going to save for 30 years. See, power of compounding, how it plays a role. You will think instead of 1 crore, you will be having 2 crores. No. Instead of 1 crore, you are going to have 10 crores. This is power of compounding. Never forget, this is very important. Then, why you have to start to save earlier? If you lose 5 years, it is lost. See, A and B are saving. A is 25 and B is 35 years. A is saving 10,000, B is saving 15,000. Both are investing at 15%. Up to 55 years of age, they are saving. And totally, both have saved only 36 lakhs. But only advantage, A has started saving 10 years earlier. So the accumulated corpus for A is 7 crores. B is only 3 crores. So this is the importance of saving, starting to save earlier in life. Then, whenever you save, whenever you invest, just think about this one thing. Your post-tax return should beat the inflation. For example, you put your money in fixed deposit at 5% interest. After paying income tax, you are going to get only 3.5% interest. But inflation is more than 6% now. So what is going to happen? 100 rupees you are invested in your FD. Next year, the value of the money is going to become 97.5 rupees. So your money is degrowing. So post-tax returns of your investment, unless it beats the inflation, it is of no use. Then, role of budgeting. We are going for budgeting. You apply this 50, 20, 30 rule. 20 will come first. 20% of your carry home pay you save and invest. That is first thing. And 50% you allot for housing, utilities, groceries, and other things. 30% for your lifetime choice, like traveling abroad, traveling indoor, and going out, eating, cinema, enjoying life. All these things you use 30%. This is budgeting. Yeah. A financial advisor is he can match your asset and liabilities. What is the short-term and long-term goals? How to invest for that? Which mutual fund share you have to choose? how to reorganize your term loans. And another important thing, we commonly make mistakes in choosing the insurance product. It can guide you in choosing a correct insurance product. In hospital management also, he can do some help. So it is very important to have a financial advisor. Then finally, we are coming for financial independence. What is financial independence? You've got income, you've got expense, and more than the expense, you are saving something, creating assets. From the assets, you are getting income, that is adding to the income. Then you are getting a lot of loans for this, you are paying interest. These are all liabilities. It is adding to the expense. If the income from your assets can take care of your monthly expenses, even though there is no job for you, that means you are attained financial independence. Then you can retire. You have to aim for your retirement at the age of 50 or 55. I mean, I don't say that you should not see cases after that. You can see cases, but it is only for the pleasure of our profession, not for money. So you have to attain financial independence at the age of 50 or 55. You can have a lot of time, you can travel abroad, you can enjoy life, you can go for second honeymoon also, the same person or different person. And highest pleasurable thing for a man is enjoying life with your grandchildren. Nothing can match this. Then we are going for a road to health, mutual funds and shares. There will be short in each one. See, mutual fund, you are going to invest in a mutual fund. Just remember 4 or 5 things. It is a long-term investment. 7 to 10 years, it's a better investment, not for short-term investment. And when you invest, you will be investing, whoever asks you to invest in a mutual fund, you will be investing. That is a wrong way of doing. Never listen to any person. Never diversify too much. Just invest in 5 to 7 funds. That too, you should not invest as a lump sum money in mutual fund. You have to go only for the systematic investment plan route. Never put money all at one time. Then when you choose the options, you always choose the open-ended funds and growth option. If you keep the thing for 1 year, equity mutual fund, if you keep for 1 year, you need not for income tax, you can pay only as a long-term capital gains. So these are all some advantage of mutual fund. Next slide is now it is available, best mutual funds are present available in the market. So how you have to diversify, you can have large cap fund 2 or large and mid cap fund 1 or multi-cap or flexi-cap fund 1 and mid-cap fund 1. And if you need ATC benefit, you can have 1 ELSS. So these are all the funds necessary for us, no more than 5 to 7 funds. Then we are going to invest in shares. Share market, as you think, it is not risky. If you enter into the share market without basic knowledge, then only it is risky. If you want to become rich, you have to enter into the share market. That too, young people never shy away from shares. Then you enter into the share market. I myself created a model to make money in the shares. That is what is called nectar can investment. I don't have any time to talk now. If I get another chance, I will talk about the nectar can investment. See, before entering into the share, you classify yourself whether you are going to be a passive investor or active investor. If you are a passive investor, you don't have any time at all. You don't have time to read the magazines. You don't have time to spend to your family also. Yet you want to invest in shares and you want to invest decent returns of 12%. If you are an active investor, you've got some time to analyze. You expect more returns of 15 to 20%. If you are a passive investor, very simple. You just put your money in the index fund, like Nifty 50. Nifty 50 is nothing but your money is going to be invested in the top 50 companies which make up the Nifty. So very simple. You put the money, they will invest in the top 50 companies. So whenever Sensex goes down, you buy 500 to 100 to 200 units of Nifty Bs for years together. I am doing it for the past 15 years. Minimum interest I am getting is 12%. Then active investor, you are going to be active investor. You select best 6 to 7 sectors, and each sector 1 or 2 best companies. You select 10 to 15 companies. So whenever Sensex goes down by 500 to 1,000 points, you buy 5 to 10 shares. If the price is very low, you can buy even 50 to 100 shares. Every time when Sensex goes down, you continue this for 15 years. If you have not become rich, you can ask me. These are all my favorite shares. I don't say best shares. These are all my favorite shares. Then we are going for wealth protection. If we need financial security, life security, health security, professional security, home security. All these securities are comes under wealth protection. One word each. Financial protection, at any time you may need to stop our work. So 6 months of your income, you invest in liquid fund, mutual fund. 6 months of your expense, you invest in the liquid fund. For life security, don't take any insurance other than term insurance. Plain term insurance, 10 to 15 times of your annual income plus your liabilities. Similarly, health security, you always take a family floater, minimum for 10 lakhs and top up or super top up for 15 lakhs. Then professional security, all of us are having indemnity insurance. House protection, for a small amount, you can take a home insurance. Especially people at Chennai, they need home insurance. Then we are going to the last part, reorganizing your debt. Debt is one thing. See, when you go to a bank, if you say you are a doctor, immediately that manager will sanction a loan because they know very well that we are people who promptly pay the loan. At the same time, if you say you are a police officer or lawyer, he will never give loan. So we are very good people who can get any loan from anybody at any time. See, if you are going to get 1 crore loan, what is going to happen? If you are going to pay it in 10 years, you are totally paying 1.57 crores. If you are paying the 1 crore loan in 25 years, you are paying 2.7 crores. For 1 crore loan, you are paying 1.7 crores as interest. So this huge interest you are losing. Then how to reorganize your loan? Very simple. You increase your EMI by 5% every year. 20 years loan will end by 12 years. If you increase the EMI by 10% every year, 20 years loan will enter by 9 years. End by 9 years. If somebody has offered you loan for 11.75%, somebody else is offering for 9.9%, and remaining loan period is 18 years, just switch over. You will be saving 52 EMIs. So this is reorganizing your loan. Then final part we are coming. This I fondly call it as a 2 minutes module. This one slide will contain the entire thing about the personal finance. See, number one, to take plain term insurance, 10 to 15 times of your annual income plus liability. Health insurance, minimum 10 lakhs, top of 15 lakhs. Then in fixed income securities like fixed deposit, post office scheme, debt funds, liquid funds. What is our age? If we are 30 years, we invest 30% here. If we are 60 years, invest 60% here. Then gold. If you are going to buy gold, only buy as a paper gold ETF or sovereign gold bond. Never invest more than 5 to 10% in gold. Ornamental gold is a waste. Never think it is an investment. Then regarding real estate, if you want to buy the first flat, no hesitation. If you want to buy the second flat, think twice, thrice, don't buy. Flat is a waste. More than one flat, never buy. Then mutual fund, I told you, 5 to 7 funds. And shares, I told you, select 10 to 15 best companies or passive investor Nifty Bs. You just, whenever Sensex falls, you buy and accumulate shares. Then income tax. For ATC benefit, best thing is ELSS and PPF. And you can have some tax-free returns. PPF is tax-free interest. Suganya Samriddhi Yojana, which can be invested in a girl child less than 10 years of age. It is a tax-free income. Some tax-free bonds also there. If your wife is in the lower tax bracket, you can give some gift to her, and you can make that. And you can, if even you can start a Hindu undivided family account. Thereby, you can reduce your income tax. No auditor will tell you about HUF unless you ask him. Then, finally, is one of the investment genius of our time, Warren Buffett. He started investing in shares at the age of 11 years when we were all playing goalie and kittipal. He was playing with shares, and at the age of 11 years, he says 2 rules. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. So these are all famous words. Then finally, some promotional material. So I wrote so far 5 books on investment. Wise investment, everything about personal finance, investment in shares, basic things about shares, investment in mutual funds, and art of choosing the ideal insurance, everything about the insurance. Then finally, a Tamil book called Muttana Mudalidigal, which is a Tamil translation of wise investment. Then See, if you aim properly, you are never going to miss the target. That too, if you are lucky to have a teacher like this, you are never going to miss the target. So thank you very much. I think I concluded in the correct time.
1 more minute.
Oh, thank you, I finished.
Thank you, sir. Sir, Dr. Kadaravan, please see if there are any questions.
No questions, sir.
Okay.
Any question they can WhatsApp to my number, sir. They can WhatsApp to my number. I will answer them. Any questions?
Please give your comments, and we can go to the next session.
Yes, sir. We can go next session, sir.
Okay, Dr. Janani will be our next speaker. She is our Central EB member for 2021 from Tamil Nadu. A senior consultant from Kanji Kamakodi Child Trust Hospital. A well-known academician. Over to you, madam. Welcome, Dr. Janani. Can you go for the slideshow, madam? Thank you. Madam, you are not audible. Your audio is not reaching us.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Now it is okay.
Yeah. So the next 15 minutes, I'll try to go through why basic life support is important. So why do we need to be trained? Because majority of the cardiac arrests occur. Majority of cardiac arrests occur at home and is witnessed in 85% of cases. And chances of survival decreases at least by 17% every minute that you delay. And the affected cardiac muscle becomes painful and does not contribute to pumping of the blood. And cessation of blood supply to brain results in unresponsiveness. Who can be trained? Anyone who has the interest and willingness to learn can be trained. If you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. And if you're determined to learn, no one can stop you. The steps to deliver CPR, according to the recent 2020 guidelines, identify the arrest situation and call for help and activate the emergency response system once you identify an arrest situation, and start off with high quality chest compressions and rescue breathing. And if there is an AED that is available, you can use it to deliver shock immediately, followed by chest compressions. And you also have to look for circumstantial evidence of drug abuse or toxicity and administer antidote if needed, because when you have an unwitnessed arrest, you should always suspect whether it was a snake bite or a drug poisoning or a suicidal tendency. So look for any empty bottles that is lying close by, or try to smell the person. If you can smell out any common poison, you can always start off the suitable antidote. The current guidelines also stress the use of mobile phones or social media to activate the emergency response system. And always activate the emergency response system without leaving the victim's side in the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest scenario. So CPR is as easy as compressions, airway, and breathing. And one should remember that whatever CPR you deliver should be a high-quality CPR. And there are a few criteria to call it high-quality CPR. One should push hard and push fast, and depth is at least 2 inches, and the rate should be at least 120 per minute. And always allow the chest to recoil after each compression with minimal interruption, and always remember to avoid excessive ventilation. The rates and depths vary in adults, children, and infants. The rate is always 120 per minute, but the depth varies. In adults, it's at least 2 inches or 5 centimeters. In children, it's around 4 centimeters, and infants, it is about 1/3 of the anteroposterior diameter of the chest. And the ratio also differs in adult, whether it's single or two rescuer, the ratio remains the same. It is 30:2. In children and infant, there is a change. And if you're a single rescuer in the scene, you do it 30 compressions and 2 rescue breaths. But if you have one more person to help, it becomes 15:2. AED, one should be automated electrical defibrillator. It's available in the airports, in the malls, in the railway station. It's very useful in arrest situations. It helps you to identify shockable rhythms and also delivers the shock. It's very user friendly and can be used by anyone who knows how to use it. As I mentioned, it's available in these places. A word about CPR and COVID situations, because I think for the next 6 months to 1 year, we have to be careful in arrest situations. We should remember COVID, though the numbers are coming down, the one who's sick may be dying due to COVID. So should CPR be attempted? This is a big question which came around when COVID was in the peak. So remember to consider the appropriateness of starting and continuing. If you feel that the person is salvageable, is really going to have a good quality of life, if you attempt CPR, you attempt. Otherwise, I think you should not attempt CPR if you think it's COVID positive. And all that's what you remember. It's reasonable to consider comorbidities and reduce the number of providers only to those essential. Don't allow too many people to crowd around the victim. Only one person who's an expert in intubating and 1 or 2 more people to help you around with the drugs and the defibrillation. And remember to wear the PPE, and rescuers should consider replacing manual chest compressions with mechanical CPR. There's something called a thumper that is available. If you have an electrical thumper that is available, mechanical CPR can be done. You always use bag valve mask, chest compression. All these are aerosol generating procedures, and try to avoid these procedures and go ahead with early intubation and ventilation. And if at all you want to use the bag valve mask, use HEPA filters. And patients in cardiac arrest should be intubated with a cuff tube as early as possible. You don't want any leak if you're using an uncuffed tube. So this is what I meant. So hands-only CPR, call for help using a mobile, prevent contamination, try to protect yourself, and do a chest compression and use AED if available. So we call it the 10 commandments of CPR. Safety first. You should always protect yourself. Don full PPE. You may be a good Samaritan, but always remember your life is more important than the person's life whom you're trying to save. Follow the ABC sequence in a COVID situation instead of your CAB, because chest compression itself is an aerosol generating procedure. Restrictive team composition, I mentioned, restrict your team to 1 or 2. Airway related care, avoid bag valve mask ventilation. If at all you want to use a filter. Use AED wherever possible. Remember to consider hypomagnesemia if there is a irreversible cardiac arrest. If you feel that there is pulseless electrical activity or something. Hypomagnesemia is one thing that is peculiar to adults with COVID. So remember to consider that. Also expertise yourself with prone CPR, because most of them are in prone ventilation in the ICU situation. So prone CPR you should practice. You give the chest compressions in the interscapular area in a prone CPR. As I mentioned earlier, early intubation and ventilation, early vasopressors, and this I mentioned, you always, though you do all these things, remember to consider whether the CPR is really necessary, really appropriate, and also limit the duration of CPR. So this is the algorithm. Whatever I mentioned is there in this algorithm. It's available online. I don't want to waste time. So remember, all the people who are around the victim should be wearing complete PPE and face shield and N95 mask, and also gloves. So become a BLS provider, train all your staff and family members. When you're going to be part of a smart clinic and you're going to be a smart pediatrician, I think you should also be a BLS provider, and make sure all your nurses and your even your receptionists, everyone should become a BLS provider. Can save many lives. You can be a good Samaritan who can save a life, and for Further details, log on to iapbls.als.org. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Joanne, for your clear and crisp presentation. Thank you, Dr. Sadaravan, for moderating.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to the next session. Two important topics. One is by the incoming president, Dr. Ismail, Essentials of Counseling. Dr. Soumya will moderate this session. The next topic will be Clinical Establishment Act by our youngster from Chennai, Dr. Amal Raj. The other moderator will be Dr. Sudarshana Skanda from IAP Tiruchirappalli. So over to you, moderators.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Ismail, who's the incoming president for the year 2021. He was a past president of our IAP Coimbatore City branch. He is an active poet Rotarian in Mettupalayam. And for people who know him well, he is a poet for any occasion. He has also got many other talents, one of which is lockdown chef. He has got a fantastic sense of humor. And it is over to you, Dr. Ismail, for counseling with a smile.
Good evening, all of you. Thank you, Dr. Soumya, for your nice words. President Dr. Sendal, Secretary Suresh Balan, Rajendran, and my dear friends in the IAB. I am happy to deal with you today the essentials of counseling. As far as the smart clinic is concerned, though everything matters, every tiny thing matters, like space, location, gadgets, the information you provide, digitalization. But at the end of the day, what matters is how the doctor speaks and how much time he had spent with the patient, what way he had explained the illness, and finally, of course, how much he has charged for the time he had spent. In this era of litigations, when people go to the court and of course read reviews and comments in the social media and having a half-baked knowledge from the Google, the success lies in how we speak. Every individual has got his own style of talking, giving different examples and in our own ways of convincing the patients. I do remember when I was working in Masonic, there was a patient with post-encephalitic sequelae in the ward. Our boss, Dr. MR, used to walk in and he used to talk with the patient like this. There was the patient was from native village and a lot of crowd was there. The way he spoke is still vividly in my mind. He said, Amma, in the Papaku, இருதயம் நல்லா வேலை செய்து, நுரையீரல் நல்லா வேலை செய்து, மூத்திரம் பிரிக்கிற அந்த மூத்திராய் நல்லா வேலை செய்து, குடல் நல்லா ஜீரணிக்குது, எல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்குமா. ஆனா அந்த மூளை மாத்திரம் கொஞ்சம் பிரச்சனை, அவ்வளவுதான் அப்படின்ட்டு அவர் போயிட்டார். The next moment, the medical officer went inside to get DAL. The entire crowd said, ஏப்பா அந்த மகாராஜா எல்லாம் சொல்லிட்டு போனாரு, எல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்குங்கிற, நீ என்னமோ ஆபத்துன்னு சொல்றிய. This is how the patient perceives in a different angle, and we should be very careful in counseling. Similarly, I do remember vividly one more example saying, sometimes they talk irrelevant. We think patients talks irrelevant. My OG professor used to tell me, once I asked the patient, I just want to calculate the EDD. எப்பமா உனக்கு லாஸ்டா தூரம் ஆச்சுன்னு கேட்டேன். The patient replied, MGR செத்தாண்டி. So MGR செத்த டேட் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு சிக்னிஃபிகண்டா போச்சு. But நமக்கு அது it is also equally significant because we want to calculate the EDD. நம்ம MGR என்னைக்கு செத்தாருன்னு பார்த்து டேட்டை வச்சு கால்குலேட் பண்ணணும். So before counseling, I think it is an art. I think you people should really understand, as this slide says, most people do not listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. அப்படி இருக்கக்கூடாது. அவன் என்ன சொன்னாலும் முதல்ல கிரகிக்கிற தன்மை நமக்கு வரணும். We should understand first ourselves the words of the patient clearly and then use our wisdom and then counsel them. However, one has to learn that if we adopt certain principles and talk in a better way, so that it gives them confidence and also a sense of satisfaction, that matters a lot. This is my small attempt to say the effective nature of counseling. First, keep the area comfortable and well ventilated. Keep your face bright. வீட்டில் இருக்கிற மாதிரி வேண்டாம். Wear an attire that pleases children and of course the mothers. Lady doctors, no problem.
ஏப்பா
இல்ல அவங்க எது போட்டாலும் அழகா இருப்பாங்க. நம்ம கொஞ்சம் கரெக்டா இருக்கணும்.
சூப்பர் சூப்பர்.
Slide please.
Dr. Selva, please mute.
அப்படியே பரோட்டா வாங்கிட்டு.
Dr. Selva, please mute.
Next slide, Tirumurugan.
Selva.
So the counseling basically counseling பண்றதை விட what is not counseling first நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். The first thing is giving advice. Nobody likes it. When you give a big list and say not to do this, you know, majority, even in kids also, நம்ம என்ன தப்பு பண்றோம்னு சொன்னா, we always teach not to do. உட்காராத, பேசாத, ஒரு kindergarten குழந்தை கூட keep a finger on the lips, don't talk. அவனுக்கு யூரின் போகணும், but we say only in interval, please stop. Don't do தான் நம்ம சொல்லி கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கிறோம். Generally we say we don't teach them what to do. So அதனால அட்வைஸ் போட்டு நம்ம தாளிக்க கூடாது. And we should not become judgmental. நம்ம அவங்கள பத்தி ரொம்ப திங்க் பண்ணி இவன் இப்படிதான் நம்ம ஒரு ப்ரீஃபிக்ஸ்ட் ஐடியாவோட அவங்க கூட பேச ஆரம்பிக்க கூடாது. And we should not attempt to sort out their problem. Their problem should be sorted out by themselves. Only thing, we should guide them. We should give ways to sort out. And I think you need not expect your patients to behave the way you think. இப்படிதான் இருக்கணும் அப்படின்னு நம்ம அந்த பேஷண்ட் ஒரு டிஃபைன்டு மேனர்ல நம்ம நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்க கூடாது. And don't get emotionally involved with the patient. Next slide, please. So let me go ahead with this. What are the key counseling skills? There are about 11 qualities in that, 11 phrases. I go each one by one. The next slide. Attending. What do you mean by attending? You should understand the patient that you are attentive. So please, when the patient starts talking, prepare to listen in an unhurried way. நம்ம மொபைல் பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கிறது, வேகம் அடுத்த பேஷண்ட் இருக்காங்க, 30 பேர் இருக்காங்க, I just want to rush through, I came late to the clinic. அப்படின்னு don't show your body language, don't show a bit of hurriedness in your approach. Just be cool and listen, make them feel that you are listening. And you should have an appropriate eye contact. As Tirumurugan said, அவர் எவ்வளவு கஷ்டப்பட்டு எல்லாத்தையும் பண்ண பிறகு that lady finally said to him, சாமி நீ என்ன பண்ணனே எனக்கு புரியல. No, not like that. I think you should have an appropriate eye contact and your body language should be very pleasing for them. And you should always add some affirming verbal. அப்படின்னா ஏதா சொல்றப்ப ஆஹா ஓ அப்படிங்களா என்ன ஆச்சு, what happens, some suffixes, some small words to encourage them speak. So that will always help you to counsel them in a good way. The second is rapport building. How do you build a rapport with the patient? First, you should be cordial to them, receive them in a different way. You should be warm and genuine, and you should be respectful. You should be respectful, and you should be empathetic as well, and you should not be non-judgmental. Next slide, please. The another important counseling skill என்னன்னா silence. நிறைய இடத்துல இந்த silence work பண்ணுங்க. Even at home, when you quarrel with your wife, the silence matters a lot. For a person who is in the young guys who make really involved in the romance, of course, the silence matters much to them. Especially Am I audible? Something disturbance there? Hello?
We are wearing all the masks.
Hello? Thirumagan, am I audible?
You're audible. There is some disturbance. One of the participants is not muted.
Okay. Silence is a very essential and a needed skill. Being quiet and allowing the patient to speak, they will be very fluent and they will be very comprehensive and they will be clearly telling the story to you. And if you are really receiving with utmost patience, it makes them feel heard and of course they feel validated. And of course, when you receive the messages, when you listen to them properly, it will really make you understand about the real problem of the patients. And it really gives you a space to analyze and then reply. Next slide. This is an important quality in counseling. What is paraphrasing? The paraphrasing, when the patient speaks to you, it gives you certain very stories. எப்படி சொல்லுவாங்கன்னா, நேற்று நான் போனேனுங்களா, மழை பெஞ்சுதா, அங்கே போய் என் குழந்தை நினைஞ்சிடுச்சுங்களா, அப்புறம் போய் அங்கே பஞ்சாமிரதம் வாங்கணும், அது வாங்கணும், சம்திங். The story may be totally irrelevant. But நம்ம அவங்கள லிசன் பண்ணி அட்ராக்ட் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருந்தா, we need to tell them in their own words. That is called paraphrasing. Reflecting back the key points. For example, next slide. See, this is an example for a paraphrasing. The patient is telling it, my father is ill and I'm worried. He lives a long way and I should reach him by train only and I don't have money to buy a ticket. நம்ம அதை அவன் ரொம்ப ஒரு நம்ம எம்பத்தட்டிக்கா அப்ரோச் பண்றப்ப paraphrasing எப்படி பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாக்கா, we just tell them, we need not repeat the same words and paraphrasing இல்லாம, we should say to them, you are concerned about your father's health and it seems you have money worries too. Okay, go on. When you encourage like that, they will really come out with their clear picture. Next slide, please. Again, the other counseling skills are reflecting. Paraphrasing and reflecting is not much of a difference. That's wonderful. Paraphrasing, you are repeating the same words, but here you pick up the emotion. What is the emotion? See here, what is the example? The patient is really suffering. He comes to the counselor or a doctor and says, I don't know why God has done this to me. It is disgusting. And then you have to you have picked up, he's angry with the God. When you say that, he always say, oh right, doctor ko purinjiduchu, something like that. Then he acknowledges our reflecting skill. And of course, the other skill we need to have is empathy. Empathy is nothing but listening to the music behind the lyrics. I think you need to walk in his shoes. அவனோட பர்வில, அவனோட ஆங்கிள், அவனோட கஷ்டங்களை உணர்றது, the way he perceives the problems, the way he undergoes the trouble, the way he perceives the pain, all need to be understood. And I think you need to speak from that angle. So when you express the regard and the respect to the patient, understanding their point, that will be really taken up by them and they will feel happy to really converse with you in a nice way. Next skill. I think you should be focused. See, out of a long list of complaints or a long story they tell, sometimes we need to pick up. See, in the busy practice, seeing about 40 odd patients a day, sometimes we tend to forget why we have written this investigation to this patient. When the patient comes as a 35 number or so and then shows the urine, we didn't know really whether we sent it for a jaundice or a UTA or whatever it is. Sometimes we tend to forget out of our own busy practice. So that should not be there. I think we need to focus in our approach and we should need to focus where exactly the problem lies in his story and have to pick up that and then analyze and then reply and talk and convince them. Next. The clarifying, I think whenever you do a counseling, You need to clarify. So without understanding, please don't counsel them. Without knowing the facts, please don't talk to the patient. End of the day, what matters is how you're spoken to him. That is the matter the patient takes home. So we need to be very, very careful in that. So needs relevant questions and appropriate questions. So you need to ask him what exactly gone wrong, what is the duration, and when he says in an erratic way and you want to pick it up correctly, you can ask him to be specific. You need to sort out which is significant, which is not significant. That all is much important in a counseling. Next slide, please. So the patient may be asking a lot of questions. And as a counselor and a doctor health professional, I think you also should have certain form of questioning when it needs to understand the problems. The questions may be an open-ended question, open questions. What do you mean by open question and what do you mean by a closed question? Open question is, how are you feeling today? What is your problem? And how long it has been there? But closed question is like, when you put this question, they'll answer in a one word. Open questions make them to stimulate to talk. So that the questions you should use it very carefully and cleverly. And the last skill is immediacy. The way we signal closeness using a plural words. For us, நமக்கு இப்படிதாங்க இருக்கு, கொரோனா எல்லாருக்கும் பயமா தான் இருக்குங்க, எங்களுக்கும் பயமா இருக்கு. When we include ourselves into the situation, what they experience nowadays, they become more friendly. So that is the quality in counseling, that we need to be binded with the patient and perceive their problems as our problems. So basically, counseling, I think it is a very important tool in a smart clinic. Once you master counseling, I think you can become a master at home too. Probably you need to take up this skill so that you can become so well versed that you can counsel your wife and lead a happy life. Thank you.
Dr. Soumya?
I don't think there are any questions. That was a fantastic lecture, Dr. Ismail, with your trademark sense of humor. Thank you. Over to Dr. Suresh Bala.
Dr. Skanda, Dr. Sudarshana Skanda will take over the next session. Dr. Amal Raj will be speaking on Clinical Establishment Act. Over to
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be the moderator of the session. Welcome, Dr. Amal Raj. He's a child health consultant. He did his MBBS in Madras Medical College, MD Pediatrics in Madras Medical College. He was an EB member of IAP in 2014 and 2015, Treasurer IAP in 2016 and 2017. He is an EB member in Adolescent Health Academy, IAP Chennai, 2018 and 19. Currently, Academic Affairs Administrator and EB member in IAP TNSC 2020. Very, very active academician. Sir is here to talk about Clinical Establishment Act, need of the hour, and this message has to reach even the smallest clinic in the smallest district of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you.
Malraj, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm very much there, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah. Can you raise your voice?
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
A bit more. I think slightly. You are audible, but
yes,
not clear.
Am I audible, sir?
Now it is good.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sudarshana for those kind words. I would like to thank, good evening, my dear friends. It is a wonderful opportunity to talk with the elite panel of speakers, actually. I would like to thank our Tamil Nadu State Chapter President, Dr. Senthil sir, our Secretary, Dr. Suresh Balan sir, our Treasurer, Dr. Rajendran sir, for giving me this opportunity. It's a pleasure working with this wonderful team for the past 1 year. I thank God for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I would thank Sunil sir, who has been the brain force behind this smart clinic project, and also Dr. Muthukumar sir. And at the outset, I would declare that the entire slide, the original architect of all these slides was Dr. Sudarshana. I have just made a few modifications. Fine, my friends. So it has been a super smart Sunday actually, because there are a lot of smart phases in today's Zoom program. And also there was a talk. There was a talk more exhaustive about the smart gadgets, smart books, smart digitization, smart communication, smart investment, and then smart counseling. At the end of it, we are now pushed to a different situation where we have the legal frame, which is embracing our medical frame. So what is this Clinical Establishment Act actually? So whatever we are doing, whatever setup we have created, we are bound by the various government rules and regulations. So what are the government rules and regulations? If we look at the Tamil Nadu government gazette, the Clinical Establishment Act is actually not new. The earlier act was actually proposed in the year 1997 itself. The one which has been done is just an amendment, and it is actually the term which we use is the private clinical establishment. That's the only term which has been newly coined. Otherwise, it's the same thing. It has been in vogue in our state from the year 2018. Fine. So what is the CAA? What is the need for the CAA? The Clinical Establishments Registration and Regulation Act. It was enacted by the central government in the year 2010. Fine. This is to provide for registration and regulation of all clinical establishments across our country, and to prescribe the minimum standards of facility and services to be provided to the community. So why this act? This act has been mainly proposed to establish a digital registry of the clinical establishments at the national, state, and district level. One of the main purposes is to prevent quackery by introducing mandatory registration system, to improve the quality of healthcare by prescribing the minimum standards of facility and services for healthcare, and ensuring compliance of other conditions of registration like compliance, standard treatment guidelines, stabilization of emergency medical conditions, display of rates to be charged, maintenance of records, etc., etc. Fine. This slide is actually a summary of the health regulations across the various states and union territories of our country. This is as per March 2017. After this, many changes have taken place. If we look, there are 5 groups of states in our country. One is Group 1, the states in which the CAA 2010, which was initially proposed by the central government, that is our Indian government, has become applicable from the date of notification. This was from the 1st of March 2012. The states which have been following this are the states of Himachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and a few other states. Next comes a few states which have adopted this CAA 2010, but they have their own legislation in their state assemblies. These include the states of Assam, Bihar, Jharkhand, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and Rajasthan. Next, we have a Group 3 states which have their own act, like West Bengal, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, Delhi, Manipur, Nagaland, Madhya Pradesh, and Punjab. And next we have the Group 4 states, which include our own state, that is Chhattisgarh, Haryana, Jammu and Kashmir, Meghalaya, Tamil Nadu, and Tripura, which have implemented the act and it has been in vogue from 2018. The remaining states which have not adapted so far as on 2017 are the states of Gujarat, Kerala, and Goa. So this is how it's not the same throughout our country. There are state-to-state variation that we should understand, because some of us may be practicing here and we may shift our practice station to another state also. So we have to be very clear about the rules and regulations which are governing that particular state. So the most important question which every clinician will have to question himself is, does my clinic have to be registered? Yes, it has to be registered. The act is applicable to all types, whether it's therapeutic, diagnostic type of clinical establishments, whether it's a private or public sector, applies to all systems of medicine. Even if it's a single doctor clinic, we have to register. The only exception is the clinical establishments which are run by the armed forces. So the bottom line statement is no one can run a clinical establishment without a registration. Fine. So every existing clinical establishment has to apply for registration within 1 year we start our practice. See, the purpose of this talk is mainly to address to people who have their own clinics and they have their own consultation chamber, because hospitals would have to know the rules and regulations prior itself. And every new clinical establishment which has come into existence after the commencement of the act, that is from 2018 November, they have to apply within 6 months of their establishment of their clinic. And the certificate of permanent registration is granted for a period of 5 years, after which you have to renew. You are given a grace period of 6 months, but in our state, you are given a grace period of only 3 months, that is 90 days. So this is how, it's actually a very simple procedure. If you go through the website, that is the Directorate of Medical and Rural Health Services, you have to create your own profile, and it is very easy to complete this entire process. It goes like this. You have to go in for a new registration, then you have to log in, you get an activation code, and also you go ahead. It is hardly a half an hour process. The entire amount, the total cost which you spend is rupees 5,000, which you have to pay either as through your online payment at the end of it. So who will implement this Clinical Establishment Act? It is the state government. It is the state subject actually. Okay, and each states have their own rule, and the governing bodies are arranged in such a way that you have a state level state council for clinical establishment, which governs and looks over the entire process. You have a chairman, health secretary, then you have a member secretary, and also you have the various representatives in the line of the paramedical system, and also the state level consumer groups also. There's an entire team which is going to be involved in this entire process. This is a notification which was issued in the vernaculars actually during the end of 2018 actually, regarding the registration, how long you have been given the time frame. They have clearly mentioned the last date for registration as 2019. Now, after that, all the clinical establishments will be considered illegal, and they are liable for penalties as per the CAA Act. So, regarding the registering authority, they may authorize an inspection or an inquiry to be conducted on the registered clinical establishment by a multi-member inspection team. A show cause notice may be issued if the authority feels that a clinical establishment is not complying with the conditions which they have proposed. It may even prompt them to do a cancellation of the registration. And the authority may enter and search in the prescribed manner after giving notice of its intention to the clinical establishment if it suspects that an establishment is operating without a proper registration. So what are the things which we have to know? There are different types of the definition varies for the pattern which is being followed for different setups. For example, a single doctor clinic, then you got a clinical laboratory, a consulting room, a hospital, and then a polyclinic. So the application of registration, I've already told you. First of all, you have to enter into the website, that is your clinicalestablishments.government.in. Then you have to go for the name of the establishment, what type, that is whether it's a clinic or a consulting room or a polyclinic or a multidisciplinary center, whatever it is. Then the address has to be mentioned properly. The month and year of starting of practice has to be mentioned. The location, the ownership, whether it's a public or private sector, whether it's registered, whether it's it gets governed under the Society or Trust Act, the name, designation, the qualification, and everything matters, and also the system of medicine which is being followed. So this is what I told you. The type of establishment, whether it's a clinic, it's a single practitioner clinic or a polyclinic or a dispensary, daycare, hospital, nursing, whatever it may be. And the allied health professions, the type of service, it's going to be a GP or a single specialty or multi-specialty. the infrastructure details like your area of establishment, the total number of OPDs, everything there. If you go through when you register your clinic, you will see there are so many columns to be answered before you submit it. So if for a consulting room or for a clinic, these are the things which are very, very important. Actually, Dr. Palani Raman sir actually clearly mentioned about in his talk about the smart gadgets which are needed for a smart clinic. This includes a good examination couch, a BP apparatus sphygmomanometer, and very importantly, we are not supposed to use a mercury containing apparatus at all. That is very, very important. It is all which will be rejected once they come for inspection. Some of the doctors have faced it. A good stethoscope, torchlight, tongue depressor, thermometer, also the same thing as Dr. Palani Raman sir mentioned. We are not supposed to use a mercury thermometer, that's banned. And weighing machine for adult and pediatric, because we may see even adolescents also. A good knee hammer to do a neurological examination, measuring tape. And based on the needs, you may even need examination trays like proctoscopy, pelvic examination tray, eye testing screening, your Snellen's chart, and also beside you should have a sufficient privacy for examination the patient. And you're supposed to, those who are giving vaccinations or injecting, you need to have a proper sterilizer and autoclave arrangements for getting autoclaved all the used syringes, or also or a proper biomedical wastage methodology to throw those things, and also the sterile gloves, proper forceps, scissors, surgical equipment, other surgical equipments, suturing trays in need of emergency, kidney trays, and all the basic emergency medications, surgical equipments for abscess drainage and incision. So what about the consulting room? The consulting room should be of a space of not less than 100 square feet with sufficient lighting and ventilation. You should have a separate space for patients waiting for consultation. And also the staff, the examination of patient, prescription of the treatment shall be done by a registered medical practitioner only, which has been prescribed under our Indian Medical Council Act. In addition to the norms prescribed for a consulting room, the building, you should also have sufficient space for 2 cots, and for proper examination. You should have all the emergency drugs to handle any anaphylaxis or any medical emergency. You should have a minimum a doctor, a paramedical staff with you. And you also have to maintain a proper register with all the details of the patient, the age, sex, and address of the patient, date of examination, especially this COVID season, where we may need to get, we have to track the patients also, especially in the COVID times. The patient shall be given a slip containing the name, age, sex, and date and consultation, the diagnosis which have been provided, at least a provisional diagnosis. Then the prescription slip, the doctor shall sign the proper signature with the date and seal. So if you are running a pharmacy or a lab, if the clinic is also established dispensing of medicines to the patient, the same should be done by a qualified pharmacist, or the doctor can do under his direct supervision. If he is having a separate laboratory in his own clinic, the laboratory work shall be done by a qualified technician, or alternatively, a medical officer can also get the test done under his direct supervision. That is very, very important. So this is very, very important. Biomedical wastage management is very important, because we have to do proper disposal of all the waste items, the method of treatment, the disposal of biomedical waste, because these things this is a very important requisite before we go in for an application for a clinical establishment. And also, you need to have that agreement with you always. This agreement is being done for a period of 1 year, which has to be renewed subsequently. And you also need to have a one-time authorization board depending upon your location. That is very, very important. So these things are very, very important. Apart from that, you're also supposed to have a fire extinguisher also. That is also very, very important. The fire extinguisher, you should have 1 fire extinguisher for each room. That is very, very important. So following this, then you get the inspecting team which is going to visit your clinic, and then you get the certificate of registration. The competent authority shall, after holding an inquiry, after satisfying itself that the applicant has compiled with all the requirements of the Act, and then they grant the private clinical establishment a certificate of registration. But if after inquiry and after giving an opportunity to the applicant of being heard, the competent authority feels is satisfied the applicant is not complied with the requirements of the rules and regulations, then they can reject the application also. So this is what I told you. Every certificate of registration is valid for a period of 5 years. It should be renewed subsequently every 5 years. And every application or renewal of registration shall be done within such a time as may be prescribed, and the provisions of the Act shall as far as may be apply in relation to the renewal of registration or as they apply in relation to the registration. If a certificate of registration lost, destroyed, mutilated, or damaged, for example, if there is any flood or something like that, or any fire accident, the competent authority may, on application and on payment fee, they can issue a duplicate certification. So this is with regard to inspection. Inspecting team can inspect or private establishment anytime. They have the and anytime, even if we get the proper registration certificate, it doesn't mean we can be free for the next 5 years. It's not like that. They have every right to enter our premises, and we have to ensure that we have to keep everything intact. In fact, we also have to keep our medical registry or medical registration certificate or post-graduation certificates or all the degree certificates which has to be displayed outside our clinic premises. So these are the other things which I told you. Those who have, it's better to have a rental agreement, but not all competent authorities, they don't ask for this. For example, for me, they did not ask these things, but it may vary from place to place. The building stability certificate may be needed in some cases. Fire extinguishers very must. It's not one for the entire clinic. It should be one for each room actually. And especially for pediatric practitioners, we need to have our proper cold chain temperature recorded to be maintained uniquely. That should be that record should be kept for the past 10 days. And at the display of a clinic, you have to keep a copy of the certificate of registration. And also you should exhibit the relevant provisions of the Prevention of Violence and Damage or Loss to Property Act. This is very, very important. This is one which I have displayed in my...
One more minute.
Thanks, ma'am. I'm going to finish. So this is at the end of it, you're going to get this wonderful certificate for which you toiled hard for such a long time. And this is the situation which Tamil Nadu faced during the early part when the Registration Act came into vogue actually. Nearly 20,000 clinical establishments faced the prospect of a closure due to not following the rules and regulations. And it can even, if we don't follow rules and regulations, we may end up even in suspension or cancellation of registration also. The competent authority may sue motu or on a complaint issue notice to any private clinical establishment to show cause why its registration under this act should not be suspended or cancelled for the reasons mentioned in the notice. And it may take even action against the private clinical establishment, suspend its registration for such a period as it may think fit or cancel its registration, provided that where the competent authority is of the opinion that it is necessary or to do in the public interest, it may even have reasons to be recorded in writing, suspend the registration of any private clinical establishment without issuing due notice. So all these things matter.
Time's up. Question time.
So these are the penalties which are faced. Just 2 more slides, ma'am. These are the penalties which we may face. Running a clinic without SIP can't be imprisoned. That is one thing which we should always keep it in our mind. But of course, we may have a lot of monetary punishments. Like if we run a clinic without a registration, we may have an offense punishment of 50,000 rupees during the first offense. Then it goes to 2 lakhs. Then it becomes 5 lakhs. And as Dr. Tirumadi Karandu sir told you, all the hard-earned investments have all gone through this. So these are the other penalties which we may face. So thank you, and this is the wonderful slide which I want to present at the end. This is a smart young cricketer. He is none other than Natarajan, who hails from a small village town called Chinnapampatti in Salem district. He is a smart cricketer. Why I call him a smart cricketer is because, and from a very tough family background, he has emerged playing in our country. He is now one of the top bowlers of our country, and I deem it a good occasion to display his picture to show, because it's a smart day, it's a smart clinic day. And he's also a smart cricketer. Thanks, my dear teachers and my dear friends, and President Sendil sir, and all the entire team of IAPT and its office bearers for giving this opportunity. It's indeed a good and it's a pleasure working with those wonderful teams, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Sudarshana.
Thank you so much, sir. Amazing fluency. The slides were just rolling, and I think you took one breath at the beginning of your talk, and you're breathing again only now. Very, very comprehensive. There are just a few questions. One question is, dear sir, can one start a new clinic now, or say in 2 months? I think, are they asking because of COVID situation? I don't know.
Actually, nothing prevents us from starting a clinic. As far as the CA Act is concerned, we have 6 months time to register our clinic, so there's no harm. We have ample.
Sattama.
Actually, with respect to starting a clinic, there is no hurdles from the CA Act. Actually, we can readily start our clinic, nothing wrong. But we have to, because we have ample time to register. It's a very technically easy procedure. Only to, as I told you, you have to follow the guidelines which are being given in that particular website. But regarding the current pandemic where we are facing the COVID crisis, we have to take all the necessary precautions. That is one thing which we have to see. In fact, what has been mentioned on the 100 square feet consulting room, I don't think will be enough, because even most of us are sitting, coming into our waiting room to see the patient. Even what I'm doing is I have closed my consulting room and I've doing my practice only in my waiting room, and I've made my car park area into the waiting room at present. That's the way we have to practice now, because the entire scenario has changed right now. That 100 square feet thing I don't think will not apply. If we want to, as Janani madam told correctly, the safety of the treating doctors of paramount importance. So I think the rules have to be little more stretched at the moment.
So there's one more question. What is the procedure for 2 or more doctors sharing premises? Should they apply separately?
No, madam. Actually, if it comes under a polyclinic, so it's a single. The rules which are being followed for a polyclinic, we have to follow. In fact, and in fact, there are a lot of doctors in Chennai. What happens is, where the cost of rent and everything is so high, so the latest strategy is for a lot of doctors to share and start after the implementation of the CA Act, when they can't bear the entire expenses. So a lot of doctors are doing such a way, and they are just sharing the expenses. For example, a biomedical wastage and all, each month we have to shed around 1,000 to 1,200 rupees actually for the biomedical wastage. And from the CA, one time it is going to cost around 5,000 rupees actually. So that is different. That it's that we don't mind, but paying 1,000 to 1,200 rupees each month, most of the doctors in Chennai are doing. This is the latest strategy which is being followed. I don't know what is being followed, because the rent, everything is quite high. If you want to look for a 200 to 300 square feet place, you have to nearly pay more than 20,000 rupees rent here. So that is how it's a single registration only, ma'am, for the polyclinic.
There are no more doubts. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, madam.
Sudarshana, your comments?
Fantastic, sir. அதான் ஒரு மூச்சு எடுத்தாரு, அத்தனை ஸ்லைடு அப்படியே டக்கு டக்குன்னு சொல்லி முடிச்சாரு. யாருக்கும் டவுட் வரதுக்கு வாய்ப்பே கிடையாது. Presentation. Very nice.
Thank you, Dr. Sudarshana.
Sir.
Dr. Sudarshana from Secretary IAP Tiruchirappalli, and Dr. Soumya, IAP President Coimbatore. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Next session will be chaired by Dr. Annamalai Vijayaraghavan, CCB IAP President. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, sir. I must thank the organizers for this wonderful CME on Smart Pediatric Clinic. I thank Dr. Sendil, the President, IAP TNSC, Suresh Balan, Dr. K. Rajendran, and the Central IAP, Dr. Muthukumar, National Coordinator, and my friend, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan, the convener. And of course, our Vice President for next year, Dr. Major K. Nagaraju, for his opening remarks. I have the pleasant duty of introducing our State TNSC President, Dr. Aram Sendil, and he has been the architect for all these programs this year from Tamil Nadu. And he's a senior pediatric consultant from Neyveli. His area of interest include adolescent care and neonatology. He has won the Dr. Balagopal Raju Active Pediatrician Award in 2010. And he is the current president of TNSC IAP. And Tamil is his passion and life. As you can see from here, everything is written in Tamil. And Tamil cells circulate in his blood along with his RBCs and WBCs. A person who believes in simplicity and humility, he has made a great impact in social awareness in the areas he serves. His motto is quality care need not be confined to our consultation rooms, but must permeate into the society. He is going to give a talk on quick triaging. Actually, we had a national workshop smart clinic module in Chennai 3 months ago, and he spoke earlier. And this program actually has added few more topics, and it's wonderful now. Thank you, sir, and over to Dr. Sendil.
Yes, I'll share my screen. Just tell me if it is visible.
Yes, sir, it started.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
I must thank the convener of the Smart Clinic program, and whose brainchild has, it has grown to such a large level. And so I must thank Dr. Sunil Srinivasan for introducing this concept. Thank you, sir. And also the opportunity he gave me in dealing with this topic. So my acknowledgements to Dr. Thangavelu and Dr. Ilandren, who contributed for this topic. I'm going to deal with the safe OPD during COVID times. We have been now well versed. Registration and classifying outpatients, vitals and anthropometry, and triaging the ill child. So the safe COVID time clinic, we all know we'll have to fix staggering appointments, must ensure that's a minimal waiting time, seating with social distancing, wash your hands, legs with soap, and non-touch temperature recording. All these we have been practicing. So, and after leaving also, they must dip their hands in sanitize also. I mean, consultation with PP and all, we've been, but now we have been in a decreasing trend now in Chennai and other areas. So the prescription is taken by the nurse. So I don't think the safe clinic video I will skip. So the registration of the patients, you can, in a smart clinic, you can give a registration slip to each parent or a caregiver. So and ask them to fill their portion, say about the name, age, sex of the child, parent's name, cell number, for what they have come. For a fever or cold or cough or constipation, is any what is the time they have come, a referring doctor, whoever it is. These basic particulars can be got. So how then you can easily classify them, whether if it is a newborn that's come for this initial checkup, first visit, for the any illness they have come, or for routine immunization they have come, any review, they require further visits, for that they have come for review of with investigation reports have they come, or referrals. So you can have a breastfeeding room if you have the space, so that the feeding mothers and the newborn mothers can be observed, held counsel during the waiting hours in a separate room exclusively, so that you can tell them about the positioning attachment to the breast, and you can emphasize on the duration and frequency of breastfeeding. FAQs by the young mothers and grandmothers can be answered. So the child's vitals and anthropometry, weight, height, and head circumference should be recorded. Temperature, pulse, heart rate, respiratory rate, blood pressure, and capillary refill time, the partial pressure, and the oxygen saturation. In sick children, you have to definitely include. So that you can categorize them. You can price them into whether it is sick, ill, or well. So these data to be filled by the staff nurse, and the child's responsibility, each say about 5 or 6, 5, or depending on the OPD crowd, you can assign 2 or 3 to each staff nurses. So you can, at the time, you can give 5 or 10, depending on the crowd you are waiting. So she takes in charge of the child, guides them, helps them, counsels them, and dispenses the medicines, and tells them what to take, how to take, everything. So in our area now, we are going to the examining a child proper. What was the traditional way you used to get the general way is take the history, examine the child, you send it to the lab, treatment, detailed diagnosis of the disease, the lab and treatment. This was the traditional method. But now we have come the pulse way. You, by the first look of the patient itself, or for the baby itself, you have to assess. This is the ABC that I'm going to talk about. And next is the primary assessment, that is called the ABCDE approach. That is to be by the doctor. The first one is by the nurse. This is by the doctor. So the life-threatening problem and immediate treatment will be given to identify a critically ill child based on the physiological status. So what is triage? So in every, say, 100 OP, let us assume there are 2 to 5 children who require hospitalization. Among that 100, one needs a high dependence unit or a NICU or a PICU admission. How to pick up this 1 and 5? That is the thing which is in front of us. So the right child should be picked up at the right time for the right treatment. So this is the aim of this presentation. So the initial assessment in a busy OPD is a quick assessment that helps the triage nurse identify those patients requiring immediate care from those who can safely wait. You have to categorize, differentiate them into 2 categories. A rapid triage assessment starts with an across the room. In fact, it starts as the baby or child enters with the caregiver or the parents. So seeing the child's appearance as he or she enters the OPD is the beginning of the rapid triage assessment. So the qualities of a triage nurse is she needs a good sense of what constitutes normal for children of that age. This knowledge will make it easier to recognize things that should be concerning. For example, a 6-month-old child who is not interested in her surroundings, or a 2-week-old baby who is difficult to arouse to feed. So the triage nurse must be comfortable interacting with children across the age spectrum and must be well versed in the anatomic and physiologic issues that may put a child at increased risks, as well as certain age-dependent red flags that should not be overlooked. So she requires a basic knowledge for pediatrics. So the pediatric assessment triangle, this is the basis. So appearance, work of breathing and circulation. This will be the quick assessment or the initial assessment. So rapid systematic approach to assess the ill child, teach them to the nurses, focuses on only these 3 main areas. These correspond to the assessment of the nervous, respiratory and circulatory systems. So appearance, breathing, color, or appearance, work of breathing and circulation. So what does it say? Suppose a child comes with a respiratory distress, so you can fix the organ. Suppose a child comes with a shock, you can say the circulation and the heart is a problem. So altered loss of consciousness or acute loss of consciousness, the brain is affected. So this is how you teach them and tell them how to triage. So the pediatric assessment triangle is you can identify the child which is seriously ill so that you can give immediate treatment. Only one word answer, you require only 30 to 60 seconds. Conscious or depressed conscious. Breathing is normal or abnormal. We'll go in detail later, so that whether the circulation is normal or inadequate. So the assessing the appearance, when assessing the appearance, allow the child to remain with the mother or the caregiver. Keep in mind the age and development that is normal for that particular age. Child with normal appearance, we'll see. Toddler who responds to his mother, attentive and interesting to the surroundings, readily consoled, good muscle tone and a strong cry. So, see, you can hear, so you can see the distractibility, alert, reaching for the toy, and the social smile of the baby. So, by appearance, you have to look for these things. Is the child ambulant or carried? Is the child unresponsive or altered sensorium? Is there a limited eye contact or a good one? Does the facial expression or body language indicate pain? What is the skin tone or color? The gait slow or rapid, absent or demonstrating signs of weakness. So this is a normal child, good interaction, eye contact, consolability. So assessing the appearance who is abnormal, whether this baby is agitated or is there irritability, poor eye contact, whether there is normal activity or a decreased interactivity. So drooling, inconsolable cry, vacant stare, these are the things you can pick up. Weak or high-pitched cry, a muffled speech. If this is abnormal, you go to the primary assessment. So this you can see by the nature of appearance itself, you can identify. So the pediatric assessment will go with the appearance is over. Now we're going to the breathing. Work of breathing, a ventilatory effort which tells whether the child's oxygenation and ventilation is adequate. Assessment includes body position, visible movement of the chest and abdomen, respiratory rate and effort, audible airway sounds. So you classify this whether it is normal or abnormal. Now abnormal, we'll see these three kinds of breathing by a video. So breathing, we'll see, it begins by listening to the audible respiratory sounds, gasping, grunting, or snoring, or stridor or wheeze. A labored breathing, whether unable to complete sentences, whether the retractions are in the suprasternal region, intercostal, subcostal, clavicular, or substernal regions, is a nasal flaring. So you can, by the body position also, you can say shallow breathing means it needs immediate respiratory support. Labored breathing means it needs immediate intubation. So if there is these findings are seen, you have to quickly go to the primary assessment. So we'll go to the videos.
NS 100 ml bolus. ஒரு லைன் போடலாம் மாஸ்டர். லைன் போட்டு பிளட்
பிளட்டா
சுகர் அண்ட் இது அனுப்பிவிட்றோம் எலக்ட்ரோலைட்.
So the third leg of the triage, circulation, it reflects if the cardiac output and perfusion of the vital organs are adequate. Flushed skin usually denotes it can be due to fever or heat exposure and toxin. A pale and cyanotic or mottled skin suggests inadequate oxygenation, poor perfusion, or both. So you can show you the picture. You can see here the baby's palm, which is pale, and see the examiner's, which is palm, which is pink. And here the legs. See the difference. The pink, which is normal, here it denotes the indicative of shock and pallor. So you can compare with your own hand. So the rapid triage assessment, appearance, whether it is normal or abnormal, breathing, circulation, takes only 30 to 60 seconds. So you can see whether it is by these three parameters, you can say whether it is stable, whether it is respiratory distress, failure, or a shock. So remember, any abnormal finding in any area of the assessment indicates that the child is sick and it requires immediate attention and intervention. Remember that the child's condition can change any time. A child that initially appears not sick may rapidly deteriorate and become sick. So frequent observing is necessary and reassessment is really needed. So this is the second step, A, B, C, D, E. This has to be by the doctor and the treating pediatrician. So we'll skip this. It needs it takes about 1 to 5 minutes. So you have to take this pertinent history, and the vital signs have to be measured. You can take the other history, fever or pain. So what are the emergency required equipments and drugs required? and what they should be available, should be functioning. Ambu bag, ET tubes, laryngoscope, suction apparatus, pulse oximeter, defibrillator, oxygen source, ventilator, etc. And all emergency drugs have to be there. So, whether we are prepared, let us have a self-assessment by this acronym. Say SOAPME. Suction, oxygen delivery, airway adjuncts, protocols, medicine, and the equipments. So this is how we have to go ahead. And this is optional. You can have a large play area if you have space. And for the inpatients and the outpatients, you can have, and you can have it colorful. And thank you for the patient listening. And thanks for the opportunity. Over to the moderator. I'll stop sharing. Sorry. Sir, Dr. Vijayaraman. Sir, you can go.
Thank you, sir, for the excellent talk on quick triaging. It is one of my favorite topics about quick triaging, and you have showed again the abnormal sounds and everything which will be useful for picking up even by a lay person or anybody in the working in the clinic. Thank you, sir, for the quick triaging talk. Next, I think we have another talk.
This is on immunization.
This is on the smart immunization update by Dr. A. Somasundaram. Dr. A. Somasundaram is a co-founder of DSOL Child Development Center and consultant in developmental pediatrics for KKCTH, Prasan Children's Hospital, EB member of Central IEP 2020. He has also been the Secretary of IAP State Chapter 2017-18, National Coordinator for COP Module, State Coordinator IAP Neurodevelopmental Chapter. He is our EB member of IJPP and Executive Editor, Practical Pediatric Digest, and a faculty for National, and has won the Active Pediatrician Award in 2014 and Jayaraj Ayanadar Oration Award, Chennai, 2019 from IIP Tamil Nadu. Over to Dr. A. Somasundaram for his talk, which is very important. Even in the Smart Clinic book, we have 6 pages. That is nearly 12% of the book contains information about immunization. So it will be very useful for all our pediatricians. Over to Dr. Somasundaram.
Thank you, sir, for this introduction. Good evening, respected senior office bearers, our Smart Clinic coordinator, National Coordinator, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan, Dr. Muthukumar, sir, our President, Dr. Sendil, Suresh Balan, sir, Ismail, sir, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to present on this hot topic. Usually my presentation will be teleconsultation. So that will be in the middle order, usually will be in the middle order. So this our captain and the coach, Dr. Sendil, has given me this opportunity to bat in the last order. So I have to make success to win this tournament. So let me see this. So you have given me an opportunity to browse and update me on the hot topic, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. So going into the topic, we usually does this, update our mobile often, update and upgrade our car when there is ample opportunity for us. We update the software. We update lot of things in our day-to-day life. It's our duty to update on the latest guidelines on immunization, infection, and those things. If you have not updated and you are Dr. X, you and a patient from Dr. Y comes to you and asks for a vaccine. If you tell that that vaccine is not needed, either you will get a bad name or the Dr. X will get a bad name. So it is everybody in this country should be updated on the recent guidelines which is prevailing in this country, so that the patient will not be misguided and no pediatrician will get a bad name that he's unwantedly prescribing this vaccine, or he's not necessarily giving this vaccine. So every pediatrician should be a big pediatrician. Means a B for breastfeeding, I for immunization, G for growth and development. So he should be a big, if he wants to be a big pediatrician, he should be great in all these things, which include immunization. This is not my mnemonic. This is from Dr. Pramod Jog's lecture. So I used to hear this his lectures, and I have taken this mnemonic from him. One of my teachers way back in 2003 used to tell me, pediatric practice should have butter, bun, butter and jam. Your bun is only your OPD practice. Your butter is if you have an IP practice also. The jam will be the immunization. So to bring you monetary benefit also, you should have a good immunization practice for which you should be updated on the recent schedules. Which was the previous guidelines which we were all using? You must have either have a soft copy of this or a hard copy on your table. The IAP Guidebook of Immunization 2018-2019, which was prescribed after our teacher, Dr. S. Balasubramaniam, has taken over as the advisory committee chairperson. This committee was between 2018. It is a committee for 3 years from 2018 to 2020. So 2018, they worked for the 1 year and came up with this guidebook. Now it is the end of the tenure. They have updated the guidelines and they have given us. So this is the recent update 2020. So this has come as a hot cake to all our mobiles in the first week of December. And today we are presenting it. We have just got into it and then topic it. So this is for our president, who is a Tamil Vallunar. Palayana kalidalum pudiyana pudalum valuvala kala vahinale. So we have to change the guidelines. பழசா இருக்கிற கைட்லைன்ஸை புதுசா எடுத்துட்டு வரணும். மாற்றம் ஒன்றுதான் மாறாதது. என்னைக்குமே மாற்றம் இருந்துகிட்டே இருக்க வேண்டும். So why this update has happened? There are new developments in vaccinology. Few doses have to be deleted. Few doses have to be added. The time schedule for few doses have to be changed. So all these are developments in the vaccinology which has made up this change in the update. And the second thing, there are availability of new vaccines have come in the past 2 years. So they have to be incorporated, which DCGA has given the guidelines, DCGA has approved. So the guidelines has to be updated. What are the updates in the present 2020 update guidelines which has reached our mobile? There are 4 major changes and 5 new vaccines has been added. So this is the crux of the issue. What are the changes? The first change is injectable polio vaccine. Everybody will be perplexed. We are not having injectable polio vaccine. What I am to do? There is no standalone injectable polio vaccine with me. Previously, I have seen this carton which is coming to my memory. Poliovac, PFS, Pol Protect. They were all there 5 to 6 years before, but they are not there. Because when government switched over from trivalent to bivalent OPV and told that Poliovac is very, very important, all these stocks have become dearer. Now what we have is in private sector is only a combination of polio vaccine, injectable polio vaccine. We don't have a standalone polio vaccine as of now in the market. So, but what is IAP recommending? Booster dose of injectable polio vaccine at 4 to 5 years is mandatory. So this is the thing which is highlighted. 4 to 6 years, you should give an IPV containing vaccine. So if IPV, standalone IPV is not possible, can I give the bivalent OP which is available with me? No. A booster dose of IPV at 4 to 6 years of age for children who have received the initial IPV doses as per the IAP schedule. Even if they have received the initial IPV doses also, the 4 to 6 years polio should not be an OPV, it should be an IPV. In case of non-availability of standalone IPV, this dose can be administered as a combination with the DTP vaccines. So that is the case now. So friends, it is our duty to give IPV because we are always in the risk of getting a new polio case. We are sharing our border with Pakistan. Pakistan is still an endemic country for polio virus. Lot of country in the Southeast Asian region are still not declared polio free. So we are always at the risk of getting a polio. So we are still using bivalent polio. So the third viral strain is still not protected in the recent for the children born in the past 4 years. So what are the options available for me at 4 to 6 years of booster? You can either repeat your infantry sexa, which is available. You can give a tetraxine, which has been recently introduced in the market, which contains full dose DPT and IPV alone. So if this is possible and this is available in the market, this will be the first option. And this will be the second option if the patient is affordable, is okay for a fever, which is a whole cellular vaccine. If the patient was an acellular vaccine, go for Infantrix Hexa. So these are the options available. Not to be used. Never use this Adacel and Boostrix, which are available in the market, which contain reduced dose of diphtheria. They are not going to mount an adequate response. They are to be used only after 7 years of age as per our academic IAP recommendation. Coming to the change 2. IPV is mandatory in the primary schedule. Now we have seen IPV as part of the 4 to 6 years. Now it is the primary schedule. No child should be left without giving at least 1 dose of IPV, because IPV only contains the 3 polio viruses. So you should give all the 3 polio viral strains. Which is the most preferred option? OPV at birth, 3 doses of IPV at 6, 10 and 14 weeks, and IPV booster at 18 months and 4 years. You can be very comfortable if you are given the schedule. You are supposed to give only 1 OP dose, that too at the delivery hospital only. Rest all should be IPV. So this is the best option which is available. If the patient is affordable for all the IPV doses, give the schedule which is available in the private sector. Second option, it is the UIP schedule or the government sector schedule. What is the government sector schedule says? Give bivalent polio at birth, 6 weeks, 10 weeks and 14 weeks. In addition to that, give 2 doses of fractional IPV, because government is not able to afford full dose IPV for all the kids. So what government is doing is, it is giving fractional IPV. What is fractional IPV? 1/5 of the dose of the normal vaccine. So it is 1/5 of the dose of the normal vaccine. If it is given intradermally, it is able to mount the same seropositivity. So government has studied the schedule, and it is giving this schedule for all the babies born in the government sector or born in the private sector and going to the government sector for vaccination. So look into the schedule. Third option, the baby is not affordable for a combination vaccine, either a wholesale vaccine or an acellular vaccine. What is the third option available? Give bivalent OPV at birth, 6 weeks, 10 weeks, give a full dose IPV at 14 weeks. We know that full dose IPV is not available, so you have to stick on to the combination vaccine which is available in the market. So this is the least possible option which is available. The not to be used at all, don't give a OPV and pentavalent which we were using previously. This is the worst crime you can do for a child. Bivalent OPV and a pentavalent vaccine for all the 3 doses of the 6, 10 and 14 weeks should not be used. If hexavalent vaccines are unaffordable or unavailable, the infant must be referred to the government healthcare facility for the primary immunization as per the schedule. This is the same words which is given in the update. So send it to the government healthcare facility, because at least they will get the IPV. Don't send the child with OPV and a pentavalent vaccine. So clear about IPV. Now coming to the influenza vaccine. Nowadays you have seen in the market that 0.25 ml of this flu quadri is not available. So what they are doing, update has changed, because most of the vaccines are coming only in 0.5 ml composition. So what does the old guideline say? Old guideline says less than 3 years, that is between 6 to 35 months, use 0.25 ml. Above 3 years, use 0.5 ml. So we used to use Vaxigrip Junior, Flu Quadri Junior or something like. So now what the latest guidelines say? Uniform dosing schedule of 0.5 ml above 6 months of age. Previously they thought the reactogenicity, the febrile episodes are more if you give the 0.5 ml at 6 months to 3 years of age. Now they have found that the immunogenicity and the efficacy is more if you give the 0.5 ml itself from 6 months of age. So give the 0.5 ml itself, which is available in the market from most of the manufacturers from 6 months onwards. Don't discard the solution or try to get 0.25. But what they have given additionally is only 2 brands, that is Fluarix Tetra from GSK and Influvac Tetra from Abbott, have got the DCGA approval for the uniform dose. Still the other brands are yet to get the uniform approval for the uniform dose. So stick on to these vaccines if you are immunizing a child less than 3 years of age. Reinforcing the schedule, you must know that flu vaccine is a mandatory vaccine as per IAP schedule from 2018 onwards. Annual flu vaccine is mandatory from 6 months to 5 years onwards, because IAP considers this as the high-risk group. Given before the monsoon season every year, up to 9 years, it is 2 doses at 4 weeks interval. when given for the first time. If you are vaccinating a flu vaccine for the first child at 3 years of age, give 2 doses. If it is given in the newborn period, the infancy, that is 6 months itself, then they must have finished the 2 doses, then stick on to only 1 dose every year. So this is about the flu vaccine. Coming on to the fourth change, that is in the varicella vaccine. So previously, you must have seen only 1 dose varicella. When I was in the postgraduate period and all, I myself took only 1 dose of a varicella, and the second dose was introduced between 4 to 5 months of age. Now, what they are saying, the second dose has to be preponed, given 3 months from the first dose. So that is the schedule. The second dose of varicella vaccine should be preferably administered 3 to 6 months after the first dose. What they feel is, after the first dose, only about 80 to 90% seropositivity occurs, and rest of the 20% are prone for infection at 3 to 4 years of age when they enter the school. So they want to give the complete protection for the child earlier itself. So they have postulated that an earlier second dose will be beneficial over a delayed second dose. So friends, stick on to a varicella vaccine 3 months after the first dose. Probably when the child is coming for a second dose of hepatitis A, you can give the second dose of varicella vaccine also. Coming to the addition. Yeah, there are few additions. A conjugate meningococcal vaccine, that is Menveo by GSK. So this is Menveo, which is a conjugated vaccine with CRM 197. So this vaccine can be used in place of other conjugate vaccine which are available. It is recommended in 2 to 55 years of age. So this is a quadrivalent ACWY is available. There are few polysaccharide vaccine which I am not going to touch. This is also a monovalent conjugate vaccine which is not produced by Serum Institute of India, but it is not available in India and it is available only in the African country. The other meningococcal vaccine which is available in the Indian market and the conjugate vaccine is ACWY. It is conjugated with the diphtheria toxoid, and the speciality of this vaccine is DCGI has approved this vaccine from 9 months onwards, and Menveo has been approved from 2 years only, even though it is a conjugate vaccine. The second addition is a second conjugate typhoid conjugate vaccine, which is Typhim BEV, which is from biological events. 25 microgram of VI antigen conjugated with CRM19. So this is also approved from 6 months to 45 years. Difference from typhoid TCV, not major difference. Only the bacteria which is conjugated is different. Monoclonal antibody for rabies, that is twin rab, which is produced by Zydus Vaxicare, has been introduced, and they have IAP has included and approved this for the post-exposure prophylaxis, but it should be used in category 3 bite only, should be used along with the vaccine for post-exposure prophylaxis. The fourth addition is a DTAP IPV combination vaccine, which I already mentioned in the previous slides, for 4 to 5 years booster. So this is a fully liquid vaccine recommended for booster between 4 to 6 years of age. You can use this vaccine, which contains full dose DPT and IPV. The last addition is our own Serum Institute, an indigenous pneumococcal vaccine. So IAP has approved this vaccine. This is a WHO pre-qualified vaccine which has been in the market, which is about to come to the market a year ago itself. But because of multiple COVID situation and those things, it is still pending. A low-cost vaccine, same dosing schedule as Prevnar and Synflorix, which is available, but the serotypes are a bit different. So this is the serotype pattern of Pneumosil, and this is the serotype pattern of Synflorix. To be precise, what they have done is they have removed 4 and 18C from Synflorix and included 6A and 19A, which is available from the pneumococcal 13 vaccine. They used to say 3A, 6A, and 19A are very, very important for India, and PCV10, the Synflorix, doesn't contain 6A, 3A, and 19A. So why you should go for Synflorix? Now, Pneumosil has added 6A and 19A, so I believe this should be advantageous. Still, we don't know what is the price of this vaccine for the Indian market because it is yet to be launched. So points to pointer. A booster of the injectable polio vaccine is recommended at 4 to 6 years. Importance of IPV in the immunization schedule should be re-emphasized for the primary schedule. Uniform dosage of influenza vaccine recommended all children older than 6 months, that is 0.5 ml. Second dose of varicella should be preferably administered 3 to 6 months after the first dose. New vaccines has been introduced, as I already told you. Tetraxim has been introduced. Menveo has been introduced, which can be given about 2 years of age. Monoclonal antibody for post-exposure prophylaxis twin rab has been introduced. Conjugate typhoid vaccine, that is Typh BEV, has been introduced, that is WHO pre-qualified. 10-valent pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, Pneumocil, has also been introduced. So thank you for this opportunity, and thank you for hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Somasundaram, for the excellent talk on the updates in the immunization, stressing on the usage of IPV and also the other vaccines which you have mentioned, and about the typhoid vaccine also.
Yes, sir.
About the typhoid vaccine, I had just a small query.
Yes, sir.
Earlier stage, now it is the recommendation for typhoid.
Sir, it is still 6 months is the first, only single dose of typhoid has been is being recommended. That too 6 months, the dose can be given, sir.
Single dose.
Single dose of typhoid, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Somasundaram. Of course, it was a wonderful talk. We have understood most of it. I think if the delegates have any doubt, they can ask.
Yeah, it was a nice, I mean, the last batsman, usually I think he, at any slot, he delivers. That is the highlight of Dr. Soms. I appreciate him for the wonderful lecture. And I think we'll go to the smart lists by the convener, the brain of this concept, Smart Clinic. Over to Dr. Sunil Srinivasan. So they are not audible, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We come to the last program. I thought I'll just combine two programs into one. What is the impact of Smart Clinic Program 1, and I'll include Smart Lists also in that. So I'll quickly go through when I say impact, what I mean is how this program has affected me. That's what I'm trying to say. And similarly, I believe that it will affect all your lives, both professional and personal. Summa program it has to have a change. And all the speakers spoke so nicely. I'm sure it would have benefited all of you. Let me quickly go through what I learned from this program. Finance, Dr. Tirumale Kodundu spoke very nicely. And one of the best things our Sanjarna, he introduced me to a financial advisor. Our Solramoto, I never knew that a person called financial advisor is there. Just like any professional, he also does finance advising. So I met him, and that advisor asked me 4 questions. Sir, what are your assets and liabilities? How long do you plan to work? What are your major expenditures in the future? And what kind of retired life are you planning? The knowledge educator. And I had no idea what he was asking. Asset na enna, liability iduve enak theriyadu. So I had to do some Googling and ask people, and finally, I made a list of what my assets, liabilities, how long do you intend practicing, all this. I made all this list and gave it to him. And that is probably one of the best things I did. And I advise each one of you.
Sir, can you go for the slideshow, sir? Can you go for the slideshow, sir?
Yeah, come. So, yeah, it's on the slide. Are you able to see the slide?
We are able to see the slide, sir, but can you go to the full screen?
Oh, sorry. Is it okay?
Now it is good, sir.
Thank you. So that's the best thing I did. So 2 years ago, I met him. I invested my money in few mutual funds, various kinds of financial instruments. And by March or April, I thought I had made a major mistake because all my stocks were coming down. I was feeling so depressed. Then he told, no, just be patient, doctor. It is a fall nobody expected, but it will all bounce back. And now we are much stronger because during the time the stocks, the values went down, we got more shares. So my first advice is finance. Please go through all the books by Dr. Tirumale Kodundu, but please catch a financial expert. If you want some guidelines, I can tell you whom to contact. The best thing about financial advisor, they don't charge anything, that they are free. because they get money from the mutual fund company. So please make all these 4 things, all your liabilities, how long you plan to work, what are major expenditures, retire, all this if you plan, I think you'll have a great life. The second thing was about instruments. Dr. Parni has talked very nicely. The one thing I learned was pay for quality is important. I have used all kinds of stethoscope and nothing to beat Littman or the top. So please go for the quality. It is fully worth spending any amount. And I just want to add 3 more instruments. This instrument serves 4 purposes. 1, it improves the quality of your clinic, number 1. Number 2, you are providing a great service to humanity by using these 3 instruments. Number 4, 3, you will make a lot of money. The best part is you don't have to do anything. The instrument earns money by itself. You don't have to spend 1 extra minute on that. You train your staff to do that. And this all in the COVID times, in the times when our OP is falling down, these 3 instruments will fetch you a lot of money. Just a brief 1 minute video clipping, not too much. So this is the first instrument I want to show, which is called a photo screener. We use it in our hospital. We have a pediatric ophthalmologist. Just watch to the. You can use it from 6 months onwards. Just a handheld machine. You can see, you can test almost any child. The eye screening is complete. This tests for 3 things. It tests for amblyopia, refractory errors, squint, and even cataracts also. So this child also has passed the eye screening. Now, if there is any problem, then you can refer to the ophthalmologist. This is a staff nurse who is doing, not the doctor. The staff nurse does all this. Now this guy has got some problems, so now he needs to be examined. So this is a great instrument. Great instrument. All of you can use. This will cost roughly about 3 to 4 lakhs, but you don't have to buy alone. You can sort of pool it together. And even if you charge, we worked out the cost economics of it. Even if you charge just 300 rupees for a vision screening, it fetches your money in no time. And you don't have to do it, somebody can do it. And it gives such a valuable service to all your patients. Every child can be screened by this vision screener. The company is well shallowed. The second thing I want to So this was already Dr. Pardi Raman talked about Butterfly IQ. Currently, it is only compatible with iPhone, but very soon Android versions are coming. And now this is the instrument of future. Somebody has asked whether we should get a certificate for ultrasound. Yes, we probably might need, though we don't see pregnant patients at all, that it doesn't matter. But getting that is not difficult at all. This is the instrument of future. You can use it for any thoracic condition, including pneumonia, effusion, abdominal condition, hip conditions, abscesses, cellulitis. It is amazing. It is amazing. Costs in the range of about 3 to 4 lakhs. Somebody has to mute. Yeah. Okay. This is a third instrument I want to teach you, to tell you about OAE.
less than a minute. And we test each year. It's important to know. So if the baby passes that test,
So these three instruments, I'll just repeat. One was a visual scanner. The other was for butterfly IQ. Other was a OAE. All the three can be kept in your clinic. All the three cost in the range of about 3 lakhs. Again, I told you don't have to buy it alone. You can pool, and each one of your friends can use one for a day. It is amazing. In terms of returns, it is wonderful. Normally, OAE, when I send it outside, they charge 800 to 1,000 rupees. But even if you charge, let us say 400 rupees, it is still worthwhile. In 1 year, you can regain your money. So it is so, what I'm telling is, all this can be done. This is the time for future. And this is the time when we can do a lot of screening, do a lot of service. So go for all the new instruments. It provides quality. And the best thing is you don't have to do anything. Once you train, your staff will take care and just money just flows in. Yeah, communication, I want to tell you, Dr. Narmada is the one whose module this communication we started. And of course, today, Dr. Tirumurugan even talked very nicely about communication. What I learned is make nurses your friend. Make nurses your friend. And the more the nursing, they understand patients much better. So that's what I would like to ask. I have learned a lot from my nurses, and I take their help, and it has helped me a lot. So be very friendly with your nurses. Digitalization, very wonderfully dealt by Karthik Annamalai. And nothing much to add, but I felt after digitalization for the past about 2 years, I'm in very close contact with all my patients. Anytime we were able to communicate through WhatsApp, or through my computers, my cell phone. Digitalization gives a 24-hour contact. It doesn't have to be synchronous, but I'm aware of what's happening. So go for digitalization. It is not expensive. I think that's a must for the future. Then teleconsultation, I learned the person who sort of inspired me to do teleconsult, Dr. Somasundaram. I was very, very scared of doing it. And I'm doing for the past 3 months. It is a wonderful, it's a great experience. And I see about 10 to 12 patients every day. I think that's a great thing. It helps me to pay at least a part of my staff salary because I have closed my hospital. The thing I learned was prepaid or postpaid. Do we collect money first or after? According to the model given by Karamat and Dr. Somasundaram, you pay first and then connect. But for me, it's not possible because most of my mothers are rural. They don't have any payment gateway in their phones. So what I don't mind. So I told, okay, we consult and they pay later. So I think 90% of them pay, 10% don't pay, that's okay. But for me, postpaid works better. Then I have also connected my laptop to my desktop in the hospital. I use also something called WhatsApp web. Using this too, you can directly type into the WhatsApp, you can type a prescription, send it along. You don't have to really write or take a photocopy. That also works. And so if you link your software and your WhatsApp web, directly from the software, you can print it in your WhatsApp and that goes to the patient. Smart book, Selvan, of course, Selvan's brainchild did a great job. I find two main advantages. One is everything is there in that book. There are about 50, all the conditions, whatever common questions parents can ask, everything. And I can tell you, out of 10 parents, 8 will never read the book. I can tell you that. They will not read the book. That's not our concern. The moment we give the book, our job is over. So whenever patient asks me a question, sir, idu vandha na enna seyudu? Amma the book irukku padichingala? Sir, padikala sir, mudalla padinga, edha doubt irundha kelunga. So that's the only thing I answer. When they go to reception tells mama padinga, the doubt irundha kelunga. So the idea is, this saves a lot of your time and it gives very evidence-based information. So this book can be distributed PDF free, or you can give us a hard copy form, costs only 50 rupees. IAP Tamil Nadu has made a lot of money on this book. So please distribute smart book. Quick triage, Dr. Chandil spoke very nicely. I was very, very impressed. He spoke at the national workshop also at Indore. I believe that this is what he's trying to tell. These are the 5 troubled areas for all of us. Really sick children, 1. Troublesome parents, 2. VIP, newborns, vaccination. Make sure that these never mix together. That is our secret of practice. If somebody is going to get trouble, isolate them. Newborns, isolate. Vaccination, separate. If you can keep all these 5 groups reasonably separated from each other, your OP will be much smoother. I can tell you by experience. So this is what we always try to do.
One more minute.
Keep these 5 groups separately. Yeah. So finally, I come to the topic. Not very smart list. Smart list saves lives, saves money, saves time. All of us use this. This is a smart list everybody uses. Even a vaccine table. What is a vaccination table? Nothing but a smart list. The checklist, you check what has been given, what has not been given. Similarly, there are plenty of smart lists in your computer. This is a pictorial pediatric checklist. This is for the emergency department, development checklist. You have some newborn screening checklist. This checklist I made myself. You can use your own screen. I use checklist even for my inpatient orders. So I have all the drugs. I just have to take what I want to give. Even for my progress notes, I use this. All you need to just keep checking. So it gives a very good idea what's happening. I'll show you a filled-in form. This is my filled-in form. So even at a glance, I can see if appetite is improving or what's happening to pulse rate or blood pressure. Everything is there in one. So we use this checklist for Down syndrome. You can use checklist. Let me show you a filled-in form of Down syndrome. This is how the checklist looks like. This is in your Smart Clinic manual. Everybody must have got the manual. If not, I'll ask Dr. Tirumurugan to send you. So this smart list has both development and anticipatory guide. That is very important. So anytime a child comes, a 2-year-old, you can check with the development, what's happening. At the same time, give them guide. For example, are your stairs safe? Does the child sleep well? Do not leave the child alone in your car. All this kind of guidance you can give. So this is very much there in your Smart Clinic manual. You can go through this. So all this you can use in your practice. So finally, I come to the conclusion. I started with this. I'm ending with this. 3 standards which I would request every pediatrician to have. Have all the essential equipments. Have a basic life support certification. Please distribute smart book to all parents. I thank Dr. Chandil, Dr. Suresh, Dr. Rajendran, and all the team members, Dr. Tirumurugan, for giving me this chance. I wish you a very, very happy new year to come. Stay safe. Hopefully we'll all meet together. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sandil. Thank you, Sandil.
And concluding remarks.
Thank you,
Dr. Muthukumar, sir, your concluding remarks.
Yes, sir. Sir, excellent pochu, sir. In the same the program, and very, very nice. Romba enjoy panna. In fact, Sunil sonna mari nalla summarize pannaru. Idha na மூணு பாயிண்ட் தான் நான் சொல்ல விரும்புறேன். அதாவது இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்டை பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் நமக்குன்னு வந்து இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட் இருக்கணும். இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட் தான் நமக்கு வந்து பணம் சம்பாதிச்சு கொடுக்கறது. அதனால இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்டை பத்தி தரவா இருந்துக்க வேண்டியதுதான். அது மாதிரி இம்யூனைசேஷனை பத்தி சோம்ஸ் வந்து பிச்சு ஒதுக்கிட்டாரு சார். நிறைய இது பண்ண அதுல தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டேன். அதுல இம்யூனைசேஷன் இந்த ஜாம்னு சொன்னாரு பாத்தீங்க. ஒரு வார்த்தை நல்லா அருமையா அந்த இடத்துல போட்டாங்க. ஜாம்னு சொல்லிட்டு உண்மைக்குமே அது ஒரு இதுதான். அதே மாதிரி ஃபைனான்ஸ் உண்மைக்குமே நான் சொல்றேன். திருமலுக்கு வந்து நான் வந்து அப்பப்ப கேட்டுக்குவேன். நான் இந்த ஃபைனான்சியல் அட்வைசர் வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட 3 வருஷம் வச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன். உண்மைக்கே எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியமா இருக்கு. நான் இப்ப சொன்னாக்க நீங்க எல்லாம் கூட அப்படியே ஆச்சரியப்பட்டு போடுவீங்க. ஒரு மாசத்துக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து என்னுடைய நான் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணதுக்கும் இப்ப கரண்ட் வேல்யூக்கும் ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு ஆப்பை தொட்டு பார்த்தா போதும். அது மாதிரி ஒன்று போட்டு கொடுத்தா ஃபைனான்ஸ் அட்வைசர். போட்டு பார்த்தப்ப நீங்க முதலீடு பண்றதுக்கும் இதுக்கும் ஒன்றும் பாதிப்பு இல்லை சார். நீங்க டிவிடெண்டா கிடைச்சது, அதனால இப்ப நஷ்டம் நினைக்காதீங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னாரு. சரி, ஏதோ முதலுக்கும் மோசம் நினைச்சேன். இப்போ ஒரு மாசத்துல பார்த்தா எனக்கு சொல்லவே கூச்சமா இருக்கு சார். சார் சொல்ல உண்மைக்கு சத்தியமான கூச்சமா இருக்குது. ஒரு ஒரு 20 லட்சம் ஆயிடுச்சு சார். அது என்ன பண்ணது தெரியல, அந்த ரேஞ்சுக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்கு. அதனால தயவு செஞ்சு இந்த மியூச்சுவல் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ல வந்து எல்லாரும் போடணும். அதுக்கு ஒரு டயத்தை கொடுக்கணும், அவ்வளவுதான். நான் அன்னன்னைக்கு பார்த்தது கூட, பட் என்னதான் அது பார்க்கணுங்கிற ஒரு கியூரியாசிட்டி பார்த்தேன். அதுதான் இதுல. அதனால ஃபைனான்ஸ் வந்து ரொம்ப நல்ல அருமையா டீல் பண்ணாரு. அதே மாதிரி எல்லாருமே அவங்கவுங்க டாபிக் வந்து எக்ஸலண்டா பண்ணாங்க. அதுவும் இந்த இயர் எண்ட்ல இதை பண்ணது, அது எல்லா ஆபீஸ் பேரையும் 2020 2021 சேர்த்து வச்சுட்டு பண்ணதுக்கு பாத்தீங்களா, அது வந்து உண்மைக்கு ஒரு மாஸ்டர் ஸ்ட்ரோக். செந்தில் ஒரு ஆளா தான் பண்ண முடியும், அதை சாதிச்சு காட்டிட்டாரு. அத உண்மைக்குமே சுனில் நீங்களும் சரி, உண்மைக்கு ரியலி என்ஜாய்டு யுவர் கம்பெனி. கோஆர்டினேட்டர் எனக்கு பேர் தானே ஒழிய எல்லா வேலையும் நீங்க எடுத்து போட்டுருக்கீங்க. ஏன்னா என்னுடைய தெரியும், நான் என்னுடைய இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இதெல்லாம் வந்து வேற சங்கையில போயிட்டு இருக்கிறதுனால நீங்க அதை வந்து எதை பத்தி கவலைப்படாதீங்க. கேம்கே நான் இருக்கேன், உங்களுக்கு டைம் கிடைச்சிட்டு நீங்க வந்து பாருங்க சொன்னீங்க பாருங்க, அந்த ஒரு வார்த்தையே போதும். ரொம்ப நான் தரவா என்ஜாய் பண்ணேன். இன்னைக்கு வந்து ரொம்ப என்ஜாய் பண்ணேன். தேங்க்யூ சுனில், தேங்க்யூ சுனில் இந்த டீம், தேங்க்யூ ராஜ்.
20 லட்சம் ரூபாயில கொஞ்சம் பில்டிங் ஃபண்ட் கொஞ்சம் ரூபா வாங்கிருங்க. பில்டிங் ஃபண்ட் ரூபா கொடுத்துருங்க. அவரே சொல்லிட்டாரு சார், அவரே சொல்லிட்டாரு 20 லட்சம் ரூபாய் கிடைச்சிட்டுன்னு. அதனால கொஞ்சம் செக்க வாங்கிருங்க, நாளைக்கே வாங்கிருங்க.
நான் சொன்னேன் இது எப்ப சொல்லணும்னு தெரியாம சொன்னேன், பட் இருந்தாலும் வந்து சொல்ல வேண்டிய கடமை இது. எல்லாரும் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க, கரெக்டா நேரத்துல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்க. அதான் மீன். தேங்க்யூ.
I have to really congratulate Dr. Somasundaram. Very, very nice talk. My apologies, Soms. இது பழைய ஸ்லைட், அதனால உங்க பேர் வரல. நீங்க இன்னைக்கு ஒரு புது நியூ ரோல்ல வந்துட்டீங்க. So but it was very I read about the latest recommendations, but நீங்க உங்க மாதிரி கிளியரா மனசுல அப்ப பதியல. It is so nice and really actually very master stroke again by Dr. Chendil da. Adu small
அவர் என்ன டாபிக் கொடுத்தாலும் பேசுவார் சார்.
அது அவர் 6 தான் அடிப்பார். அவர் ஹார்திக் பாண்டியா தான். அவர் ஹார்திக் பாண்டியா
சார். இல்லனா இத நம்ம கத்துக்கவே மாட்டோம். It's an update, வந்து we got updated, so it's an opportunity for me also to.
Yes sir.
Thank you.
சோமு பிரமாதம் அப்படிங்க. நிறைய 13 பக்கத்தை அதே கன்சைஸ் பண்ணி.
ஓகே சார்.
அழகா பாயிண்ட் பை பாயிண்ட் அருமையா சொல்லிட்டீங்க. இட் வெரி யூஸ்ஃபுல்.
ஸ்மார்ட் டீம் ஒர்க் சார், ஸ்மார்ட் டீம் ஒர்க் அவ்வளவுதான் சார்.
இல்ல எல்லாருமே ரொம்ப 4 மணி நேரம் போனதே தெரியல. 4 மணி உட்கார்ந்து
included all the topics also.
5 மணி நேரம்.
சுனிலுக்கு ஒரே ஒரு क्वेश्चन.
எஸ் சார்.
சுனில்.
எஸ் சார்.
இந்த பேக்ரவுண்ட்ல இருக்கிற பில்டிங் என்ன பில்டிங்?
ஆம்ஸ்டர்டாம்.
ஆம்ஸ்டர்டாம் ரயில்வே ஸ்டேஷன் சார். ஆம்ஸ்டர்டாம் ரயில்வே ஸ்டேஷன்.
ஆம்ஸ்டர்டாம். மும்பை ரயில்வே ஸ்டேஷன் இதே மாதிரி தான் இருக்கும்.
சார்
செந்தில்
மும்பைல ரயில்வே ஆபீஸ்
அப்படியே சார்? நான் தெரியல சார்.
கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும்.
ஓகே சார்.
வீடியோ. ஓகே, thank you. Wonderful.
Dr. Sunil Srinivasan sir, Thirumalai Kolandu, all the past president and current president and Ismail and the entire team, especially Thirumalai Kolandu sir and Somasundaram is a need of the hour. All is we enjoyed, as Dr. Velusamy mentioned, இந்த 4 மணி நேரம் போனதே தெரியல சார். 5 மணி நேரம் சார். 2 சோமசுந்தரம் சார் எப்படி கோட் ஷூட் போட்டுட்டு வந்தாரு, இப்ப பனியனோட வந்துட்டாரு.
தாடியோட வந்திருக்காரு சார்.
ஆமா சார். இன்னொன்னு இவரு திருலோச்சந்தருக்கு ஏன் அவ்வளவு ஆல்பபெட் இருக்கு அவர் பேர்ல? திருமுருகன் ஷெரீன்
எல்லா நியூமராலஜி ப்ளே பண்ணிடுச்சுங்க.
ஒண்ணும் இல்ல சார், அது பிரெஞ்சு நேம் சார்.
அவர் எங்க?
பிரெஞ்சு சார்.
பிரெஞ்சு ஸ்பெல்லிங். அதனால தான் என்ன அவ்வளவு பாண்டிச்சேரி இல்ல சார்.
ராஜேந்திரன் வெரி நைஸ். கங்க்ராச்சுலேஷன். இயர் எண்ட்ல ரொம்ப அருமையா பண்ணிட்டீங்க. காட் பிளஸ் யூ ஆல். ஸ்டே ஹெல்தி, ஸ்டே ஸ்ட்ராங். And I heads up to Dr. Sendil for his
team sir. என்னுடைய டீம்.
Good sir.
Congrats to our
இதுதானது அருமையா பண்ணிட்டீங்க. மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி. நன்றி. Sendil sir, Somasundaram and Rajendran, we would like to have one program representing the Central IAP 2021 sir. I needed whatever it is that Rajendran will motivate, and also I wanted to know. I just spoken to Nitin Shah and Yawali about the newer COVID vaccines. All the 3 types vaccine they have announced today. So regarding this also, you have to highlight the newer COVID vaccine, how it is like mRNA, inactivated, and all these 3 types of vaccine, which is good, which is not good. You please take up this, and then we will pass on the message to our own colleagues in order to understand what type of, it was well appreciated by our, many of the senior members. They wanted to have this information. I just shared what is been in the national list. This is for your information for the team leaders like you, sir. Dr. Sendil, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, first of all, congratulations to the national coordinator and convener of the Smart Clinic module, Dr. Sunil Srinivasan and Dr. K. Muthukumar, sir. So we have done almost 9 to 10 programs all over the country in the past 4 months. Both of them have done an excellent job in coordinating with each of the branches through this online platform and making an attendance of about 80 to 100 in every program. And this Tamil Nadu is where this program started. We are ending this year in this same Tamil Nadu soil in a Zoom platform, sir. For that, we should thank the IAP Tamil Nadu team headed by Dr. Sendil, Dr. Suresh Balan, Dr. Thirumurugan, and Dr. Rajendran for making this happen. And another thing is, none other place we have heard all these 11 topics, sir. So we were able to make it with all the 11 topics, and we are able to hold at least about 50 delegates till at the end of the 11th topic also, till the last ball is being bowled. It's a success for the Smart Clinic module. And so hats off to the IAP TNSC team and the Smart Clinic team and these coordinators and conveners also, sir. Thank you, sir.
You're concluding.
Swam Sundram also, and he looks like very smart. I think he may act in the film. I think.
Sir, we here grow.
Suresh and Rajendran will conclude.
Rajendran sir, vote of thanks. As everybody has told, it's a excellent program. Adula vandu endha doubt kedaiyadhu. Over programley there are a lot of changes and lot of newer things have been introduced. Yes, and all the speakers also have refined. Aduvum oru nalla vishayam adula. So hats off to Sunil Srinivasan sir.
So ஒரு சின்ன clarification I want. அதாவது ராபி ஷீல்டுக்கும் இப்ப புதுசா சொன்னீங்களா?
ஆமா சார்.
அது என்ன வாட் டு பி யூஸ் ராபி ஷீல்டா இப்போ வந்திருக்கிறதா?
சார் ரெண்டுமே வந்து that monoclonal antibody is totally different sir. அதுல வந்து it is a single monoclonal antibody. இதுல வந்து it is a cocktail monoclonal antibody. ரெண்டு antibody it has been mixed. So it is being called as a twin trap. So IAP recommends both. So இதோடைய dosage is 40 international unit per kilogram வச்சு they have advised sir. So this is also approved for இது. Both can be used.
But only for category 3 dana. Category 3 bite dana.
Category 3 bites.
Category 3 bite.
Category 2
twin trap has to be splitted, injected into the site and also in the intramuscular like Rabi Shield.
Yes sir, the same thing sir.
Similar way la?
Same. That is 3.3.
Cost wise I think Rabi Shield cheaper, no?
Rabi Shield is cheaper sir.
Yeah, that's Rabi Shield is cheaper. Serum Institute vaccine, I think 3.3 units per kg. I think you have to give it. Yeah, it's a very cheap also.
Correct. So, this is 1,500 units is available. We have to give 40 international units per kilogram.
Dr. Rajendran.
Volume also smaller. We can give it intralesionally as well as.
Correct.
What of things?
Yeah. Good evening to everybody. On behalf of IAP TNSC, it's my great pleasure and privilege to deliver vote of thanks. First of all, I thank our President, Dr. Aram Sendil sir, and throughout the year he has conducted a lot of programs, and I think he excelled all aspects. One of the super duper President, I think, has done excellent work. I congrats Dr. Aram Sendil sir. This is actually maybe a final program of this year for CME program, and I thank Dr. Aram Sendil sir, and really happy to be here with you. And I thank our Secretary, Dr. Suresh Balan sir, who has done excellent work past 2 years. I thank Dr. Suresh Balan. And I thank, finally thank Dr. Sunil Srinivasan sir, who has initiated Smart Clinic move, and I think it's now national level. He took the initiative, and it's very fantastic program, and it's usually useful for everybody. I think I thank one and all for this effort. And I thank Dr. Muthukumar sir for the coordinating the national level for this Smart Clinic. And I thank today's Chief Guest Dr. K. Nagaraj sir, who has inaugurated this Smart Clinic. I thank Dr. Nagaraj sir. And I thank the today Chairman, Dr. Selvam, Karthik Annamalai, Dr. SP Karamat, Dr. Thirumurugan, Dr. Thirumoli Kalang sir, Dr. Janani Shankar, Dr. Muhammad Ismail, Dr. Amal Raj, and Dr. Somasundaram, Dr. concluded by Dr. Sunil Srinivasan. And I thank all the moderators who has present throughout the program. And I thank one and all for this wonderful event. And I think next year also will continue same kind of program with all the. I thank again that all the EP members as well as central and state EP members. I thank all the district office bearers and president, secretary, and treasurer. And I thank one and all for this wonderful event. Finally, I thank Dr. Thirumurugan, who has organized this CME program and an IAP platform. Thank you, one and all.
And thanks for the participants who have been so wonderful.
Thank you, Sandhya. Thank you all.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். நன்றி.
நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
நன்றி.